So this happened 7.5 years ago, June 23rd, 2016, while I was cleaning out my house. I was renting out a house for a year, and the year was almost up at this point. I wasn't going to be living there the next year, so it was time for me to start cleaning out and moving my stuff to my next place. The house that I had at the time was fairly small, but there was plenty of space just for me. I lived there by myself, and I just finished cleaning out the living room, other than some basic furniture, and I had moved on to clean the kitchen at this point. There were quite a few cabinets in this kitchen, so many that I didn't use a good number of them. I was looking through some of the ones that I didn't use to make sure that there was nothing that I had in them. One of them I opened up, and I saw something in the back corner. It looked like some type of shirt or rag or something. I grabbed it and saw that I didn't think that it was mine, but when I moved it, it revealed a small white lever that I could just barely see. The cabinet was in the corner, sort of by the sink and halfway blocked by the stove. I honestly thought that it was just another pipe, but it just looked a little bit different to me, I suppose. I got inside and had to crawl inside the cabinet, which was pretty large. Once I got inside, I saw there was a small trap door to the side, leading into the wall. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I mean, you had to be completely inside in order to see the detail of it, and I decided to open the door, which led to an extremely narrow hallway with a sort of crawl space. But when I got further inside, I was horrified. I saw that there was food, as well as several blankets, as if someone had been living inside of there. The good news, at least to me, is that whoever was in there was obviously gone. I tried to make sense of it and figure out how long the person had been there, and how I didn't know about it. I was gone from the house a lot with work, I suppose, and other stuff, but I just didn't know how it was possible for someone to live in there without me knowing. In any case, I continued cleaning until it got pretty late, and the next day after work, I continued. I was still kind of in shock with finding a secret room in my house, and decided to look at it once again. I opened the cabinet and went inside, then I pulled the lever open just like I had the previous day. But this time, as soon as I opened it, I saw movement, and then saw a person for a split second. They slammed the door back shut on me, and I immediately turned and ran all the way out of my house to my car, and then called the police. I was so scared that I started driving away as well. I opened up my phone and told the police the whole situation. They came to my house a short time later to find that whoever had been in there was now gone. I was absolutely disgusted knowing that this random person had access to my house for who knows how long. It felt like a vivid nightmare that I needed to wake up from. When I opened my phone to call the police, it showed the date was June 23rd, 2016, and I still remember this date 7 years later. It stayed with me like a scar that I don't know if I will ever really heal from. Luckily for me, I moved out the next week. I really don't know how long the person was living in my secret room, but thankfully it never gave me a problem. This happened in early February of 2005 in Concord, VA. I wasn't a true believer until, well, I saw what I saw. Even though it was almost 20 years ago now, it's something that I think about often. It literally changed my whole life in the matter of 5 seconds. Since then, I have also become somewhat sensitive to things that I can only explain as supernatural. So, let me set the scene. I was a super young mother to my first daughter who would turn 1 later that month. We used to live on this old curvy road where one end brings you to Lynchburg and the other to Appomattox. Like every morning back then, I was heading to Lynchburg, but of course I was speeding to make it on time to work for 5 in the morning. There was this part of the trip where it had super sharp curves that were snake-like, with an uphill at the end of the snake. There would always be huge packs of deer in this area, so you literally go 5 miles an hour with all the curviness, plus the deers. This strip of road didn't have any houses for at least 3 miles each way as well. Now, even though it was 20 years ago, I still remember every single little detail of this moment. Like the outside temperature was 17 degrees, to Usher's Confessions Part 2 was on the radio with the time being 4:43 in the morning. I remember the vanilla tree car freshener. I even remember what underwear I had on. Maybe that's too much information, but it's just kind of crazy that I even remember that stuff. In any case, I was speeding until I got to the stop of the snake and slowed to a basic crawl. But as I was entering the top of the snake, Usher started coming in and out of the speakers while my whole dash was slowly sort of dimming. Of course, I had a bit of a mini panic attack, thinking that my car was dying, but was confused because I still had plenty of power when I stepped on the gas. But by the second curve, I got the most intense feeling that I have ever had. I can only explain it as pain, sadness, fear, coldness, and just the feeling of being utterly lost. All I could do was bawl my eyes out, like a full-grown woman crying like a baby. And as I reached my last curve before the uphill, I saw him. I saw him leaning against the hill that was right next to the road. I first noticed his bare feet with his grey tattered pants. My first thought was, wait, it's the middle of winter. Where are this guy's shoes? But then I see his grey, thin, strange jacket, one that I'd never seen something like that before in my life. As I slowly made my gaze to his face, I realized suddenly that he didn't have a face, but rather just a shadow. I literally could make out every other detail but his face. It was just gone. Now, you know if you're going slow enough and you sort of hit your brakes, the red glow can see what's behind you in the mirrors? Well, this guy was just gone. And so were all those emotions that I had 2 seconds ago. I got out of there and drove on, and I made it to work, with only being 2 minutes late. That day after work, I decided to walk around downtown historical buildings, something I've never really done in the 5 months that I've worked there. That was the day that I learned what the Civil War soldiers actually looked like, and discovered my road was apparently used as a trail back in the day. I also had no clue that when a soldier would die that they would steal anything useful off of the fallen soldiers. Now, I know what I saw that day, and I can't tell who or what side that soldier came from because even though I thought that I'd seen the color gray, it was really just a ghost, and I mean, do they even really have colors? I live about a 10 to 15 minute walk away from the beach, and I made a point to walk to the beach more since it's been so hot lately. Anyway, I was with my sister and we had just come back from the beach. We passed this weird looking guy. He had scruffy hair and was wearing no shirt and giving a bit of a weird vibe. My dog, large German Shepherd, started going crazy though, barking and growling, and I had to get my sister to help hold my dog back from this guy. He said to me, "There's a big snake in the bush over there, you know," and pointed to it. I sort of nodded and we kept walking. He walked in the direction of the beach and we kept going on our way, but we started going a fair bit faster at this point because that guy was pretty creepy and we wanted to get out of there. We made it to this point where we have to wait a couple of minutes across the road because of cars, and that guy, I kid you not, comes out of the bushes, like emerges from nowhere. That means that he must have seen us, pretended to walk away, and then immediately cut through the bushes and started following us. We then started walking home, and he kept following us, sticking a few meters to the left. I then said in a loud voice, "I think that weird guy's following us," and he immediately turns around, walks up to this path that he already passed, and goes up it. We were pretty sure that he was still watching us and following us, so we made a plan to go a different direction, so as not to let him know where we live. We did circles for a bit, and then we went to our house and told our parents about what had happened. They were obviously pretty concerned about the whole thing, and we did circles for a bit, and when we were confident that he was gone, we then went to our house and told our parents about what had happened. I was sleeping in my dorm room and I was alone, and suddenly I woke up in the middle of the night and I couldn't move. I've had sleep paralysis a few times before, so I didn't really care too much and I tried to fall back to sleep again. Also, I have my bed against the wall. After almost 20 or so seconds, I then started hearing footsteps which were coming from the other side of the wall. They were not normal footsteps though, they sounded like someone was jumping aggressively or walking in a very weird manner. I was still sort of paralyzed throughout the experience, but I tried to bang on the wall as I thought that the girl from the other room is doing it intentionally. So I tried moving my hand, but I failed. Then I could hear those footsteps in the front of my bed, in my feet's direction, and they were ascending towards my head side. I could hear loud breathing now, and at that, I started to get scared. I had another bed on my right side which was empty. I looked through the side of my eye and I could see the mattress which had dents on it, as if someone was standing on the bed, and suddenly I could feel that someone had just started jumping on that bed aggressively. I was absolutely terrified and I was about to have a heart attack then and there, it felt, but slowly I got released from, well, the paralysis, I guess you could say, and I could still see those feet jumping on that bed though. I suddenly started chanting some mantras and it then disappeared and the curtains moved. I checked the time and it was 3:45 in the morning. I sat there for a bit, rubbing my eyes and wondering if I had just seen what I had seen. I still get shivers when I share this. I'm a religious person and I didn't really believe in the paranormal, but I am 1000% sure that there was something very bad and very negative there that day, jumping on that bed. I could sense the negativity around me for the entire time, and I have never felt this sort of negativity ever in my entire life. Long ago, on a pretty terrifying night, I had the most chilling experience that I have ever had. I was 15 years old, living in a small quiet town where everybody knew each other. It was a peaceful place, or so I thought at least, until that night. My parents were away for the weekend, leaving me in the care of my older sister, Emma. She was 16 and loved the idea of being in charge. That night, we decided to watch a movie, and halfway through there was a knock at the door. Emma paused the movie. We thought that it was just a neighbor or a friend perhaps, but when she opened the door, there was nobody there. We shrugged it off and went back to watch our movie. We weren't too bothered because we thought that it was just some of the other kids playing pranks or whatever. Later that night, I woke up to a weird tapping sound on my window. I must admit that I was a bit scared because of the dark, but I mustered up the courage to peek through the blinds. And there, in the dim moonlight, I saw someone or something in all black standing in our backyard just staring at the house. Upon seeing the figure, my heart began to race. I ran to Emma's room and I woke her up. When we both looked again, the figure was gone. The next day, we told our parents about the incident, but they said that it was probably just a lost traveler or maybe a neighbor's guest or whatever. But I couldn't shake off the feeling that something just wasn't right. The following night, the tapping, it returned, more persistent this time. It sounded like someone was intentionally trying to scare us at this point. I told Emma and she called our parents, but there was no answer. We were alone again and we were scared. Emma decided to call the police, but as soon as she picked up the phone, the tapping stopped. We felt relieved, but still a bit uneasy. We tried to sleep, but A sudden loud bang from downstairs jolted us both awake. Emma quickly grabbed a flashlight, and we tiptoed downstairs to see what the noise was. The living room was just a mess. Books from the shelves were thrown onto the floor, the couch cushions were scattered everywhere, and then we heard a whisper, a faint, eerie voice coming from the kitchen. It was singing a slow, sort of haunting tune. Emma signaled for us to sneak back upstairs, but as we turned, the kitchen light flicked on by itself. Upon seeing that, we bolted upstairs, locked ourselves in my room, and pushed my dresser against the door. We huddled together, listening as footsteps started coming up the stairs, slow and heavy. They stopped right outside of my room. The doorknob rattled gently, then more violently. We were trembling, holding each other tightly. The house then went silent for a moment. Then, a voice, soft and raspy, spoke from the other side of the door. "I know you're in there," it said. We did not dare to respond. Then the sound of footsteps receded. We stayed awake the whole night. We were scared to even breathe, to be honest. In the morning, our parents came back and found us asleep in my room, the dresser still blocking the door. We explained everything and they called the police. The officers found no sign of forced entry, but they did find footprints outside, beneath my window and around the house. After that incident, my parents installed security cameras and an alarm system. The police patrols in our area increased as well, but the scariest part was that they never really caught anyone. Sometimes when I'm alone, I still hear a faint tapping and I freeze, wondering if it's just my imagination or if whatever that was has returned. This was during the pandemic in San Francisco. The streets were a lot more bare than usual that day. I had recently moved to my new apartment in Nob Hill from the notorious Tenderloin district, which actually wasn't as terrible as it said, but I was still very happy to leave nevertheless. One night though, I was feeling a little bit nostalgic and missing the beer prices, so I wandered the street down to TL. I always wear headphones while walking, but this evening there was an inner voice that told me to turn them down and keep my eyes out. It was about 10 p.m. and I listened to that voice, but with little caution. I got down to my old hood, deep within the craziness where the only sign of the pandemic was masks on everybody's faces. I buy my 40 ounce of St. Ides and I head back up the steep hill to California Street to get home. Lo and behold, a few blocks out of the hood, I feel this dude behind me first. Even though the sidewalk is completely empty, I move to the side to let him pass, but guess what? He doesn't. I turn to see, well, his junk in his hand, trying to rub it all up on me. I scream at him and he scurries like a roach into the shadows. Mind you, the streets are getting real steep at this point. He's a bit chubby, so I'm like, let's book it up these hills. I get a few blocks up and like 30 floors later and no one is behind me. I breathe a sigh of relief and maybe I can just walk home now. When all of a sudden, like the Terminator, I swear, he appears from beneath the streetlight and starts coming after me faster than ever. I pick up my pace, feeling like I'm in the worst dream ever or some horror movie, but then realize that what I'm doing is the wrong move. So I stop, and I start screaming, but look around and there's not a soul. The streets were completely dead, and that really scared me. He started cornering me into this wall with his junk still out, and suddenly I remember to act like I saw a bear, like be big and yell, make them afraid of you. So I made myself as big as I could and crazy and pulled out my 40-ounce bottle and I said, "I'm going to kill you." I did end up with a few scratches and bruises, but it worked. That creep eventually ran off. Even still, I ran off scared as well, looking behind me every other moment, until I got to my favorite place, Ina Coolbrith Park, and I waited, shaking until I was sure that that psycho wasn't following me before I went home. Moral of the story, I suppose? Treat your aggressor like a bear, if you can. So about 5 years ago now, I lived in a flat. I'm from the UK, so a flat is basically an apartment. It was just me and my dad that lived there, and my dad has always been a workaholic, so he was away for weeks at a time. Weeks alone, which I'd have to fend for myself at 13. I didn't have any issue with this, to be honest, as I loved the independence, and I loved feeling like I had my own place as well. But I'll admit that I was a little bit lonely. I mean, I didn't have any friends at the time, my parents had just separated, and my mum didn't want much to do with either of us, so I never really saw her. Anyway, a couple of months after moving in, I was home alone. My dad had just gone away for work for whatever reasons, and he wouldn't be back until the weekend. Everything was going fine. There were no issues at all until I got tired and I went to bed that night. I wasn't deliriously tired or anything. I am an insomniac though, so sleep just sort of evades me most of the time. What I mean is that I'll feel tired until my head hits the pillow and then my brain comes to life and just will not shut off. But I shut all the lights off, got into bed, and I looked over at the foot of it. And when I did, that's when I noticed that something was stood there. It wasn't a person, and there were no features. It was just some sort of, shadow, stood, not moving, at the end of my bed. I freaked out, obviously, and tried the whole thing of closing my eyes and opening them, etc. He disappeared when I opened them again, but I could still feel eyes on me. Naturally, I assumed that I was just paranoid about being home alone, even though I was completely used to it at this point, and never freaked out or worried about it before. So I put the light back on and I went to sleep. I tried not to think about it, went to school the next day, just got on with life, stuff like that. I mean, I've always had a strong imagination anyway, so it was probably all just in my head. But he was there the next night too, stood at the foot of my bed, looking at me. I could feel his eyes on me before I saw him. He had no face, just some sort of silhouette, but I could feel it. I don't know how else to describe the way it felt, but the way I knew something was there was weird, even if I wasn't looking at it at first. It was terrifying, but I don't know, I felt comforted maybe, almost by him being there. It didn't feel like this shadow wanted to kill me or whatever, more like he was watching over me perhaps. I don't know, it's weird and I've never been able to properly explain it. I've always brushed this off as just some kind of sleep paralysis, but I was never asleep when I saw him. I was never tired or unable to move, never fresh from a nap or something like that. I'd be fully conscious and he would just suddenly be there. Like I said, he wasn't threatening and I learned to live with it. Seeing him whenever the lights went out and I was home alone was always a bit of a fright, but I got used to it. But then, the second one appeared. The second one was smaller, and the only way that I can describe it is by saying that he reminded me vividly of the mum from Hereditary, when she's crouched on the ceiling. He stayed in my peripheral at all times as well, which was very unnerving, and he first started showing up in the bathroom. I'd be using the toilet and he would be there, waiting for me. He felt threatening, like he was ready to pounce at any given moment, and it panicked me so badly that I often refused to use the bathroom, wash myself or brush my teeth, because he was always in there, even when the light was on. The worst part though was that I could hear his feet against the ceiling as he sort of chased me whenever I ran out of the bathroom. Like the sound of someone running after you, but his hands and feet were against the ceiling, so it was more like an animal chasing you. I was absolutely terrified of him, and I never got used to it. I lost a lot of sleep over that period of time and continued for about 6 months, until suddenly they just stopped. I didn't see either of the shadow things anymore. and to this day, I've never been able to explain what the heck it was. I've spoken with counselors about it, and their only response is that it's some way of my brain coping with neglect or something like that. But I just cannot help but feel like it really wasn't purely my imagination. Who knows, maybe I am crazy, or maybe there is some sort of psychological reason behind it, but I will never be able to forget the sound of rapid footsteps behind me like that, or the feeling of eyes crawling all over me like 1,000 bugs as I slept. I've since stopped talking to friends about it because they think that I'm an undiagnosed schizophrenic or something. But there's something inside of me that just cannot accept my imagination, curating all of that. So, am I crazy? And if I'm not, well, what the heck were they? I'm a girl living in Northern Europe. I won't go into too much detail as to where this happened because I don't want people to recognize me from this story. This story, though, takes place in October when I had a part-time job in this research center. This was in a bigger city, not like in the middle of it, but it was a 30-minute bus ride from where I lived at the time. Keep in mind, too, that the workplace was in an industrial estate, so the only people that really spent time in the area were the workers from these companies. I worked all 3 shifts, morning, evenings, and nights, but I did mostly night shifts because none of my co-workers really wanted them, and I'm a bit of a night owl anyway, so that 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. shift worked really well for me. Now, this happened on one of those night shifts. It was a Thursday night, and I was one of the 3 workers there that night. We didn't work together. We all were in our own sort of departments doing different kinds of work, also far from each other in the building. I worked at a chem lab doing water analysis, so it was not any kind of customer service job. We were basically all alone, and it got usually really quiet and rather peaceful. We had no security guards, but it was pretty much impossible to enter the building without an identification card. All doors were locked, and everyone that worked there had these cards where you hold it in the sensor on the door and it opens. You also got to use the card when leaving the building as well. These locked doors were not only on the outside, but also on the inside of the building as well. So if anyone somehow managed to get through the first door without the card, they couldn't really get any further into the building, to the labs for example. The door locks again immediately after you get in or out as well. Considering all of that, we never really had to worry about someone uninvited getting in, even in the nighttime. This particular night, I took a bus and headed to work. I greeted my co-workers that were leaving as their shifts had just ended, and met the other night shifters in the women's dressing room. All normal, I was in a good mood, and so were my 2 co-workers. When our shift started, we parted our ways and went to different labs. I was 3 hours into my shift at 1 a.m. when I decided that I needed to take a 20-minute break. The 2 co-workers had went to their break earlier than me, so I had to go alone this time. Our break room was this sort of lounge area where there was a couple of long tables, chairs, mini kitchen, and a bathroom. I'm not gonna lie, this big hall with old flickering ceiling lights was not my favorite place to be alone at 1 in the morning, when the whole building is almost empty and it's pitch black outside. There were big windows in the lounge, but I couldn't see anything out of them, just darkness pretty much. There was always this same eerie vibe at night, so I was used to it, I guess. 5 minutes into my break, I decided that I was going to go outside to smoke a cigarette. I put on a jacket, took my stuff with me, and opened the door with the card. Now, we had this sort of smoking place in the back of the parking lot, about 1 minute walk from the door. If I said I wasn't scared to be alone in an empty parking lot at night as a young girl, I definitely would be lying. This was the only thing I really did not like about the night shifts, but I really needed that cigarette. Nothing bad had ever happened before, and I live in a generally safe country, so I basically just hoped for the best. But there was this really nasty-looking white plastic chair in the smoking place. I sat in it, and I lit my cigarette. From the smoking place, I could see clearly to the entrance of the building. There were bright lights above the door. Usually, I just stared at that door without even noticing it. I mean, it was a night in the industrial estate area, and there were not many interesting things to really look at, when all of a sudden, I noticed a person walking up to the door. It was a man in a trench coat and a top hat, holding a briefcase. I had never seen this man before, in my work or anywhere near this place. This man stood still in front of the door, not moving at all, facing the door. Even though nothing seemingly bad had happened yet, just a weird man standing by the door, I cannot even explain in words how scared I suddenly become. I had to somehow get past that man to get back inside. He doesn't know that I'm here, he didn't see me, but what if he does something to me when I'm trying to get inside? Is he trying to get inside? What does he want, and who is he? This was the only door where I could enter the building from outside, so really I had no choice but to try and ignore that man on the door and get inside. But what on earth is this weirdly dressed man doing in this area, at 1 o'clock in the morning of all times? There is clearly something that he wanted from us, and I wasn't even sure if I wanted to know what that was. I started walking towards the man in the door while he was still standing, not knowing that I'm here in the parking lot. The closer that I got, though, the more scared I got. I had to stop and think again. I knew that it was part of my job to confront unwanted people, trying to get in and tell them how to contact our customer services, but keep in mind, this is 1 in the morning. A weird man who appeared out of thin air and an 18-year-old girl alone. I had this gut feeling that I should not go to that door. I decided to call my coworker that was there that night and ask if she could meet me at the door and let me in, so I didn't need to face this man alone. So I went and hid behind my coworker's car that was in a parking lot to make a call. I was hiding behind the car in this position where I could still see this man through the car windows. I wanted to see if he would leave, and if he did, where he would go. My coworker answers the call, and when I start whispering in the phone and explaining the situation, I watch in horror as the man turns around and stares right at the car that I was now hiding behind. I don't know if he actually saw me. I don't think that he did, but he for sure heard that there was a woman talking behind this car. And what happened next was honestly straight out of a horror film. When this man found out that there was someone behind the car, he started slowly and quietly approaching me, not knowing that I could see him through the window. But here's the thing, he didn't walk, he didn't run. Instead, he was on all fours, crawling towards the car. I couldn't even scream. I mean, I just froze from fear and the phone dropped from my hand. When this man was getting closer to the car, I see both of my coworkers opening the door, waving and screaming at me to run and come in. And they did not need to tell me twice. I ran inside quickly, so fast the man didn't even have time to react, and when he got up and started running after me, the door was suddenly closed. The second that he heard the door lock itself, he then just suddenly turned around and started speed walking away, eventually disappearing into the darkness. We called the cops immediately, and they came not long after. They didn't find anything or anyone. That man just disappeared as fast as he had appeared, and no one has seen him since. After the shift, my co-workers walked me to the bus stop and they waited with me till the bus arrived, making sure that I got home safely. I am forever thankful, though, to these lovely women for opening the door for me before that man got me, and who knows what he would have done to me. I haven't done any night shifts after that, and for sure I never will ever again. I've lived on this property since I was 2 years old, and when I was little, I thought that it was normal to play with people who weren't really there. I thought that it was normal to play with people who weren't really there. I guess I chalked it up to being what imaginary friends meant. As I got older, I stopped playing so much. I got tired and was a typical moody teen. but I never mentally stopped thinking of the people that I played with as spirits and ghosts. I also never told anyone about this. But here's where things got weirder. I'm mentally ill and I experience hallucinations. I also have a form of dissociative identity disorder. At the time, I was the only personality and I had just started recovering memory of being a system, trauma reasons. So when I started hallucinating figures and feeling people in my head, I thought it was just the system reforming. Around the same time, my older brother's life partner came to visit. She actually sees an FBI psychic fairly often apparently, and for years the psychic had been asking if she knew of a specific property. You may see where this is going, but sure enough, the property that they'd been talking about for years is the same one that I grew up on and live on still. A fun fact about the area that we live, we're only a few miles away from the old asylum. It is appropriately spooky feeling, even if it looks normal, but the FBI psychic and my sister-in-law asked to do a cleansing on the property. So the whole family ends up working out there where the corners of our property are and bringing containers of salt there. Sister-in-law warns us that we might feel weird that night as they do the cleansing. That night I get really sick as well. I sleep poorly, have hot flushes and nightmares, and when I wake up in the morning I suddenly feel lighter and emptier than I've ever felt before. I also no longer from that point on felt or hallucinated ever again. I spent the entire morning trying to wrap my head around the idea that my brain was apparently haunted or something. We later heard from the psychic and my sister-in-law that our property became a place of solace for spirits from the asylum apparently, and they helped the spirits move on to heal. Later, my sister-in-law came and found me. She told me that the spirits I played with as a kid wanted me to know that they'd apparently come back one day to say goodbye properly. She also told me that my biological maternal grandma was watching over me, but she also tried to kidnap me when she was alive, so I mostly ignored that part. But the weird thing is that, like I said, I'd never told any of this to anyone. It was really nice to know, though, that the people that I played with were actually real, that they came here to feel safe, that they cared about me as much as I adored them as a kid. Also, I now have the best wild story to tell at parties, I suppose. No one can beat, yeah, my brain was haunted for a bit. I don't believe in ghosts, and if I saw someone that I don't know and trust, like on TV for example, telling a ghost story, then I always struggle to believe them. That being said, I had an experience when I was around 10 years old that I'd like to share with you guys. This was in approximately 2003. So my friend and I were walking to football training. I live in a quiet countryside town in Scotland. To get to the football training, we would walk past the tennis courts as it saved a lot of time. The tennis courts are located at the bottom of a wide open grassy area, and next to the tennis courts is a slope section of ground that runs the length of the court. I think it's meant to be the stand where people can sit or stand and watch. It was sort of like a grassy pyramid that's been stretched out in length. There's a path that leads down to the stand and it just stops. On the far side of the stand is a small wooded area. We were on the path walking down to the tennis courts. It was broad daylight. No one was around. The wooded area briefly falls out of view as the path is on the slight decline. We walk up the hill of the stand onto the main body of it, and there's a woman standing at the tree line. She stood there with her hands clasped in front of her, looking directly at us. My friend and I are walking toward her. She stood between a fence and a small stream that's guarded by a waist-height fence. We walked the length of the court, now less than 10 meters from her. She hasn't moved. She's just continued to stand and stare. We turn at the bottom of the court now with our back to her. We haven't said a word, but we looked at each other and we just ran. The woman was grey in appearance, but wasn't transparent or anything. She looked like a real person, but she was sort of uniform color, washed out looking, clothes included. It's a bit hard to describe. But she didn't move once, and I don't mean that she just stood still. She didn't move at all. She was three-dimensional for sure, but it was like she was a cutout that had been placed there almost. That's how still she was. My first thought too wasn't that it was actually a ghost. It was only afterward did we realize that might have actually just happened. There is nowhere that this woman could have come from, mind you. There are 2-meter fences blocking everywhere apart from the far side entrance to the tennis court and the approach that we used to get there. The far side entrance line of sight is never broken either. The stand only obscures a part of the wooded section for a moment, but when we looked back, she was just simply not there. We must have broken line of sight for, at the most, 5 to 10 seconds, and then there she was again. The village that I lived in is small, and I've never seen this person before, and I've never seen her since. For a good 10 years too, that area would always terrify me at night. I would hug the fence until I had to turn my back to the area that we saw her, at which point I would always run. It didn't matter how muddy the grass was either. It was always genuinely too frightening to care about the condition of my shoes or anything like that. And I really just don't know how to explain this. I tell people that I don't believe in ghosts if they ask, but I always offer this story as a consolation, I guess. Looking back on it, I wish that I would have spent more time looking at her, as it was happening despite not realizing what I was potentially looking at. The unbroken eye contact was really unsettling though. It made it difficult to look at her, I guess. That friend and I, we don't really speak anymore. We haven't for around 15 years, but I actually bumped into him in town about 4 years ago. And the first question that I asked him once the greetings were over and done with was, "You remember when we saw that ghost?" And he said, "Yeah, I do, mate." So my childhood home was almost undeniably haunted, but not in the scary Hollywood trope style. More just other people or things sharing our living space and actually being quite helpful. Stuff such as when we were looking for a toy or a certain piece of clothing, we would hear a noise and then find what we were looking for in that direction. My mum was big into spirituality and duality, and we were always taught to be respectful of the unknown and it wouldn't bother us. However, there was one area in that house that just felt off for some reason. The kitchen was black and white alternating tile apart from the bottom left corner where, for some reason, 3 black tiles had been placed next to each other, and for some reason anybody that stepped on these tiles immediately experienced nausea and loss of balance. So much so that my dad installed a grab rail by the door. Now, one of my earliest memories was of being around 6 and following mum around the kitchen, just generally being an annoying kid. I remember vividly fiddling with her Rubik's Cube at that age. I couldn't solve it, and so I used it more like a fidget toy, I guess. But I remember vividly walking over these tiles, losing my balance, and dropping the cube, but whether it was the sound of me falling or some other reason, I never heard the cube hit the floor, and no matter how much we looked, we could just never find it. My kid brother at the time was 3 years younger than me, and says that he saw the cube go into the floor. I'm guessing my mum just wrote this off as a child's imagination at the time. He doesn't remember this now, by the way. But cut to today, 24 years later, and after 12 or 13 years of renting this house out, my mum has made the tough decision to sell the property to help pay for my grandparents' care home and medical fees. Both have quite severe Alzheimer's and dementia, and my nan is currently receiving palliative care for bowel cancer as well. Myself and my brother were generally touching up some paintwork and tidying the living room up when we heard a plastic clunk from the kitchen. When we walked in, there was a plastic Rubik's Cube sitting right in the middle of these 3 black tiles. Mind you, it wasn't dusty or dirty as if it had been there for ages. It was clean and freezing cold to the touch, covered in what I can only guess was condensation. Now, my brother doesn't remember this incident, but I found my mum in an upstairs bedroom and she is adamant that we're playing some sort of trick or prank on her. Then, all of a sudden, a really horrid feeling started coming over me. Like the feeling you get when you know that you've done something wrong or messed up in a really big way, and somehow the situation seems irreparable, if that makes sense. Just a really foreboding feeling. I'm currently sat in my car sharing this with you guys, and I'm just generally freaked, which isn't something that usually happens to me. Every time I so much as glance at the house now, I get a really sickly feeling in my stomach. I'm just wondering too if anybody has had any experience with anything similar, or if you have any advice. This happened about a month ago. For a bit of background, me, my cousin, and my brother took classes over the summer at a local college. Me and my cousin, we took a biology class, while my brother took a pre-calculus class. My brother's class ends later than our class, giving us about a 2-hour window where we would sit around the college to wait for him. The drive back and forth is about an hour, so we always wait to conserve gas. During the encounter, we were waiting for him at the cafeteria, passing the time. After a while, this woman in a wheelchair shows up in front of some vending machines a couple of feet in front of us. I paid it no mind, but she sat in front of that vending machine for a good 10 to 15 minutes and started to play loud music. It startled me, and so I looked up at her. She then looked at us and asked, "Do any of you boys have 10 cents that I can use for the vending machine?" I had 2 $5 bills in my pocket in case I needed some food, so I gave her a 5 and I got handed back my change. Then she asked for another favor. This time it was to bring her to a parking lot near the football stadium where her ride would be waiting. She said that she had never been there and she needed some guidance. I figured that there was no harm in helping her, so I took the handles, but she immediately stopped me and asked for my cousin instead. I was being pretty oblivious during this entire encounter, so I didn't even realize how strange that request was, and didn't notice any of the strange things that she did until later. I also want to clarify that she was able to move on her own just fine, so the request for her to push at all was a bit strange too. And as my cousin was pushing her, she kept looking back at me and giving an uncanny smile, like it was meant to be a friendly smile, but it came off more like she had some sort of malicious intent. In any case, after we arrived, she looks at us and asks, "Could you stay with me until my ride comes?" Still giving us a smile. We reluctantly agreed. You know, once I had to go back and forth from here in the other parking lot, it was so annoying, she recalls as we wait. Me and my cousin shuffled at this because we found this extremely unsettling. This was because it meant that she had lied to us about not knowing where she was going. Even stranger, she tells me about how she loves to smash glass bottles to tame her anger, like the glass bottles that she had in her hands at that moment. I hadn't caught on to the strangeness just yet, but my cousin was really unnerved. He was trying to discreetly point out that no cameras were around, and that not many people were around, but I didn't catch much of it. At some points while we were waiting, also this one car would keep circling the parking lot. We asked if it was her ride, but she told us that her ride was a van apparently. At that time, our ride came, so we just apologized and left. Now, we've told many other people about this story, and they all agree that she was acting pretty strange. Later, I realized how it seemed like she was trying hard to be friendly, how anxious she seemed, and how many of the things that she said just didn't match up and seemed off as well. The main thing, though, that fueled me seeing this as odd was the fact that according to my cousin and his sibling, me and my brother's other cousin, there was an email sent out warning people about a potential human trafficking scheme caught on campus. I couldn't confirm the validity of it because me and my brother aren't actually enrolled into the school and therefore don't get messages about anything going on around campus, and my cousin has been known to play stupid jokes like that. Nevertheless, it's caused me to re-look at what happened through that lens. What do you all think? Do you think that I'm just being paranoid, or did she actually have bad intentions? Also, I should mention too that the email about the potential human trafficking ring had described someone who looked eerily similar to that woman that we walked to that location, being the very front man of that operation. Last May, I moved into an old 6-bedroom house in a neighborhood of Mexico City. The house has been shared among a group of friends, colleagues for a couple of years. It's a bit of a revolving door as far as the tenants and roommates go. Several of these people have shared creepy stories about the house. Most of the stories lacked any meaningful detail, I guess you could say, like the window rattled or something like that. I didn't take anyone seriously is what I'm getting at. I thought that they were all just paranoid. That is, until last Friday night. It seems somewhat worth noting that most of these stories happen on or adjacent to our back patio. No idea why. On Friday night, myself, one roommate, Diego, and his girlfriend were all sitting at a table on the patio talking. It was already after dark, so we had the patio light turned on. Our sliding glass patio door was open. At roughly 8:15 p.m., someone turned off the patio light on us and slammed the sliding glass door shut. For context, the patio light switch is located inside the house, so we couldn't see who could have flipped the switch like that. Diego commented, "That was rude." It was abrupt, but not that strange, I guess. Our other roommates, Armando and Carly, live upstairs and are sometimes sensitive about sound and whatnot. I assumed that maybe that they had heard us and got annoyed, or maybe they didn't hear us and simply thought that we left the light on and the door open when we left. I stood up, went inside, turned the light back on, and this time when I turned to the patio, I slid the glass door closed. The next afternoon, I talked to Armando and he said that he and Carly, their boyfriend and girlfriend, had left the house at around 7:30 p.m. on the Friday to visit the mall and see a baseball game. In other words, they were not home when the lights shuttered and the door closed. I was surprised by that, I must admit. Anyway, that same Saturday afternoon at the same patio table that we were sitting the evening before, Diego and 3 friends were having a beer. There was one empty chair at the table, when suddenly the empty chair, or someone sitting in the empty chair, whistled at everyone. Everyone paused and looked at each other. On Monday, yesterday, I ran into Beto, a friend of the company who used to live in that house. I told him about the weekend and he said, "Wait until you see the girl." This was the second, possibly third time that I'd heard of a little girl in the house. Another instance was by the manager of our company, Yolo, who also told me that she saw a little girl in the house as well. This really should be impossible though, as almost no one here has children, and none of the parents that we know have ever brought their kids to the house. Now, I understand that these are all fairly minor instances, I guess, and maybe they could be explained away. Maybe one or more of our friends are tricksters, who knows? But it's really starting to feel like that is not the case. Some other slightly off occurrences too are that someone randomly threw straws out the window at our friends while they sat on the patio, but nobody was home. Julian saw someone move inside Diego's bedroom through the window when Diego wasn't even home. Armando heard voices directly outside of his bedroom door, as if someone was in the hall, when nobody was home. This particular case is the only one where we thought that the voices may have just carried from perhaps outside because the house is big and kind of echoey. And there are other small things that have happened too, but the reason why I share this is because I'm wondering, is there any way to research this? Is there any way to confirm the presence of this little girl or anyone else in this house? I know very little about this kind of thing, and as I mentioned, I've always been a bit of a skeptic. But I must admit that my curiosity, it's getting the better of me now. When I was in basic training for the army, I was in a barracks that I honestly believed was haunted. The main experience that I had that makes me believe this was what happened one night while I was on fire guard. For context, for fire guard, at least when I did basic, there would be one person up at a time. They would have an hour shift, Then they would wake up the next person, and so on and so forth. Some of the other people were saying that they had paranormal experiences too at this time, where they had seen, heard lockers being slammed shut when nobody was awake, and they heard clothes hangers moving in closed lockers as well. They would also say that they felt like they were being watched. I hadn't seen anything myself, so I just brushed it off, at least until this one night. So I was on fire guard from 2 a.m. to 3 a.m. I was just doing what I needed to do and cleaning. All of a sudden, though, I hear a locker slam shut. I was in the bathroom area at the time. I walked out to see what was going on. I assumed someone was awake, but nobody was. I go back to the bathroom area and finish my work. I then go back to the desk that is towards the entrance of the barracks. As I'm sitting there, I feel like I'm being watched. I try to ignore it when suddenly I hear what sounds like clothes hangers moving in one of the lockers that were beside me. Nobody was there, mind you. I couldn't get back to sleep when my shift was over after that, and when everybody was awake the next morning, they all said that they had heard a locker slam too, and that each of them were in their bunks. Two or three times a year, we vacation in a cabin in the wilderness. Me, my wife, and our 3 young children and 2 dogs. I'm no stranger to the wild and have made a lot of multiple day and week solo trips in national parks and even in the Arctic Circle. Yesterday, too, I went for a 10-mile solo hike, and at the farthest point, after 2 hours, I heard my children arguing, playing, crying, laughing, and calling me from the forest. I was totally alone, and my first instinct was to run through the thick brush and trees where the sound was coming from, but then I realized that there's no way that it could be my kids, and I should just walk on and try to ignore it. I decided to walk back to the cabin in the end. The whole family was there, and they told me that they had never left. Now, I know how my children sound, and I swear that it was them. Later, I realized the combination of all the sounds, laughing, crying, playing, etc., made no sense. So, what was this? What did I actually hear? This past spring, my husband and I went to Acadia National Park in Maine. There are tons of cabins to rent surrounding the historic town. We rented a small cabin and had our dog with us. We had been there 2 days with no issues. I had found a private side road a few hundred feet from the cabin that led to some newer, nice houses. I even saw a woman putting her elementary-aged children in her Subaru. In other words, I felt perfectly fine on that quarter-mile track. I also chose to walk my dog down that road because the cabin was along a highway and it backed up against thick woods. Now, the first 2 days I walked my dog down that road, I didn't have any issues. The third day, however, I was walking in the morning and, I don't know, I just got a really weird feeling. I felt like I needed to turn back, so in the end I did. My dog at that moment started to whine in a way that I'd never heard her whine before, nor since then. She looked into the woods while yipping, so I decided to book it back to the cabin. There were 2 dirt footpaths that led to this road. I only took the one near the cabin and not the other one near the barn on the property that we were staying at. I get back to the cabin eventually and I let my husband know what happened, and he got this look on his face. He then told me that the night before, he had walked our dog towards the barn nearby and taken the other footpath. On the side by the trees, he saw what looked like animal skulls, 2 empty liquor bottles, candles, and other items arranged in a deliberate way on a table in the woods. He also got a terrible feeling, and he retreated too. My husband is in the military and has been to war and has seen some stuff, so he really doesn't scare easily, but this really creeped him out. It further freaked us out too because I realized that we got the bad feeling near that barn. Even my dog was on edge after that, and so was I. Needless to say, I was pretty happy that we were on our way shortly thereafter. It also turned out that that was the night of a full moon, so we hypothesized that it was possibly set up for perhaps a ritual or as an altar, maybe for a cult. I've been thinking about this for years, and to be honest, I'm still baffled. So when I was a child, maybe 11, I lived near the river in Pulaski County on very private land. It was one road, no walkthroughs, fenced off. Behind our property was a river, and we could walk to it, but anyone trying to access the property would have to boat or swim in, stumble through the woods, stumble through a large garden that we had, and a larger yard with huge floodlights that were motion sensing. In front of the house was more dense woods and our private road, one way in, one way out, more porch lights, and at the end of that road was a steel gate. So I was maybe 9 or 10, and I wanted to catch fireflies that evening. My mum said okay, gave me a mason jar, and I went to leave and told my mum that I was turning off the front porch light to see them better. She said that that was okay, but not to go to the tree line. So I was out there for maybe 6 or 7 fireflies worth when I started to see something odd. There was a strange light hanging in between some trees. It didn't move, didn't turn, shake, rotate, or anything. I stared at it for a while, fascinated and scared, but trying to puzzle out what it was. It looked to be a ball and not a beam, and was definitely well defined. I was starting to get past my fascination, and I began to get a bit scared. Then another appeared further in the trees, maybe 5 feet further back. They were literally just hanging there in the air, single balls of light, clearly defined. I decided that enough was enough, and I ran to the house. My parents said that I was hysterical enough to warrant a rifle search of the property, and my mum called the police, who came out. In the end, though, nobody found anything. No evidence of a fire, lanterns hung in the trees, or a joke. Nothing. I already knew that it was neither, but I hoped someone would figure it out in the end. But I was in deep trouble with my dad, who told me that I was making up nonsense, and I got the belt that evening and was put on a diet of stacking wood for the winter that my dad was splitting, housework, etc. That was obviously no fun, but the reason why I'm sharing this is, does anyone have any idea of what this could have been? My siblings and I seem to have all had experiences with the same thing. Well, my sister and I have only caught a glimpse, but my brothers have gotten a good look many times. The spirit has a stereotypical horror movie look, I guess you could say. It appears as a pale woman, average height, thin, with long dark hair down to at least her waist. Her hair is dirty, oily, down to the ends, so it almost looks wet. She wears a white dress or gown, also very dirty and yellowed. Her feet are dirty too, and she seems to always appear barefoot. Her skin is sickly white and really veiny. I only saw her once and got the impression that she was ill, like physically deceased or whatever. My brother is the only one of us who's seen her face. He says anytime that he's seen her, she's looking right at him, usually standing over him when he's laying down or looming behind him, smiling excessively like she means to taunt him. He woke up to see her standing beside his bed most nights for a year or maybe even more than that. He says that she made him too scared to move, that she was smiling but looked like she hated him. I think he said that she whispered something to that effect to him before too. He even saw her in the backseat of his car once and almost crashed. I've only seen her once in a dream. In the dream, I'm standing in the bedroom. The three of us had to share in the small apartment that we moved into right after our parents divorced. It's dark in the room, but I can see the lamp in the living room is on, so I walk to it. Standing in the living room, I see that the light is on in the kitchen. The kitchen had a bar over the countertop and a row of cabinets drilled into the ceiling, so they made a long, narrow window. The woman was suspended in the air, laying flat like on a bed. The first thing that I saw was her oily hair dangling. Then I noticed the backs of her arms and hands. Her dress was hanging from her, the backs of her calves and the dirty black heels of her feet. She was high enough off the ground that the upper cabinets blocked everything else. The dream had an uncomfortable feeling though, like I had wandered in and was seeing something that I wasn't supposed to. I remember being afraid of her and wanting to leave before she noticed me. Then I woke up and that was it. My brother and I were swapping ghost stories a few years later though, and I told him about it. He'd never mentioned his experiences with the woman to me before that, and spilled it all after. I asked why he'd never brought her up, and he said that seeing her made him feel crazy. He felt relieved, in fact, when he heard that I had seen her too. We then called my sister up and asked if she had ever seen anything in many places that we lived in as kids, making a point not to share what we had talked about. She eventually told us that she'd seen the dark silhouette of a woman with long hair in a light-colored dress one night watching her from the hallway of the apartment in my dream, the divorce apartment. She and my brother were both awake for their experiences. My sister experienced sleep paralysis too for the first time in the divorce apartment. She never saw anything when this happened, just felt something malevolent in the room with her. Her sleep paralysis continued on to my grandmother's apartment, who they moved in with after I got married and moved away. That's where, and around the time that my brother started to see her, she tormented him for a long time as well. I didn't have my dream until some years after she stopped, and he hasn't seen her since. But I think about this a lot and wonder sometimes about what exactly she is, how long she followed us around, why she was so bold and aggressive with my brother but not my sister and I, and also why she stopped. For my brother's sake though, I'm glad that she did. I used to live with my now ex-partner in a 2-bedroom flat here in the UK. It was a strange layout. You entered a sort of communal door and right in front of you was your own door to then enter your flat. After that, you had around 12 steps up to the landing. On this floor was a bedroom, bathroom, and the main bedroom. To get to your kitchen and living room, which was all one room, you then had to go up to another set of around 10 steps. Now, as mentioned, I lived here with my partner at the time around 13 years ago. It was a cheap rental and all we could afford at the time. Nothing seemed off in the beginning, but weeks into living there, messed up things started to happen. And yes, we did move because of it as well. The first things to happen were passed off as explainable, I guess. Things like electrical issues, the kettles turning on and off by itself, lights being on when you knew for certain that you'd turn them off. However, around 1 month into living there, it turned into sounds and one vision from a close friend. My ex and I still talk about it to this day now and again. But I had 9 of my favorite records framed in rows of 3 and hung onto the living room wall. As they were all collectibles, I ensured that they were placed firmly to nails that I had drilled in the wall. One day I was lying on the sofa and the next minute, one of the records flew across the living room floor. I jumped and picked it up, expecting to see that the ridge was broken and it simply dropped. But it didn't. Not only that too, but it didn't drop directly below where you would expect it to. But it was now at the other side of the living room. I tried to be rational, maybe out of fear I guess, and didn't automatically jump to assuming that it was a ghost, so I passed it off. Looking back now, this ghost liked to throw things. After this though, a few days passed. My partner and I were standing in the open kitchen chatting and putting shopping away. The next minute, very clearly, footsteps came running up the stairs. Fast footsteps that sounded like they were going to barge in and attack us or tell us seriously important news or something. This all happened in seconds, so we really didn't have time to do anything apart from stand there and wait to see who it was. Maybe an intruder? A friend or a drunk person? But no one had a key to our place, apart from the 2 of us and the landlord. But in the end, nobody appeared. We both looked at each other in disbelief, and I went to the stairs and all our windows were closed. Our flat door was locked from the inside. This, though, was the start of me either thinking that we were both going crazy or spirits were real. After that, my partner and I both sat down to talk about what the heck just happened. She stupidly decided to name the ghost. She named it Biddy. I remember telling her to stop it as I was freaked out and trying to stay level-headed. She laughed at me and said aloud something along the lines of, "All right, Biddy, cut it out, you weirdo," and scoffed. I tutted and went to bed in a foul mood as the event had really creeped me out, as I couldn't explain what the heck just happened. For the next few weeks, things were really quiet though. I started to relax again by telling myself that maybe the flat next to us had the same creaky step and the walls let in a sound. We decided that weekend to have a friend come to stay overnight and have a movie night. That friend's name was C, and this is when things really heated up. I should reference at this point that my partner and I were in a same-sex relationship. We're both female and the mutual friend that we had over is also female. We watched Spice World, 90s Kids and all that, and went to bed. C stayed in the spare room, which was on the same level as our bedroom. My partner and I were settling down in bed when C BBM'd me, instant message like WhatsApp, around 20 minutes later, and asked if we were okay and why one of us were pacing back and forth in the bathroom. Now, from the spare bedroom, if you looked out the window, you would be able to see the translucent bathroom window. I messaged back saying that nobody was in the bathroom. The next minute, C came running into our room crying and shouting that there's somebody in there. I ran out and kicked open the bathroom door, which was already half open. But when I did, nobody was there. I checked upstairs, the windows, and to ensure our front door was locked. Everything was really as it should be. I didn't know what to do, so again I tried to be rational and calm her, saying that maybe it was just a shadow from outside or something. The three of us had a cigarette and sat up in our bed talking about what she had seen and discussed the other strange happenings in the flat. The more we talked too, the more I knew that this just wasn't normal. My partner said, "Get lost to Biddy, you're not wanted here." I told her once more to stop it. I didn't like naming it. I think making a joke out of it relaxed her, I guess. I mean, what else do normal day-to-day people do in a situation like this anyway? The next morning came and we said goodbye to C and that we would catch up with her the following weekend. There were days in that flat in hindsight which were sunny and bright, and other days that something just always felt off, like a heavy feeling in the air that's hard to describe. Some time had passed though, I can't be sure how long exactly, but I'd assume another couple of weeks. Not much happened, but we had another friend from Scotland come to stay with us for the weekend. I remember asking my partner should we tell her about the recent events, and she said no, it would only freak her out and she wouldn't stay. Plus, really, we had no solid evidence that we had a ghost. I agreed that it was probably a good idea to just keep it quiet. I didn't like to think about it more than I needed to anyway. And this friend's name was N. That weekend, my partner, N, and I ordered Chinese food and had a couple of drinks. Our friend C also decided to join us, but I had texted her previously saying not to mention Biddy. She told me that she wouldn't, and right enough, she never mentioned the name again. But as we were all eating our food and chatting, I totally forgot that I didn't actually hoover the back bedroom where C and N were going to share the bed for the night. Everyone told me not to worry, but I felt like I needed to give it a quick hoover anyway and tidy it up before they used it. I told them to give me 10 minutes and I'd be back with them. I went into the spare room to lift the hoover when I swear to you that my senses just told me that something was off. It was as if the room turned quieter, then almost like silence itself. I stood still listening to my surroundings when I heard what I can only describe as a sort of gurgling sound, like the noise that you'd hear when someone was choking on a lot of water. It was coming directly from behind me as if it were right up behind my back. And man, as I share this, boy do I get goosebumps on my arms. I was too afraid to move, wanting to run out of the room but physically unable to. I must have stood there with this gurgling in my ears for around 30 seconds, which honestly seemed like a lifetime, before I had the courage to turn around. I turned around and there was nothing there but a wisp of cool air passed through me. My heart felt like it was going to fall out of my chest. It was beating that loudly. I ran up the stairs to where everybody was, and my partner could tell by my face that something had happened. She put a cigarette out, grabbed my arm, and brought me down into our bedroom. She asked if I was okay, and I told her what had just happened. Now, although she was only 5'3", she was fierce. She marched into the spare bedroom, and she just cursed Biddy out loud. I cannot remember the exact names that she called her, but it wasn't nice. I told her to tell our friends that I wasn't feeling well and that I was going to bed early. I just needed to be alone, and believe it or not, sitting with company sounded worse than being afraid by myself. So, I stayed in bed and started to Google search other properties where we could maybe afford to rent. I didn't tell my partner at the time. I mean, what if she thought that I was just being ridiculous? But knowing that there were other places that we could afford really reassured me. My partner came to bed that night as C and N shared the back room. My partner asked if I was okay, and I muttered that I was, and we all went to sleep. The rest of the night and morning was, well, pretty uneventful. But another few weeks went on, and again things were semi-quiet and tolerable. I seemed to cope with minor things happening like lights and that kettle switching on and off by itself all the time. Even during these times, I found myself making stupid comments about how Biddy just loved a good cup of tea. Looking back, it was as if Biddy controlled us almost. She told us when it was okay to laugh, and she told us when she was mad and didn't want her there. But as this story comes to an end, I'll tell you the final happening, which this was the moment that made us pack up and leave. So my partner and I got into bed like most other nights, lay chatting on our phones for a bit, and eventually we went to sleep. Beside our dresser was my acoustic guitar, which sat tilted back in its guitar stand, with the clip across the neck of the guitar itself to hold it in place. The only way to get the guitar out is to release that clip too. During the night though, we were awoken to the crashing sound of my acoustic guitar when it hit the other side of the bedroom wall. As we both jumped up, there it was, lying with the hum of the strings. It bounced off the ground. I immediately started shaking and crying as my partner switched the lights on. The clip from the guitar stand was open, and I remember saying, "I don't want to stay here anymore. I don't want to be here anymore," as I cried. My partner told me that she felt the same way and reassured me that we would move as soon as we could. I couldn't be in that house anymore though. This thing, whatever it was aggressive, and it was obvious that it did not want us there. It was around 2 a.m. at that time, and we called C to ask if we could come and stay with her, to which she said of course. The next morning, my partner and I started looking for a new place to live, and we contacted our landlord saying that we unexpectedly needed to terminate our tenancy. And at this point, we didn't even care about losing our deposit. We left 2 weeks after contacting our landlord. During the 2 weeks, we stayed with C, only returning to the flat after work together to pack up. My partner and I broke up around maybe 2 years after moving to the new place. We remained in contact for a while, but then we grew apart, and I hadn't heard from her in over 8 years, until recently when she reached out to me to ask how I was keeping. The third question she asked me, though, was, do I remember Biddy? And honestly, how could I ever forget Biddy? My roommate and I have been house hunting for some time now, but we went to one that just kept calling to us. Every time that we opened our apps, boom, it was right there in our faces. We both felt like something was a little bit off about it though, but eventually we caved and said, sure, we'll go and take a look. We get to the house, walk around it, everything seems okay. Garage is boring, paint's peeling, boards outside are rotting, etc. So that was a turn off for us, but we started to go back toward the front of the house, and I noticed the back door was wide open. I thought that was a bit odd, as literally anyone could just walk in and squat. It was then, too, that I got a funny feeling like I was being watched as we walked past it going back to the front of the house. Well, we went inside anyway, just to see it since we were there anyway, and our realtor put in the effort to get us a showing. Everything was okay, it was a a cute little place, but that's just it. It was tiny. There was basically no living room. We walk through the place in any case, and we get to the basement stairs. There's no door to them. Just in the back behind the kitchen, there's a small hallway that has the door to the backyard, and at the other end, an open doorway and the stairs down. But instantly, I felt my hair stand up on the back of my neck, and I felt scared to even look down those stairs. My roommate looks at me and said, "I feel it too." Maybe I had a look on my face or something, I don't know, but we go down the stairs and I said out loud, "Just please don't touch me, I'm just here to look." Our realtor looked a bit uncomfortable too. We get to the bottom of the stairs and the oppressive feeling backs off, leaving in its place the feeling of still being watched, but by something that feels almost scared, I would say, almost like a scared kid. We look in the bathroom, the 2 bedrooms, and once I got to the closet in the second room, the "I'm scared" feeling got stronger. Not like me being scared, but whatever was down there with us was skittish. I walked out of the room and straight across the living room down there. There was a very small area about the size of a small closet, with half an original concrete wall still there, and I instantly felt an overwhelming dread and almost burst into tears. Then I suddenly felt this oppressive feeling come back full force, and while it wasn't audible, it felt like it was screaming at me, and it was just telling me to get the heck out of its space. I ran out of that basement so quickly. Once back up the stairs, it was almost a normal feeling too. We went up to the loft in the attic, and it actually felt quite comfortable up there, until we turned to go back down the stairs to the main floor. The lights were all off when we went up, so my roommate flipped the switch. They flickered, then all went off except for the one above him. He flipped them back on, but nothing changed. Flipped the switch back down, but again no change. That one light stayed on no matter what he did. We went back to the main floor living room. The realtor asked us what we thought. My roommate kept looking toward the basement. We finally went back outside and we decided that we were not going to take this house. My roommate and I got in the car and I asked him if he was okay, and he said that apparently he saw and felt something following us everywhere after the basement. And apparently I also said, "Don't worry, I'll find it," when I walked out of the closet and to the concrete wall, but I do not remember saying that. Since then, too, I've been having a nightmare nearly every night, and I'm always trapped in that corner, screaming non-stop. It's dark and I'm in a lot of pain. I don't know what was up with that house, but I think that something terrible happened there. But why am I dreaming as if it's me that is experiencing it? So we just moved into this apartment a week and a half ago. My son will be 6 months old tomorrow, and he's got his own room. We live on the second floor of a 2-story building. We only share our stairs with one other apartment, and there are 2 underneath the 2 of ours, so it is like we have 4 apartments in our little nook, I guess you could say. When you walk up the stairs, the second bedroom of both apartments has a window that you have to walk by to get to our front doors. Not my favorite, but I always make sure it's locked, and the only people walking by should be the person who lives across from us, since they're the only ones with reason to come up the stairs. The way the room is laid out too is when you walk in, you come into a corner. On the wall, coming off the right of the door, there are 2 more. It's his closet and bathroom. I have his crib in between those 2 doors, his changing table dresser, and all that are in his closet. If you stand by his crib and flip 180, you'll see the wall with the window. And from left to right on that wall, I have this rocking chair, a cart with a lamp, books, pictures, all those things that we need for when rocking and whatnot. Then I have a little shatterproof mirror for him on the wall by the floor. Then it's his little play corner with bookshelves and toy shelves, and going around the corner is more shelves and his ball pit. Okay, so now that we have that out of the way, on the windowsill I had this baby monitor. We have one of those video monitors that we were gifted for his baby shower, and I like this one because it can't connect to phones or outside technology, only to the device's own screen or control panel that stays in our room. Something you should know too is that we were blessed with a baby who has slept through the night since he was 3 months old. About 4 or 5 nights ago, my son woke up though at exactly midnight screaming and crying, "Mama." He's just had his first word about 2 weeks now and he uses it like crazy. But I rushed in and shushed him and rocked him back to sleep. When I got back to our bed, I didn't even look at the monitor, I just sort of crashed. In the morning, I went to look at it, and when I woke up, it was facing outside. Like the whole camera unit had somehow turned itself around. It does have a pan back and forth feature, but this was not that. I mean, the whole thing had been shifted around. I rushed in and checked, and everything else was as it should be. My son was fast asleep. I asked my husband if he had moved it, and he looked confused and said that he slept all night. The thing is that I instantly ran in there when I heard him crying and didn't even glance at the monitor, so I don't know if it happened before or after I went in there to check on him. Anyway, fast forward a few days and nothing else is out of the ordinary. Then tonight I see weird stuff on the monitor. I'd say it almost looked like smoke swaying back and forth in front of it. My husband saw it too, so we both went into his room, but there was nothing. So we decided that it was either a bug, a mist from his humidifier, or maybe just a trick of the light or something. Now it's 1 a.m. My son wakes up from a dead sleep screaming again. I say, "I'll go," and I roll out of bed. I shush my son back to sleep and go to set him down, and as I do, I hear 4 consecutive knocks, either on or outside the window. Just booms. I don't know how to describe it other than it sounded like someone was knocking on a door. Quite loud too. I rush over and pull back the blinds, and absolutely no one is outside. The window is locked and there's nothing there. But I know what I heard. It was clear as day. I waited a few more minutes and came back to bed after checking all the windows and the doors, but I can't help but think that maybe there's something here. Unless there is a logical explanation, I'm very open to that too, but in fact, that's my favorite choice for what's going on here. But does anyone have any advice or insight? Also, I'll say this at the risk of losing some people here, but I'm very sensitive to the paranormal and I've not had bad or any weird vibes or anything in the house, except for the 2 nights that he woke up screaming. But that could also be mum anxiety, right? Anyway, if you have any idea as to what to do about all this, then please do help me. So I've worked as a correctional officer for a long time now. I've worked at facilities in Texas and in Michigan. The oldest prison that I ever worked at just recently started to close in Michigan, and it got me thinking about all of the paranormal experiences that I've had there, and in the other prisons that I've worked at as well. I'd like to share with all of you some of the more notable paranormal experiences that I've had while working in these prisons. First off, I'd like to say that I never really believed in ghosts, I guess, before I started working as a correctional officer, that is. I started off working in Texas at an intake facility. I worked night shifts, 12 hours from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. The first experience that I ever had was working on a lower security housing unit. When finishing a round, I was chatting with my partner and I heard a loud banging sound. It was at like 3 in the morning at this point, so no prisoners should be out of their bunks. I asked my partner if they knew what the banging was, and they, being an older officer, told me bluntly that the unit that we were working in was haunted. They told me the sound was coming from a door of one of the small quiet cells in a hallway not directly visible from the officer station, and about how a prisoner had died in one. The prisoner allegedly died because the officers working there at the time had given them a sack of food when it was lunchtime for prisoners, and the prisoner had actually choked on the food and died. But to be honest, I really didn't believe that the unit was haunted, so I decided to go look at this door. The sound volume increased as I got closer to it, and when I could see it, the door itself was visibly shaking as if someone was pounding on it. But there was nothing that could have been causing the door to shake like that. I was at a loss for words, and later that night I checked the door again and there was a steamed up handprint visible on the glass of the door's window. It was a really weird experience, and it was definitely something that was, like, unexplainable. Anyway, Anyway, another experience that I had was at the same facility, but at a different housing unit. It was around 1 or 2 in the morning, and I was sitting inside the officer station watching the cameras and talking to my partner. I look at one of the cameras and clearly see a prisoner sitting at the table in the day room. I turn my head to look at the day room, and there's no one sitting at the table that I just saw on the camera. I asked my partner to go and check it out because no one is supposed to be out of bed yet. I roll back the time on the camera to see if I could see where the prisoner might have gone. The prisoner on the camera literally just slowly fades away and vanishes completely. My partner comes back into the officer station, and we both watch this video over and over, being just dumbstruck as to what we are seeing. Later on that same night, during one of my rounds, I notice a wet floor sign that got left out. I return it to the porter closet. I get back to the officer station and look back to where the porter closet is, and I'll be damned, I see the same wet floor sign left out. I obviously asked my partner if they were playing a joke on me or something because I just put the sign away, but my partner denies doing anything with it. I go back out and make sure that I put the sign back in the closet and lock the door this time. I get back to the officer station, a wet floor sign right there in the open again. My partner and I are both watching this wet floor sign now, and it starts to tip over on one end really slowly, 2 of its legs off the ground. The sign then slams itself to the ground. It then proceeded to slide back up the hallway and then back to the front of the closet door before ceasing all movement. My partner and I, we refused to come out of the officer station for the rest of the night that night because we were just terrified. One more notable one from Texas as well. I was working in an ad-seg unit, really high security unit for prisoners that get in fights and cause a lot of problems repeatedly. We had a prisoner who was sitting in one of the closed observation cells. These cells are usually used for people who threaten harming themselves. In the summertime, prisoners will sometimes just say that they're suicidal to be put in one of these cells because they're a lot cooler and are near AC vents that the normal housing units don't have. And the prisoners told me that this is what they were doing and that they didn't want to cause any problems. Later on that night, one of my partners and I were watching cameras, and all of a sudden we see a shadow moving across the floor. Eventually it comes to the close observation cell and disappears under the door. This is where it gets a little crazy too. You see, I do a round and check on the close observation cell. The prisoner is pacing in the cell, and I ask them if they're okay, and the prisoner tells me that something just doesn't feel right and that they're hearing voices that aren't there. I try to calm them down, and eventually they do and lay on the bed. Later on, my partner calls for assistance because the prisoner had apparently tried to end it. But the weirdest thing is that apparently they were holding their wrists above their head and allegedly were speaking in tongues. Now, I wasn't there for that one, but with everything else that I'd seen in this place, and also knowing my partner the way that I did, I believe it. So, when I started working at prisons in Michigan, I worked at a prison that was now closing. It was built back in 1877 and is one of the oldest prisons still operating in all of the United States. There were so many small experiences that I'd had there that it would be too long to get into. But like doors would slam, you would hear voices, cold chills, all that stuff. But the first really notable experience that I had was around Christmas time on the 3rd shift. I was working in the oldest unit on the facility. Usually we don't have prisoners there, but we had opened the unit to separate prisoners during the COVID pandemic and whatnot. I didn't have a partner due to how short-staffed we were, so one of the other officers set up a TV for me to keep me entertained because I'd be really far away from all the other units and get bored with no one to talk to. I do rounds for most of the night watching TV in between them, when I suddenly hear a banging noise from a door that leads to a hallway that takes you all the way to an even older unused condemned part of the prison. I open the door, take a look down the hallway, and a cold breeze hits me, and suddenly my arm hairs just are standing all on end. I close the door, thoroughly creeped out. I go and sit down and start watching TV again, but the TV starts flipping through channels rapidly, and then stops on static. I have to get moved to a different unit because, to be honest, I was pretty terrified again. But one day on the 3rd shift, my work friend and I were working positions that allowed us to have a lot of free time and no prisoners to watch, when we decided to explore the prison. We explored the tunnels that went underneath the prison, the old barns, the old unstaffed gun towers, and we eventually decided to go look at the old condemned part of the prison from my earlier experience. There was a big metal gate that was about maybe halfway down the hallway that had to be opened by a big skeleton key. We get back to the old condemned part, and my friend tells me about how this part was supposed to be the old segregation. We had to use flashlights to see because this section is so old that it's not powered. But the energy back there, I will never forget. Just being there filled me with a feeling of just utter dread. I asked my friend to head back, and we start to head back down to where the hallway to the gate was, when my friend's flashlight suddenly dies. When we make it back to the hallway, barely able to see anything in the almost pitch blackness, when we hear something running after us. So we start running up the hallway too. My friend fumbles with the key as we hear it getting closer. We get the gate open and sprint out of there. And later on, I noticed that my friend had red claw marks all over his arms. It was a crazy and truly scary experience, and it was something that I hope to never, ever experience again. This is something that happened years ago, but the thought of it still keeps me up at night. I was walking through the hills of a provincial park with my dog during the winter, so the sun set much faster than I expected, and before I could get back to my car, it was already dark. Once the sun was gone and all you could see was darkness, I was walking slowly through a field when out of nowhere I had, to this day, the most gut-wrenching, undeniable feeling that I was being watched. I turned around, and in the distance I saw a figure standing there, darker than the night sky around us. The instant that I saw him, my stomach dropped and my body literally froze. I knew in that moment somehow that he was coming for me. I grabbed my dog's leash and we booked it. Sprinting full speed up and down the hills, around the trees, down embankments. I was running so fast as if my life was dependent on it. And to this day, I'm pretty sure that it was. I make the 30 to 45 minute trip in 10, and all that stands before me in my car is this switchback. You have to sort of go back and forth up if you want to reach the top. So once again, I'm giving it all I got, running up this switchback as fast as I possibly can. And once I reach the top and look back down, who else but this person is chasing me? And he gets up the switchback like how any sane person would. Of course not. He starts sprinting right up the middle of this switchback, heading straight for me. I scream at him to leave me alone, and he doesn't say anything, not a single word, just continues running right at me. I am so lucky that my car was at the top of this hill, because as I ran towards it, just like in the horror movies, I dropped my keys and I was fiddling with them trying to open the door. Just in time too, I get the door open, throw my dog in it, and shut the door behind me, just as this guy reaches us. The best part is that there were no other vehicles parked anywhere around us, but where did this person park? Yeah, right next to me of all places. Now, this guy literally jumped into his truck so quickly, and to this day I've never seen a better example of speeds out of there like a bat out of hell. He guns the engine so hard, black smoke is blasting out of the back as he swerves out of there, leaving skid marks behind him. I sat in the back of my vehicle for hours afterwards, shaking and crying, knowing that I was this close to whatever he had planned for me. And that's why I'm sharing this story, in the hopes that people won't ignore that gut feeling, the little voice in the back of your head that tells you to run. If I didn't that day, I never would have noticed him in time and would have had the heads... If I didn't that day, I never would have noticed him in time and wouldn't have had the head start that I needed to escape. Always trust your gut feelings and intuitions, because it might really be the deciding factor in if this is your final day on Earth or not. This all happened about a decade ago at a travel center in New Mexico. I worked the night shift as a prep cook there, and while there I had a few strange experiences that I'd like to share with you. So, the first was pretty standard. I was chopping onions, and out of the corner of my eye I see a figure walk past me and stop in the corner. When I turned to look, nobody was there, and I felt the base of my spine go ice cold. Now, to clarify, my family has history with paranormal stuff. Had a great-grandma who was a medium. I used to see shadow figures all the time in my childhood home until I was like 15 or so, and then started seeing them again when I was in a deep depression with tendencies, much better now, in my early 20s. That chill down my spine always accompanied these experiences though, and I use it as a bit of an indicator that something is near. Anyway, after that first experience, I started to ask around, and this was a common occurrence here. In fact, 3 or 4 people had the exact same thing happen. Busy with a task, a dark figure at the edge of their vision walks by. When they turn to look, it's gone. It would happen again occasionally, but I would just ignore it. The second wasn't a single incident, but something that happened regularly, usually after seeing it in the corner of my eye again. Part of my job as a prep cook was making large batches of soup and chilies for the next day. I'd put these 5-gallon pots on the burners with the meat to start browning, turn to chop the veggies, and when I'd turn back, all my burners would be off. Fairly innocuous, but it happened too often for it to be an error, and again it was accompanied by a chill in my spine. But the final incident actually happened to someone else, but I was present for it. To explain as well, here is a quick rundown of how our walk-in is laid out. So, the door was in the prep kitchen. Inside the walk-in was a second door that led to our freezer. The freezer had its own light switch that was located in the regular walk-in fridge. So, the line cook goes into the walk-in. I think nothing of it until he comes out a few minutes later wanting to kick my butt. After I calm him down, he tells me that he was in the freezer section when all of a sudden the lights turn out and he starts hearing a man laughing coming from the main walk-in. I let him know that not only was it not me, but I'd been in the kitchen the whole time and nobody else had gone in. He goes white as a sheet at this and didn't want to talk about it anymore. So, those are my experiences at the truck stop. Thankfully, I don't have much contact with the other side now that I'm in a better headspace, but I have a couple of others from my time in New Mexico that I might share at some point in the future. For now, it feels good to get this off my chest, and I just want to say thanks for listening. So first off, just let me say that it doesn't really bother me if you believe me or not. I just want to share this for people who might be interested. That said, I had my second hypno-regression session today to revisit my alien abduction when I was 6, and I remember everything. I thought that I had a clear picture last time, but I was wrong. The second session had me face the entire thing without fear, and I remember them taking me, their megaship, their transport hangar, all of the human-looking people, crafts, the bed, the tracker, the box. I remember it all. So, I was 6 years old, and this took place sometime between 2001 and 2002 in Washington State, USA. I remember seeing a blinding, bright white light fill my entire room and illuminate everything in it. Then I remember seeing these 2 people appear out of nowhere, standing in my room next to my window, and I hear a resounding voice in my head say, "Come with us." Next thing I know, I remember floating up through the roof of my house, seeing the entire city below. The feeling of weightlessness, bliss, confusion, fear, and excitement. I'll never forget it, all at the same time. I remember going into this large white room, the bright lights and small silver orb crafts with small sort of looking fins around the bottom sides lining the wall. Maybe 5 or 6 of them. But at this point, I remember running out of there and going into a hallway, frantically pushing past what I assumed to be other grown-ups. I remember hearing them gasp in surprise as I pushed past them, and that's when I remember running up to this large window. I looked out, trying to get a sense of where I was, and all I saw was space and the earth below me. I remember being scared, running away and into another group of these people where one stood up and said, "Whoa, you're not supposed to be up here." They grabbed me, soothed me with this weird sort of sensation of being under a waterfall of smoke that tingles the entire body as it washes over you. They said that their name was Arik and held me there until 2 smaller people showed up. At this point, I think they did something to me because I couldn't move. I remember being floated or carried back down this hallway and into this large room with a strange brown light that glowed in the whole room. They laid me down into a bed, and that's where this large mantis-like being was there, wearing some kind of a robe or a coat. I know it sounds really weird, but I remember being scared, a bit somehow okay with it, but I had this warm, sort of hazy feeling still. I remember being held down by my hands and wrists, and it hurt a lot. The mantid told me that it was so that I wouldn't run away, but that they'll help take the pain away, and they did. I distinctly remember the pain went away after that. Next, I remember it turned on a bright overhead light in the room, turned my head to the left and put a large sort of cylindrical needle or syringe thing behind my right ear, and then everything just went completely white and fuzzy. They said that it was a tracker, and it was so that they could watch me. They told me that it was all part of the plan so that they could study and preserve humans for the future. They told me that I'm supposed to be a teacher and that my purpose is in the future of this world. Next, I remember being taken by these two smaller beings into an adjacent room where they gave me this, small box. When I opened it, it exploded in a fountain of light, and inside the light, I saw screens with pictures of trees, mountains, a river, memories, numbers, letters, people walking, symbols, and all kinds of things. But most of all, it showed me my previous life. And to be honest, I really don't know what to think of this. So, I would really like some help. In this box, this previous life, these beings showed me the house I lived at, how I lost my family of a wife and 2 kids, and how it ultimately led to my all-consuming sorrow and the taking of my own life. If anyone knows a Marcus Peterson who had a wife and 2 kids that were about 10 and 6, give or take a few years, died in a car accident, and Mark took his own life. We lived in a small house on a piece of land surrounded by trees apparently, with a front porch covered by a small roof, a screen door and brown wooden front door. Then please, do let me know. In any case, after that whole experience, they took me back to this large hangar area. They floated me back down into my room with the bright light, laid me down into my bed, turned around, and I felt them say, "We'll be seeing you again soon." And then they left. And that's pretty much it. So if you have any ideas as to what I should do now, then I would love to hear it. A few weeks ago, me, 23-year-old female, and a friend, 24-year-old female, planned to go to an event together. Since we only had free time after work, we decided to get an Uber so we wouldn't take too long to arrive and could enjoy more. The first half of the ride was really normal, seemed like a normal, polite dude. But as soon as we got to the highway, his attitude changed. He seemed a lot more irritated. Me and my friend didn't pay much attention though and kept chatting between us. Our attention was drawn when he started shouting with another driver. He turned to us and said that he was going to pull over. I tried objecting, but he ignored and pulled over anyway. He reached out for the glove compartment and pulled a gun out. Important to note that guns are illegal in my country too. We were just watching this unfold with holded breath, and when the other guy drove away, we let out a sigh of relief, but then we were still stuck in the car with this crazy guy with a gun. After that, he went back to driving and apologized to us, saying that the guy was tailgating him. I let out an, "Oh, okay, I got it." He kept talking. "Man, that guy's lucky that you 2 girls are here, or else I would have followed him and shot him in the face, sleazy idiot." I look over to my friend. She is in shock and paralyzed. I'm in shock too, but trying to keep my cool because the last thing that I want is to get this guy annoyed at us. I mean, if he was willing to shoot that guy for tailgating, I didn't want to know what he would do to us if I said the wrong thing. No, it's okay, I understand," I say, trying to appease him. "These guys need to be taught a lesson," he continued while I just agreed with my head. "I did that before, you know. You just trap the guy in an empty street and when he leaves the car, bang." Did he just admit to murder? Was the only thing running through my mind. But somehow I managed to keep calm and just agreed with him the rest of the way. He did deliver us to the right place with no more incidences. I waited a few weeks to report this since he had my home address and wouldn't be hard to figure out who reported him. Thankfully, nobody showed up at my home with a gun, at least until now, and Uber has answered my report saying that they started an investigation. I hope that this guy doesn't do this to anyone else because it was a truly terrifying experience, to say the least. This happened a few years back, and though I've experienced other strange phenomena since, this in particular has always stuck in my brain. So I worked as a server at what was portrayed to be a high-class evening restaurant where a reservation was required. The restaurant was inside a pre-Civil War era stone house and located right in the center of a well-known haunted town with a lot of history. It was around 4:50 p.m., 10 minutes before opening. I was the only one on the schedule that night besides for the chef. The dining room had large street-facing windows that had been sealed shut for years with no other opening to the outside. Everything was set up for the night, and all I had left to do was lighting the 15 or so candles that decorated the mantel and the tables. The candles had no trouble sparking up and had steady, consistent flames. Before exiting from the dining room, I took a last remaining glimpse to ensure perfection and was very happy with my work. I then left for the kitchen to quickly check in with the chef before opening. I made my way back to the dining room after no more than maybe a minute, and when I say that I was absolutely gobstruck, I'm not kidding, because every single candle had been blown out. And there was still smoke lingering from all 15 candles as well, and my mind just cannot come up with an explanation, a logical one anyway, for this. I mean, there was no possible entrance in the dining room besides the front door, which had been firmly locked. The chef and I were the only two people there, and he wouldn't have been able to leave the kitchen without me noticing, since there's only one pathway between the two rooms. There were no fans or open doors, and as stated before, all the windows were sealed shut. I remember the air feeling abnormally still as well, and getting an overwhelming sense of discomfort and dread upon re-entrance, as if I was being, watched. Up until this day, I still haven't been able to find any solid reasoning behind the occurrence and truly believe that something strange made itself known that night. Around a year ago, my neighbors 3 doors down the street moved to a nearby town and a new family moved in. The new tenants, we'll say, are a man in his late 40s, whose name I actually don't know, and a girl who is about 13 and is in the same school year as my brother. Apparently, he has numerous other kids from separate relationships, but the girl is the only one who lives with him. I'll quickly talk about the house and the area too, because it's probably worth knowing. My area is a very safe middle-class neighborhood. The same can be said for the house that this bloke bought. But I don't know what he's done to it, but he's built a deck which isn't colored or anything and just looks like it's made out of old wood, and the front door is a complete separate color to the rest of the house too. Essentially, it sticks out like a sore thumb among all the other houses. Anyway, now I'd like to go through the events that me and my family have learned about or experienced with this guy before today. Everything I mention did not happen prior to his moving in. So not long after he moved in, a pair of trainers appeared on the power lines directly outside of his house. I live in a really safe area, but according to my uncle, who works for BT and used to be an electrician for another company prior to that, they can be signs of illegal stuff like drug dealings or gangs. Apparently workers who come in to remove them get threatened by whoever puts them there. Every few nights at about 1 a.m. to 1:30 a.m., a car always drives up, stops outside of his house, waits for a few minutes, and drives off. I stay up quite late normally, and I've caught them in the act a few times now. It's the same car every time, a blacked out BMW. The driver and another passenger run out of the car with the engine running. They sprint to the man's door, and then one of them returns and drives off. Of the 4 or 5 times I've seen it myself, it has been a man and a woman, with the man running back to the car at the end. Similarly to the last one, my family go out for walks regularly, and there's often numerous women sitting on his front step in the evenings when they go out for walks. They don't speak much to each other, and if they do, it isn't in English. This led us to believe that they might be immigrants, but that's up for speculation. On numerous occasions, my next-door neighbors, an older woman in her mid-50s, who I'll call S, her daughter A, and A's boyfriend D, walk A's dog around the nearby streets. Usually the dog walkers are S or D, and one day a few months ago, D was walking their dog when they heard screams coming from the house. He immediately went back home and called the police. I'm not sure what happened afterwards, but on another day, not long after it, was S walking the dog late at night. As she went past the bloke's house, she saw an unmarked car and a police van outside of his house, almost in a barrier shape around his driveway. I also don't know much about this either, unfortunately, but there's allegedly been a duvet cover hanging out of the bathroom window with stains on it. One of my neighbours, who I'll call Fish and Chip Man, he owns a fish and chip shop, who is the bloke's next door neighbour, speculated that it could be one of two things: a drug farm or a torture chamber. Torture chamber seems a bit far-fetched to me, and I don't buy it personally, but drug farm sounds plausible to me, considering the trainer situation too. There was a time around a month ago where my parents were at a nearby guitar festival which I was performing at. They ran into a very drunk man who said that he lived adjacent to the bloke on the other street parallel to ours. But my parents subtly sort of pressured this guy, who apparently had a whole number of stories himself. They were very similar to ours, but he's not affiliated with our street, so it's interesting to know that there's others around him who have noticed the same thing. But it's also very concerning to us for obvious reasons. Now, this is where I want to talk about yesterday's events. This is very hot too, so I'm prepared for half of this to be incorrect to some extent, but there's some things that we know for sure, some things are speculation, and hopefully we'll be able to tell what is what soon. So, I'll start with 2 nights ago. At around midnight, a woman started pounding on the man's door, screaming threats at him in the middle of the night. The man, presumably drunk, started shouting back through a window. Fish and Chip Man opened a window and shouted to the man to shut up because he's disrupting everything. The man shouted back to Fish and Chip Man something about rape allegations, which Fish and Chip Man responded to by saying that he was calling the police. For whatever reason, Fish and Chip Man never called the cops though. However, someone must have anyway, because at around 4 a.m. yesterday morning, he was arrested by the police. Why? I don't know. But his young kid was apparently being relocated to her grandparents or something. According to me, after 3 p.m. and my dad before that, from 4 a.m. to 8 p.m., there have been police vans parked in his driveway all day, at least 4 different officers on standby at all times, and both a marked and unmarked car have been stopped and staring all day. They've apparently been scanning and searching the house all day and only left in the late evening. I managed to watch the moment that the unmarked car arrived. 2 officers left it, took what looked to be an Asian woman in glasses out of the house and into the back seat of the car, and that car never came back. Apparently at about noon, my other next door neighbour, P, went to the officers and nonchalantly started pushing them for information. My dad's the one who's been keeping such a close eye on this, and quite a bit of this information has come from him. So when he saw P go engage in some friendly conversation, he, of course, was right out there in an instant. Afterwards, P took my dad into her house and gave her side. And this is what P thinks she knows. Firstly, the man has already had a criminal record which we were unaware of. There's also a possibility that he's been in jail in the past. The second, more concerning and more likely to be the truth, is that the bloke's father was a major criminal and is also still incarcerated. The most common and most believed theory is that he's a pedophile and also a sex offender. But here's the final point and the most concerning to all of us. He might be out now, and I looked outside at about 11 o'clock last night and realized that his car is missing from his driveway. Before writing this, his car was in the driveway and all the lights in his house were completely off. And this could mean one of 2 things. One, the more likely solution is that he has been released, has returned and has driven off somewhere. I don't know where he could have gone, but given his track record, so to speak, it's probably not good. And 2, he's still in the police station and they've taken the car away. I don't think that this is the case, however, as I feel like we would have heard a flatbed made its way down the quiet street at some point. In any case, if I find out anything more, then I'll definitely share it with you guys. As for me and my family, we're pretty freaked out by all of this, and we hope it's not some sort of a torture chamber like our neighbor theorizes. To start this off, I'd like to say that I don't live in a creepy house. It's old, I admit, but in the charming sort of way. It doesn't feel negative when you walk in. It feels like home, really. Always just home. so you can imagine my absolute shock when I was laying in bed alone this morning watching something watch me back. 4 a.m. this morning, my husband left our bed to go to the bathroom. Our room is decent sized, but from where the bed sits, you can sort of see one of the 2 windows in the room, the other one being covered by blinds and the TV. It being 4 a.m. in the summer, it's a bit light to where you can see outlines and curtains and things. We have no animals, by the way. So I laid in bed waiting for him to return so that we could cuddle when I blinked and suddenly saw movement in the dark. A dark mass in the shape of a head had moved over the top of the covers just enough to where I could make out the fact that it was moving. I froze because I thought that it was my husband at first. Sometimes when he gets up, he'll sit in the chair and put on the headphones and play video games to not wake me up when he can't go to sleep. And I thought that maybe he had just got back in and I just didn't hear the door open, and that's why he was sitting in the dark looking at me like that. So I asked him, "Why are you sitting on the floor?" A few seconds with my heart pounding, no answer, and then I heard the doorknob click, and as soon as my husband walked in, it ducked down and it just disappeared. I screamed, obviously, because, what the heck, right? And had him do a thorough search, but he didn't find any intruder. I still can't explain it, and I'm scared to go into my bedroom alone now. I experienced a lot of stuff, especially as a kid. I've been told that I had an aunt that had passed away in another life that was trying to look out for me, but I've never ever seen what I witnessed this morning. It did not make me feel safe at all. I've only ever spoken to a few close friends about this experience. When I was about 12 years old, me and my 2 younger brothers and my 2 younger cousins were playing outside at night. Our cousins came over to see us, and all of the adults were inside the home. We lived in a small trailer park in Texas at the time, and it was built either on top of or near indigenous land. We played outside a lot at that time, and there was a street light that shone over the part of the road that we were playing on, so it didn't feel like creepy or dangerous or anything. I looked down the road where a white house sat, and next to it was a garage, and next to that was the forest. And there was a lot of forest in this area, in fact. And I noticed something coming out of the forest. I thought it was a wolf for a brief moment, but then I felt my heart sink when I saw its distorted-looking, long, thin limbs, and the uncanny way that it moved brought tears to my eyes almost. It had a long head and a small mouth like a horse, tan in color, and it was extremely thin and had no tail. It was weird looking, and as soon as I saw it, I knew that something was wrong. I grabbed my cousins and told them to look where I was pointing and asked if they could see it too, or if I was crazy. They had a terrified look on their faces and said yes, and I looked over it where I saw the creature, and it got up and started walking on its 2 hind legs and moved in such a weird way. It began to climb the garage with ease, and this thing had to have been around at least 8 to 10 feet tall while standing on its back legs. I then ordered everyone to run inside. I told the adults what we saw, and obviously they didn't believe us for whatever reason. I assumed that they thought that it was our imaginations. And anyways, I haven't seen these cousins since the encounter due to family issues. I've searched the internet many times trying to find a sighting or a report or an image that resembles this creature, to which I've really had no luck. So now I'm turning to here. If you've seen anything like this, then please let me know. If you know anything about what we saw that night, then please leave a comment below. Or if you've seen something like this, I would love to talk to you. Listening to some stories here, it's reminded me of an event that occurred about a month ago behind my home. For some background, I live in the Bridgewater Triangle near the Hockomock Swamp. If anyone isn't familiar with the area or strange events that have occurred, it's well worth the deep dive and you should look it up sometime. But to make a very long story short, about 350 years ago, King Philip's War was fought between the colonists and the natives living in the area. The conflict lasted 3 years from 1675 to 1678, killing nearly 5,000 natives and the colonists during that span as well. At the time, many of the deceased were buried in the neighboring swamps and forests with unmarked graves, And over the years, the area has been a hotbed for paranormal activity, such as apparitions, thunderbirds, Sasquatch, and UFOs, just to name a few. Anyway, on to my story now. So, it was a typical cool summer night when I came home from the gym at around 11:40 p.m. on a weeknight. I jumped out of my car and headed for the back door when I began to hear the sound of drums coming from the direction of the woods. My house is the last on the street, closest to the town river and adjacent to the swamp or deep wooded area. The closest house through the woods is about 8 miles away, and I've never heard them to this point, as I've lived in this home since 2014. So, naturally, I sort of walked towards the tree line to identify the source of the sound. The drums sounded very basic, like a hand drum maybe, and it played in a very methodical, rhythmic, sort of almost tribal beat. But what happened next, I really can't fully explain. You see, as I began to get closer to the woods, staring into the darkness, the volume of the drums began to raise and lower at random. It didn't sound like the drum's volume was being adjusted. Instead, it sounded like the drums were moving. Like whoever was playing the drums was sprinting through the woods at an inhumane rate of speed, causing the drums to sound as close as 50 yards to as far as about 150 yards away in mere milliseconds. Only the dim driveway spotlight illuminated behind me as I stood alone in the dark, and in that moment, a feeling of just dread washed over my body. So I began slowly walking backwards, never turning my back to the moving sound that I was still hearing. I stepped through the kitchen door, wondering if I had made the experience up. To this day, I can only guess at what I had heard that night. The rational explanations don't seem to add up, but I've always been fascinated in the paranormal and had not experienced anything definitive, I guess you could say, until I moved to this area. I do plan on sharing some of my other experiences at some point if there's interest, but anyway, this happened and it's something that'll stick with me, I think. So for context, I lived on a ranch in rural South Texas. My house was built in a sort of square shape with 2 living rooms, and all of the bedrooms and hallways connect via bathrooms, so you could walk around the whole house without hitting a dead end. And as a kid, I would sleep in my parents' room, which connected to the back living room or game room. My parents' bed faces the door leading out said room, and one night during a bad thunderstorm, the power went out, and I couldn't sleep, and eventually a flashlight beam appeared on the wall straight across from the doorway, and out of shock, I sort of sat up and stared at it for what I felt like was an eternity. Not knowing where this light was coming from, after maybe 2 or so minutes, I started to see someone sort of stick their hands in front of the beam and started to do hand puppets of a bird and then a dog and then a few more creatures, which I can't explain, but they were at that point that you would make those figures with your fingers. I watched in amazement for a few minutes, but began to realize that both of my parents were laying next to me and we should have been the only ones in the house. My first instinct was that it was someone outside on the back porch doing this through the glass door, but then I noticed that it couldn't have been due to the angle that they would have had to have been next to the door or way along the wall, which was impossible. I woke my mother up to look, but she didn't want to budge and told me to go to sleep. At the same time, the hand puppets became more erratic and were sort of shifting, so to speak, faster and faster, and I started to cry, and my mother woke up and looked at me, and how I was acting, she eventually looked at the doorway, but said that she saw nothing. I looked back in the direction, and it was gone. Now, I know that this is a really strange story, but after this night, every now and then, at night, the flashlight and the puppets would come back, and I tried to show my parents, but they would never wake up and catch it on time. I would just cover my head with the blankets and hold onto my mother's arm for dear life. As an adult, I can still see the memory of it clear as day, but the thing that gets me the most is that the wall that I could see these puppet shows on had some Coca-Cola collectibles on it, and one of them was glowing in the dark, and then the shadow of the puppets would sort of cross over it. It would go completely black as if it never had any light. It was just as dark as everything else. And when it was over, it was back to normal. There have been plenty more things that have happened to my parents' ranch, and if anyone's interested, I would be willing to tell more of those stories, but This one has always stuck out to me because it was just so weird. So I'm not a big believer in ghosts, but I have had two experiences that have kind of shifted my perspective, I guess you could say. One of them was when I lived in Bellingham, WA. My wife and I moved into a house at the end of Virginia Street back in 2016. The house was in decent condition, but certainly older. We had a daughter who was about 5 or 6 at the time and a newborn, and after moving in we noticed a few strange things happening. We never felt threatened by whatever was in that house, and I fully admit that maybe all of these are just some random events brought together by coincidence. But after moving in, my wife wanted to finally get cable TV. Having worked with Comcast before, I have always seen cable as a bit of a waste of money, and I certainly wasn't making a lot too. But she wanted it, so we ended up getting it. A day or two later, I was asleep and having a dream that the TV was really loud in the other room. My wife woke me up and said that somebody was in the house and that they had turned on the TV, so it wasn't a dream. I told her to stay put in the room with the baby and the phone to call the police if she heard a commotion, and I got my pistol, military, LE type background, and I carefully moved towards the living room. It was hard to hear if someone was moving around because the TV was so loud, pretty much full volume, but I tried to pay attention anyway because I knew that I needed to have positive identification before raising the pistol, and the house was dark. After all, waving a gun at shadows is how innocent people get shot. I got to the living room though and didn't find anything, so I kept moving. I didn't turn off the TV because I figured the loud noise would also mask the sound of my movements. Since it was my house, I figured that I had the home court advantage against my intruder. I was very lucid given that I had just been dead asleep, but adrenaline is like that. I ultimately cleared the entire house, and in the end I didn't find anything. The TV had apparently just come on by itself. Stuff happens, I figured, as I turned off the TV and stood in complete silence. Wires get crossed, and the old man across the street may have turned in his TV, and the same remote frequency may have activated our TV. Who knows? I secured my pistol, you have to with kids in the house, and tried to go back to sleep. But a few days later, I picked up my daughter at school. "Dad, I have to tell you something." Great, I thought. My daughter got put in time out again at school for being disruptive. She's always been a bit of a lovable blabbermouth, but what happened? Well, last night my TV came on by itself. Now, I might have normally brushed this off with the same crossed wires, TV remote sort of logic gymnastics, but my daughter's TV was only connected to a PS3, which we used so that she could watch Netflix. It takes 2 separate remotes to turn anything on as well, so this was definitely a bit creepy. Because my security contracting job had me work all over at different times of the day, my wife and I would frequently sleep in different rooms so I didn't wake her up when I went to work. As a nursing mother, she was already getting very little sleep as it was. And after I went to bed one night, I heard running up and down the hallway, just like quick little steps running past my door. I even got up and opened the door to tell my daughter to stop running, and almost simultaneously, my wife opened her door, opposite mine across the hallway, to tell our daughter the same thing. "Are you making all that noise?" "No," I said. "I thought it was Isa." But I could see in our daughter's room, and she was asleep in her bed. She's asleep, though. And she was. Not in the way kids pretend to be asleep so that they don't get yelled at, too, to go to bed. This was the sleep with drool coming out of her mouth and her hair covering her face, just like completely out of it. My wife and I didn't talk about the footsteps that we had both heard running down the hallway, but a few days later, I was in bed again in the spare bedroom, almost asleep, and I heard this terrible noise of what could only be the unmistakable sound of a plastic sippy cup falling onto the linoleum in the kitchen and bouncing around for what seemed like forever. I've got her this time, I thought, tossing the blankets off so that I could tell our daughter to go back to bed. I grumpily walked to the kitchen and flicked on the light, but when I did, there was nothing. No cup, no explanation for the sound whatsoever. My wife followed. "Hey, what was that noise?" Nothing," I said. I didn't need to freak her out. We both became more aware of a presence in that house. Not evil, I don't think, but Just annoying, like they were starting to let us know our time as their house guests had come to an end and it was time to leave sort of vibe. A little while later, days or weeks, I don't really remember the time exactly, but my wife and I were sitting on the couch, and as we watched TV, that cable that I was reluctantly paying for, we heard this sort of slow squeaking sound. We looked around to see where it was coming from, and it took a second for us to notice that it was the door to the linen closet in the hallway being opened because it was opening so slowly. The door had a mirror on the inside, and we slowly watched as the door opened until we sat there, staring at our own reflection. We just sort of sat there, silent, trying to find one impossible explanation for why our house couldn't actually be haunted. Very shortly afterward, I got a new position and we were scheduled to move across the country. We had a garage sale and sold whatever items we could to reduce the amount of junk that we would otherwise have to pack or throw away. A few neighbors picked through our stuff, and I eventually got into a conversation with an older gentleman about why we were moving. "Yeah, I remember when this house first got here a few years ago," he said, unsolicited. The house was in good condition, but old. Old cabinets and fixtures, a pink toilet and a bathtub, he said. Something from the late 1970s or early 1980s. Something an old lady like my grandma would live in. Sir," I said, correcting him, "this house certainly wasn't built only a few years ago." "No, that's when it first arrived here. The old house was brought in from somewhere else and put on this lot." If he had told me that some old lady had died in that house, I'm sure that I would have lost my mind. But I certainly wasn't going to ask him. I recently moved into an apartment building all the way up on the top floor. The balcony is at the back of the building. The view is mostly trees, but there's some houses and a street directly behind the apartment building, so I can see that too. Hopefully that makes sense. So, I usually sit out on the balcony at night, just listening to music. At night, the view is just darkness aside from the house porch lights and the road lit up by the street light. Most of the road view is covered by trees, but I can see a good amount of it. There's also no light from my balcony, so at night I just sort of sit there in the dark, aside from the light coming from my phone, that is. I was sitting out there at around 10 p.m. or so, like I usually do, and I noticed movement from the road. When I looked down, I saw someone running down the road, like really fast. From a distance, it looked like this person was running faster than any human should. I was just watching when this person just stopped under a street lamp, under the light. I could tell this person was a man. I also realized that this person was now looking up at me. I got nervous, but I didn't move because I thought that I could just be overthinking and maybe this guy wasn't actually looking at me. I mean, how could he? My phone wasn't on, so I was pretty much sitting in complete darkness. Could he really see me from all the way down there? I just kept sitting there, hoping the guy would leave, but when I saw him waving at me, that freaked me out. Now I knew that he was looking at me. I was too uncomfortable to do anything. I couldn't even go back inside. I just sat there, getting increasingly nervous. My thoughts started running a bit wild. I thought that this guy might find my apartment and try to break in or something. I also thought that he would somehow just sprint forward and climb up the building to get to me or something. But as I kept staring at this guy waving at me, a sudden feeling of dread came over me. That's when I started grabbing my things to go back inside. But then I saw that he stopped waving. He reached both his arms out to the side and started swaying his body side to side, bending his knees as he moved and wiggled his arms around like a weird dance move. At this point, I was incredibly unsettled and just wanted to go back inside, but I was also slightly intrigued in a weird way, and I guess I wanted to see what he might do next. Soon, the feelings of dread and unease took over, and I continued closing up all of my stuff, and I went inside. There was a window in the room next to the balcony, though, where you could see down to the same area, so I peeked outside trying to stay hidden behind the wall. I saw this guy still moving around, side to side, but he soon stopped, and I saw him just start booking it down the road again. I made sure my front door was locked, and I went back to my room, locking the bedroom door as well. My bedroom window looks out the same direction, so I made sure that that guy was gone, and then I closed my curtains. But as I was watching him run down the road, It was like he went behind a pole and just instantly disappeared. I didn't really sleep well that night. I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that I had. This happened a couple of nights ago, and I haven't seen this guy since then. I've still been sitting out on the balcony, but I've been getting really paranoid when I'm out there at night, so I don't stay out there for as long as I used to. I don't really know what to make of this whole thing. I don't know who that guy was, or maybe what he was, I guess. I get really uncomfortable and paranoid when I think about that night, like I'm back in that moment feeling those exact feelings again. Also, since then, I get occasional waves of dread, like at times throughout the day I get the feeling like I'm just being watched. I hope that this feeling goes away soon, and I'm really hoping that I don't see that guy ever again. I'm of the mindset that everyone should know a little bit about cars. I've always been mechanically inclined to, and I think that may have actually saved me. I was using dating apps a few years ago. Met this guy, he seemed super nice. We talked for a few weeks before I was willing to meet with him. His dad owned a local gun store where I would go to get my target stuff. I used to be in a women's league for competition shooting. So I had seen this guy around and had a decent impression of him, but wanted to be safe. He invited me to a concert at a local town site. It was a concert that I really wanted to go to as well, and I figured that it would be safe since it was at a well-known place with a lot of security and all that. I let him pick me up because he had talked about mechanics and cars, and he wanted to show me his Mustang. He bragged about how well he kept it running and how he babied it and all that. I was into time trial racing at that time, so I was interested to see what he had done. So he picks me up and we start heading to the event. Right before the exit, he says that his car is acting funny though. I was watching the dash, and if you've been in racing, then you know that our cars and trucks usually have extra accessories and all that. Whether it's aftermarket racks and gauges or switches, there's usually something aftermarket inside the car. There was nothing extra. The car felt like it was shifting correctly. There was no shudder or noise, nothing to indicate any problems. I was like, that's weird, and all I said was we should try and limp it to the concert venue. It's less than a mile away, and it's better than being stuck on the I-15. He agrees and drives us very carefully the last mile. We get to the concert, and things were okay-ish, I guess. He kept watching me and buying me drinks. I refused to drink, though, so every time he gave me one, I would make up an excuse and go to the bathroom and flush it. He kept making comments about how well I was handling my alcohol. I was super uncomfortable. The concert ends though, and it's time to leave. For context, this concert happened at the local reservation town site, and at the time the res did not have great cell service, so I couldn't get a hold of anyone to come and get me. So I decided to bite the bullet, and I talked him into taking the old highway instead of the 15. It sounds silly, I know, but when you take the old highway, even though it's slower, people are more willing to stop and help you than they are on the freeway. I figured that if he was having car troubles, it would be safer, and we wouldn't have people flying by us at like 80 miles per hour. So, we make it halfway between the town site and our town, and he says the car is acting funny again and pulls over. I'm stone cold sober and didn't notice anything wrong, so when I get out of the car, I go to check it out with him. He starts making comments though about how I'm drunk and I should wait in the car and that it'd be safer because you can't trust drunk Indians, especially with a little girl like you. This dude had no idea that I was actually native. But the hair on the back of my neck was standing up, so I checked my phone though, and I just barely have service and start texting my dad. As I'm walking away from the engine compartment, I noticed that he was watching me, so I started acting like I was trying to get cell service to get help. Out of the corner of my eye, I watched this man take the spark plug wires off the distributor cap and switch the order. Your spark plug wires connect to the distributor cap based on the order of your cylinders firing, and so doing that will either make the car run terrible or not even turn on. I managed to send my dad a picture of what he was doing, and my dad tells me to start walking. As I go to walk away, this guy gets back in the car and opens his glove box, which exposes a pistol that he had. He tells me not to worry and that we'll be safe. I probably broke a world record for how fast I was texting my dad. He starts telling me to just walk and tell the guy that he's on his way and that our friends live up the road. So I do. I start walking with a purpose and take off as quickly as I can. The guy is yelling after me, and I yell back, "The wind is too loud and I can't hear you. I'll be back with our friends." I'm scared out of my mind. We're 10 miles out of town with no one around. The closest road actually led to a cemetery, so there's really no one here to help me. And I get a really bad feeling the farther that I get from the car. So I turn around and look, and the hood is closed. The lights are on. So I decide to hide in the farm irrigation next to the road. I keep walking towards town and text my dad what's happening all this time. I hear a car slowly coming up behind me and see a flashlight, so I press against the side of the ditch and wait for it to pass. Once I can't hear it anymore, I crawl out and just kind of keep walking along the weeds. My dad texts me that he sees me, so when he pulls up, I run to the truck. As we make it towards the town, we actually pass the dude, and he's got like 3 cop cars around him. My dad tells me not to worry about what happened, and I heard through the grapevine later on that he had been charged with violent crimes in the past and that he'd been arrested that night for concealed carrying without a permit. The police never talked to me, but I haven't seen that guy in town ever since then. Which brings me back to why I think everyone should know at least a little bit about cars. If I didn't have experience with cars that day and didn't know what he was doing, I could have been dead in that ditch instead of hiding. Most communities have something where you can take basic car care and maintenance courses, and I highly recommend everyone takes them and at least knows the basics. This dude knew that I knew cars, but his whole goal was to get me to get drunk and then I wouldn't realize what was happening. It was a frightening experience, and these days I'm a lot more cautious. When I was about 5 or 6 years old, I was brought into a hospital due to a serious infection and a large cut on my knee. Since I wasn't able to walk without taking a 30-minute break every 10 minutes, I was mostly in the room that I was given. Back then, I didn't really have a good relationship with my sister, so she barely stayed in my room. This was eventually where the problem started. On about my 3rd night of my hospitalization is when I started experiencing extreme paranoia every time that I was the only one in the room. For some reason, I always thought that someone was staring at me from the bathroom doorframe, and it was the 6th night that had confirmed my fears. My sister had been watching me when my mum was at work for a few hours. Since it was her fault, I even got the infection, I didn't talk to her and just wanted to sleep. When I woke up, the TV was off. The only light were the buttons near my bed and on my bed, and my sister was gone. I couldn't really see in the dark that well, but all of a sudden, I noticed a silhouette in the doorway of the bathroom. I knew that it wasn't sleep paralysis too, because I could move just fine. So, being prone to freezing up when scared, I didn't move though. The silhouette was shaped in the form of a tall figure, and I could barely make out something was there, but there was definitely something. For what felt like hours too, that thing just stood there, and I stared at it, and I could see it more and more as my eyes adjusted to the dark that there was somebody there. And after a while, I just tried to ignore it, I guess, and I went back to sleep. And I know it's strange to say, but I could just feel it staring at me. I tried everything too, talking to it, squeezing my eyes shut, calling for one of the nurses or even my sister, and much more, but in the end I just was alone in that room with this silhouette just standing there. I ended up having to spend the whole night with it staring at me, not being able to sleep or anything. When I finally started to see the sun coming up, it just all of a sudden disappeared. I tried to tell everyone about it, and nobody believed me, saying that it was just a kid's imagination. And even years later, I think about from time to time what happened that night, and I get scared of shadows, things shaped like what I saw those years ago, but I know what I saw. There was somebody there in that room with me that night. Who they were, what they wanted, I don't know, but I'm certain that I saw someone there, standing in the doorframe that night. So this happened when I was about 16 years old, so over 20 years ago. I have 5 younger siblings, and my little sister would have been 5 years old. We lived in a pretty bad neighborhood at the time, in the housing projects pretty much, and our neighbor was nice, but she always had sketchy looking people hanging around, especially men. One day, too, these two new guys started hanging out there every day. They'd always be outside smoking or just sitting on a porch and stuff. They made me just really uncomfortable, too. They were always staring at me and would sometimes try to get me to walk over and talk to them. Or they'd come over into our yard when my parents weren't home and talk to me, asking me if I had a boyfriend and asking me if I wanted some beer or weed or whatever. I was a goody two-shoes Mormon girl, so I was always like, no thank you, I have to go inside now. They were probably both around 30 years old or so, and then they started coming over and asking to use our phone when my parents weren't home. My parents always let the neighbors use our phone, so I never said no, but I would just pass it through the door and make them stay on the porch. They'd sometimes ask to come in or try to talk to me, but I would tell them no because my parents weren't home. Now I realize how dumb that was because they could have just pushed the door open, but I was raised to ignore red flags and be polite and sweet at all times. Anyway, we had a little dog and I always took him outside early in the morning on a leash. I was out one morning and one of the guys came outside and stood there staring at me for a few minutes and then went back in. I brought the dog back inside and just a few minutes later, there's a quiet knock on the door. I opened it and both the guys are there and one of them says, "Hey, we just saw your baby sister out by the highway. You need to come and get her." I panicked and ran outside with them. I started to run down our street towards the highway and one of them says, "No, we'll drive you down there. We need to hurry." I seriously took 2 steps towards their truck too before I realized what was going on. I stopped and said that I needed to go back inside and to my parents, and the man closest to me grabbed my arm and jerked me towards the truck yelling, "We have to go now, she's going to get hit by a car." I instantly felt sick and just yelled, "Let go of me." He dropped my arm and I ran back inside my house. I ran into my parents' bedroom to wake them up and my little sister was sleeping in their bed with them. I woke everyone up because I was freaking out and my dad ran outside and the guys in their truck were gone. I never did see them again either at my neighbor's house. I wish that I could say that my parents called the police or something, but they just kind of shrugged it off and made excuses like maybe they saw another kid that looked like your sister. I know deep down that that was just not the case. This is something that happened to me when I was a kid, and I just wanted to share the story since it stuck with me for so long. I was about 7 or 8 years old. Can't recall exactly, but it was around that age. And one weekend, I was visiting my grandparents, who at the time lived in the countryside. I'm from Bosnia, Europe. They were only about maybe an hour's drive away, and we went there early in the morning. Their house is in this wooded area with a long winding road leading up to each individual house, of which there weren't many, maybe 3 or 4 at most. I knew the area well though, since I went to visit almost every weekend. Besides going up to the houses, there's one section of the road that leads directly into the woods, sort of like a natural trail, I guess. Our car broke down exactly around that spot, flat tire. But since we were very close to where my grandparents live, and my folks knew that I was familiar with the area, they let me go for a walk while my dad fixed the tire. This was at about maybe 9 or 10 in the morning, so they weren't really afraid to let me run around a bit. Being the curious kid that I was, still am, I went for the forest trail since the main dirt road wasn't very exciting. The trees were very tall and dense, so even during daytime it was kind of dark. I went up the forest trail for a few hundred meters in until I came to the crossroads. Now, this was more than 20 years ago, but it left a lasting impression on me, so here's what I recall. In the middle of the crossroads, at the very point that the roads fork, there was a small sort of cave or opening of some sort. I went a bit closer and I noticed what seemed like fireflies sparkling into the pitch black hole. Not sure if fireflies even light up during the day, but that's how I remember it. Besides that, I just felt this, I don't know, it's hard to describe, but the best way I can describe it is presence, as if I wasn't alone there, as if the cavern was beckoning me to enter it. And then I noticed what seemed like several pairs of smaller red eyes peering from the darkness. At this point, I was quite spooked, thinking it was maybe an animal of some kind, and I decided not to go any further and just sort of slowly backed away. This is in Southeast Europe, so there aren't really many dangerous animals around. Pretty rarely you'll see a wolf or a bear, but that's really unusual, not near human settlements too. Anyway, nothing followed me and I had no trouble getting back. I decided not to tell my parents about this since I figured that they would be mad and wouldn't let me play unsupervised for the remainder of our visit. But they decided to leave me with my grandparents and pick me up on Monday while they went back during the afternoon. Now, I'm very close with my grandmother. She and I are very alike, especially now as a grown-up. So I told her about the encounter that I had, and she kind of laughed it off, saying, "Honey, there's nothing there, and I walk there every day," but I was adamant about what I saw, and she agreed that we'd go for a walk together and visit that spot. It wasn't far from her house, and we arrived there that same afternoon. We got to the crossroads, and just like she said, there was nothing there. No burrow or cave, just a flat spot where the crossroads met. No traces of it being dug up or buried or anything. Grandma even asked me, "Are you sure that it was here?" And I replied yes. She didn't think much of it, chalking it up to just childish imagination, but she told me not to venture out here on my own again. We continued our walk, and I just stopped mentioning the event from then on pretty much. But to this day, even after all these years, I still remember this quite vividly. I even find it strange that I'm able to recall the details. And of course, I know memories can become distorted over time, and that what we think we remember may not always be the full picture, since our minds love to fill in the blanks, but I just don't feel that this is the case. I often contemplate what would have happened had I stepped closer, or worse, tried to enter that dark cave. I've read about evil places in forests around the world, or places where time and space can become warped, and things of this nature. People walking into what they describe as different timelines or alternate dimensions. And perhaps this was one of these places? I don't know, but all I can do is really speculate. My grandparents don't live there anymore too. Grandpa had passed away when I was 16 years old, and my grandma moved to the city in the same building as me and my folks. We still own the house and the land there, but I haven't been there since. My dad goes out there a few times a year just to check up on things and clean up a bit. According to him, the house or land have almost been consumed by all the vegetation around it. They cut the electricity, water, and stuff so they wouldn't have to pay bills, so it's not very convenient staying over there or anything, but I do plan on going there sometime, perhaps during my next time off or vacation from work or something. I really want to go back to that road, assuming that it still exists, and just see if I feel anything or see anything. Now that I'm an adult with an interest in the paranormal, I'm really drawn to this memory, and I just want to, try and figure out what that may have been. So on that note, I would love it if any of you guys have also experienced something similar, if you could share it. I would really appreciate to hear some of your thoughts. So let me start off by saying that paranormal is normal for my family. So ghosts, spirits, spooks, whatever you would like to call them, have never been a taboo subject for us. Growing up, you would see something and you would tell someone, and everyone listens and gives advice. And so I grew up never being afraid of the paranormal and was taught to be respectful. My whole life I've experienced paranormal activity, so it happens and I move on into my senior year of high school. Again, I was taught to respect the dead, so I've never gone like ghost hunting or tried messing with spirits or anything of the sort. If you do, that's fine. I was just taught not to, so each to their own. Anyway, senior year comes around and I was given an assignment to find ancestors in town and see how far back you could find relatives. My grandmother told me and my cousin, a junior at the time, about an old cemetery that she believed a cousin was buried in and how to get there and whatnot. So we go and find her grave and get the information. We thanked her for allowing us to gather her tombstone information and to rest in peace. But the whole time we were there, my cousin and I felt very off though, like we were being watched, and not in a good way, as if there is a good way though, right? Anyway, I go home and everything is fine until I go to bed and have that same feeling. I'm laying in bed but staring at my door into the hallway and feeling as if someone is they're just watching me. This continues for months too, and I thought that I was the only one who noticed until my brother, 10 at the time, started asking me if he could sleep in my room with me because he's scared of the hallway. He told me that he felt like someone was watching him from the hallway and that it felt bad. I agreed that it wasn't a pleasant energy like what a family member or maybe just a spirit passing through feels like. This was a very dark and eerie feeling. So I told him that it was fine, and we both laid in my bed staring at the hallway and felt eyes on us. We both said the Lord's Prayer and we went to bed. We're not a super religious family by any means, but me and my brother felt at that moment that we needed to say that prayer for whatever reason. I graduated high school and things calmed down a little. The feelings seemed to go away is what I mean. Until that morning. You see, my mum went to work and my brother went to school. I got up and I got in the shower, and as I was washing my hair, a heavy feeling just crashed down on me, and again I felt like I was being watched. I turned my head to look to the side, and there, on the other side of the distorted glass shower door, was a tall dark figure. I could see a head and shoulders, but no other features except the red eyes. I screamed and threw open the shower door, and as soon as I opened it, it was gone. I quickly closed the door to check if it was still there, but whatever was there was now missing. Quickly, I got out, getting dressed, wrapping my shampooed hair in a towel, and leaving the house, going straight to my grandmother's, and told her everything, bawling my eyes out. She looked as scared as I did. My grandmother believes that it was a shadow person. Me and my mother had been fighting a lot, as well as full-blown screaming matches, which we never did before the trip to the cemetery. Grandma called my mum and they called someone to cleanse our house. I never went back after that though, and I moved out because I was just too scared to go back. My mum sold the house, and I still get horrible feelings when I drive by it. And that is the worst paranormal experience I've ever had, but I have years of stories. I'm currently 29, so there's a fair few of them, but if anyone wants more, I can definitely share more. Honestly though, be careful where you go and what you bring home with you. Don't make the same mistake that I did. I have no idea who or what it was, but I'm now terrified of that house, and it took almost a year before I stopped having panic attacks in the shower after it too, because, man, it was frightening. To give a little bit of context, I used to work in an apartment complex, and as a result, I've had my fair share of creepy encounters, I guess you could say. Most residents, they keep to themselves and don't cause issues, probably about maybe 95%, but the other 5% took up almost all of my time. Isaac was one of the 5%. When he first rented his apartment, he definitely had stoner vibes, but he was nice enough and passed his background check. Almost immediately, though, he started causing issues. The lady next door complained that she could smell his smoke constantly. The guy downstairs complained that he could hear his stereo all hours of the day and night. Another resident accused him of following him home one night. The police were regularly there, breaking up fights between him and his girlfriends too. We caught him hiding 2 large dogs in his apartment, and he regularly let them run loose, which ultimately resulted in another dog and 2 people getting attacked, and he accidentally discharged a gun in his apartment once too. Needless to say, he caused a lot of issues. At first, he was very apologetic and said that he would make an effort to remedy the problems, but things just kept getting worse, and after a year of weekly calls or notices from the office, he eventually became standoffish. One morning too, I received a call from Isaac letting me know that he'd broken up with one of his girls and she wouldn't leave the apartment. He asked me to personally come up and remove her. I'm a small woman, so even if I wanted to take the risk, I physically wouldn't be able to wrestle an angry woman out of the apartment. I suggested that he call the police, but he then asked if I could make a maintenance man come up to remove her. I offered to call the police on his behalf, but Isaac said that he didn't want to involve them and hung up. A few hours later, Isaac came down to the office with a jump drive and said that he needed to print out a 50-plus page document. Residents weren't technically allowed to use our officer printer, but on the rare occasion someone asked to, I usually didn't say no. It was an easy way to build good rapport after all, but between Isaac becoming such a problem tenant and how large his document was, I told him that I couldn't print his document. I gave the excuse that our paper, toner, or printer history was monitored, and we would get in trouble for printing such a large document out for him. Not liking my answer, he started screaming all sorts of obscenities, and he accused me of being useless, bringing up my refusal to fight his ex and power tripping, and he called me names multiple times and said someone needed to bring me down a peg and stuff like this. I was pretty over him at this point and told him that if he was going to behave like a child that he needed to leave. He told me that I couldn't make him, and bluntly I told him that he would leave or I would call the police and have him removed. I also told him that I would ban him from the office going forward. Normally I try to kill the residents with kindness, but his lease was ending in a week and I didn't care anymore if he hated me. My threat? It seemed to work too. He angrily knocked my pen holder over and then slammed both doors hard as he left. The following morning, though, there was a police officer waiting for me when I got to work. He asked if Isaac was a resident, and I confirmed that he was. The officer explained that the body of a person had been discovered the day before, and Isaac was apparently their prime suspect. He was the last person to text this person, asking him to meet him where this body was, and he was found shortly after the message. The police believed that Isaac had been paid to kill him, and based on the timing of the text and when the boy was discovered, Isaac would have had to have left my office and pretty much gone directly there. And that is pretty terrifying to think about. Ultimately, the police wanted to use Isaac's move-out day as an opportunity to try and catch him. But to nobody's surprise, he didn't show up. When I walked his apartment to inspect for damage, and there was a lot, I found a bank receipt from the day of the murder. Someone had wired him $17,000. Thankfully, I never did see Isaac again, but I did find out that he was caught in another country a few months later, and is now in prison. I really discovered a love for walking and later hiking over lockdown. But there were days that I would spend hours out traveling the country roads, across fields and through the woods. I live on the outskirts of a small town in Ireland, so the walks were a great form of exercise without using a gym. It started with me and my dad, just going out for about an hour every day, but he knew that I wanted more and told me to go on my own if he wasn't up for it, or if I wanted to go further than usual. It was around July of 2021. I was 14 at the time, and even though the lockdown was starting to ease, I still went walking. I decided to walk through fields instead of the roads because having to stop for cars really irks me. I came to a plot of land with trees planted and decided to splash the boots before turning back. I was almost finished too when I started hearing laughter from behind me. I pulled up my zip and buckled my belt to face whoever was there, and I was surprised to see 5 people. None of them could have been much older than me, and one of them waved and I walked towards them. They were between me and my way back home, so I sort of had to anyway. But the group had been talking amongst themselves, but stopped when I met them. There were 3 boys and 2 girls. They all had bags or backpacks and were all similarly dressed in sort of dark graphic t-shirts. I remember one specifically had a Thrasher t-shirt as well, and black cargos with funny looking keychains. A bit of a weird sight considering things like skate culture aren't really big where I am from, and anyone who's ever owned a nice piece of clothing wouldn't wear it out in a place where they could trip into a cowpat. Anyway, the guy with the Thrasher t-shirt smiled and asked, "What are you doing out here?" I realized that it must have been a bit weird to meet a stranger in the absolute, pretty much back of nowhere, so I just said, I'm taking a shortcut through the back road." Another boy chimes in and says, "Don't lie, I saw you taking a pee in the woods." It dawned on me that they were both too well spoken to be anyone local. I felt a little bit intimidated, to be honest, so I just told him nature was calling, as jokingly as I could, to which they all laughed. I wasn't sure if it was my accent that they found funny or the fact that they caught me where I was and I was made visibly embarrassed, but One of the two girls breaks from the laughter and pulls a face of disgust. She says, "What are you doing with that necklace?" referring to the cross necklace that I was wearing. It didn't really scan with me how serious she was, so I just let out a chuckle, but the four others stopped laughing. The girl who spoke pulled out a book from a tote bag that she had worn over her shoulder and said, "You've probably already ruined this by weeing everywhere on the ground anyway," as if I was supposed to know what this was. But the five of them all genuinely looked gutted, as if I had just genuinely ruined their day or something. I responded with, "I don't really know what you mean." And all of a sudden, a bleating noise came out from the Thrasher guy's bag. I look at him and the group starts to act sort of skittish. The girl with the book says, "Let's just look for a good spot," and walks past me. I turn and see the Thrasher guy's backpack looks sort of lumpy. At the time, I really didn't know what was in there, but as I was nearly home, around 40 minutes later, I walked past a field with sheep and I realized that they must have stolen an animal from one of the farms. I told my parents later that day that I was away cycling. I took the bike as far away as I could and jogged to where I last saw the group disappear into the trees. I look around and there was a dead lamb with several shallow gashes all over it, with some of its wool almost pulled out. The number 5 in blue spray paint was still partly visible as well. I'm guessing that they left it there after cutting it and it bled out and died. I don't believe in that satanic panic antichrist thing, but I know that they were probably sacrificing this lamb for some reason or another. I was helping my friend, who I told this story to, with farmhand work the week after, and all of his livestock were accounted for, meaning that I have a rough idea of which field they got this sheep from. But I didn't want to ask the owner in case he thought that I had something to do with its disappearance. Me and my friend went back to the wooded area too, because I didn't want him to think that I was messing with him, that I was being truthful and honest, but after that, I haven't been back since. I've been working on 2 Native American reservations for about a year and a half now. On the current reservation, I have not had any memorable experiences with the paranormal, but last year I had multiple at the other. The first started when I was sleeping in the basement of the house that I was in, due to not having enough rooms. I was laying on my bed trying to sleep, but was unable due to too much light coming in and I was night shift. As I lay there, I heard a cardboard box with some of my belongings in it drag across the floor. I turned and looked at the direction the sound came from and didn't see anything. I got up, walked around into the room. Nothing looked out of place, but I couldn't remember if that's where I left it, so I went back to bed, and when I lay down I heard footsteps above me, but I knew that nobody else was in the home. I just sort of ignored it, and eventually I fell asleep. Later, I found out other people heard footsteps in that house too, and another person saw a shadow person later in the basement. Anyway, when I came back a month later, I was in a different home. After about 2 weeks, I was laying in my bed on my phone when I heard a very loud knocking on my bedside table, 3 of them, right behind me. I turned to look, but saw nothing. A friend attempted to replicate on the window and the door, and nothing sounded the same other than that table. Less than a week from then, I rolled from one side of the bed to the other, and as I rolled, I saw an approximately 3-foot tall, all-black shadow run across the foot of the bed, and I can tell you that I almost soiled myself when I saw it. I asked locals if they knew anything like that and was told about Wawila. I'm unsure of the spelling or pronunciation, but there are little people that play pranks apparently. After that, I never had another experience in that home after seeing it, but where I was working, there were many stories of different spirits in different areas of the facility. Late at night, walking around, I always felt like I was being watched too. One night I was sitting in my chair when, in the corner of my eye, I saw a tall opaque shadow walk into the room and disappear into the shadow of a door. I let it go as the other person in the room didn't see anything, but then they had to leave, making me the only person in that room, and as I looked up, I see movement on the blinds, similar to a faint shadow of a tallish man sit down, wearing a hat of all things. I freaked out, and I left until she came back. I asked other employees, and they said that that corner used to have their table and chair, and that they've seen that man come in many times and sit there. Obviously, I can't confirm their sightings, but what I can confirm is my own eyes. I know what I saw, and it was there, and it's scary to think about. This took place around 2 years ago. I was driving to work, a 5-hour drive. It was already dark. About 3 hours of driving, and I started to get tired, so I bought myself a coffee and some snacks at a gas station, and I went on. But snacks and coffee can only keep you awake for so long, and I started to feel tired again. This part of the road was nothing but thick, dark pinewood forest around me, no other cars on the road, nothing, only insects smashing my windshield now and then, and an empty road. I was now extremely tired, and at one point I even nearly drove off the road, for almost falling asleep. I thought to myself that I have to sleep now, and I can't wait for a gas station. I need to stop as soon as I see a place where I can park my car and just get something. When I'm tired too, I unfortunately fall asleep really fast. If I'm tired enough, I can fall asleep in the middle of a sentence even, when I'm talking, so it's a bit urgent for me to find a place where I can stop now. It felt like maybe an hour, but probably just like 5 minutes go by and I spot this little pocket in the road. It's like a parking space for quick stops, like peeing, switching drivers, or stuff like that, not even a real resting area. But I stopped here, turned down my windows to check if I heard any weird noises, and there was total silence. So I wound up my windows again. I thought to myself that nothing bad was going to happen. I haven't seen a car for like 30 minutes, in fact. The road is empty. And if someone is checking out my car, I bet it's the cops checking on me if I'm alright. So I leave my keys in the ignition and I lock the doors just to be safe. I adjust my seatbelt to make it more comfortable to sleep in, and I take off my shoes and I put them on the passenger seat on the right. And let me tell you that it was so nice to close my eyes and instantly I fall asleep. I don't know why, but something wakes me up. I can't really see anything. Some kind of bright light hits me in the eyes. At first I thought that it was a flashlight, but then I realized it was the high beams from another car in my rearview mirror that was blinding me. I look at my left mirror and I see a dude walking up beside my car. Maybe he wants help with something? Should I make it clear to him that I'm in here? He's right beside my left back door now. Should I step out and ask what he's doing? I didn't have to in the end, because the dude proceeds to jerk and pull on my left back door. I almost crapped my pants when I realized that he's trying to force his way into my car. My seat is adjusted for me to lay down, and I push it back max. I can't reach the pedals, which makes it impossible for me to drive my car, but I slam the car horn and it breaks the silence with a roar, and the dude jumps. That gives me like 2 seconds to push my seat to reach the pedals, but it's still way out of adjustment, so I'm kind of pulling myself to the steering wheel because my seat is laying flat and isn't supporting my back. But anyway, I quickly start my car and I drive off with a cloud of smoke from my screeching tires. It's actually quite surprising just how hard it is driving a car with nothing holding up your upper body, but I managed and I got out of there. As I leave though, I look in the rearview mirror and I see how the dude stands there and just looks at me. And then I see 2 more guys coming up beside him. What I can make out too from the silhouette of their beams was that one of them has something in his hand, like a wrench or a crowbar or something. After that, I drove super fast, way over the speed limit. My whole body was trembling with adrenaline and fear, and I drove like that for like 30 minutes. Then I stopped at a gas station to fix my seat and put my shoes on again. I figured out too that I must have been only sleeping for like 10 minutes max. And well, after that, I didn't have to sleep until I got to my destination, which is surrounded by heavy-duty fencing, and the building has an alarm. I told my boss the next day as well, and he said that they actually have problems with what we call it in Sweden, road pirates. Criminals that force you to stop on the road and rob you of everything, including your car sometimes. And apparently, that specific area is known for it. I'm not saying that it was that. I mean, it could have just been 3 nice guys that wanted to check if I was okay. But then, why didn't they just knock on my driver's window? The thing in his hand could have just been a big flashlight, I suppose, but still, I think I dodged a bullet with that one. A few months back, I went on a date with a guy who seemed familiar to me, but I just couldn't put my finger on where I'd seen him before. I assumed that I might have met him on a night out or something. It was a last-minute thing, though, and I told him how I wasn't looking for anything, but it would be nice to hang out. And that was a mistake. When I met him, at first he seemed like an alright guy, but things quickly turned when we got to a restaurant. He didn't order, but I did, and he started saying things about loving my curves and my body. I laughed it off, but I thought that he was being a bit too forward. He could have put it nicely or kept that to himself. While having my food, he began telling me about how I was different from other girls because they don't give nice guys like him a chance. Red flags were immediately going off, so I came up with a story that I could only be out for a little bit because my parents wanted me to dog sit and stuff like that. He bought it, but then proceeded to stare at my breasts and say things about how he wished he could see me without clothes on, even saying that I should send him a picture. I told him that I don't do that and that he was making me uncomfortable. He stopped, but then told me how he brought me a gift. He pulled out of his bag a bouquet of roses, which I did think was actually quite sweet, and a bag of Tesco prawns. That confused me, and honestly, I just kind of burst out laughing. I asked why he got them, and he said that he knew that I liked tempura and prawns. But the thing is that I never once told him that I did, so alarm bells were definitely going off again. My head was now telling me to run, but I didn't want to be rude, so I stayed until the time that I said I would, and after that I left. So I had less than an hour left. He kept talking too, but he actually started to scare me because he started guessing aspects of my life, like uncannily, like the school that I went to, what I was like as a kid, what I'm currently doing. He just got every part right. It scared me because, well, I haven't told him any of this and I haven't posted any of this online, so I backed away and asked him how he knew all of that. And it turns out that his mother was actually one of my teachers in school, and he asked her everything that she knew about me and looked online for anything about me currently. I don't know when he asked her, but at this point, I definitely wanted to get out of there, and thank God for my mum. Not long after, I got a text from my mum asking how things were. He didn't see the text, but saw that it was my mum, and I just said, "Oh my goodness, my mum and dad got the times wrong for the pictures, so I have to go home now for my dog. I'm so sorry." The guy just accepted that, and then started to walk me home. I said something about only going about halfway because I'm not comfortable with people knowing where I stay, but he then started insisting. And he then dropped the bombshell that he knew that I stayed on X road, but didn't know which house was mine. I told him that that was really weird and that it creeped me out that he knew that. He claimed that I told him, but I never tell people that. So I started to walk to the main road for my own safety, but he then grabbed my hand and said that he knew a shortcut. I was getting really scared when he stopped and shoved his tongue down my throat. I shoved him away and told him to stop it, and he apologized. That's when I noticed a stranger walking a dog coming, so I used that as an opportunity and said that I needed to go, and I went to the main road. I thought that I was safe, honestly, but I wasn't. The guy kept walking with me, and I stopped and told him that I wanted to part ways here and how it was nice to meet him again. He then looked confused and said that we had never met. He said something about meeting on a night out just to get me to come with him, and I then began saying, "Look, I have to go," when he cut me off, grabbed me and pulled me near some bushes saying, "Before you go, there's one more thing." I told him that I needed to go and to let go of me, but he just ignored me. The guy then pulled me in, hurting my wrists, and kissed me again. He saw the bushes and said about having privacy, and I managed to shove him off and tell him no. He then grabbed me again and tried to take me to the bushes, saying it'll only take a second, while I resisted. Some dog walkers came by and he stopped and pulled me to kiss me again, but this time he grabbed my breast and I shoved and screamed. I said no and just ran. My heart was racing and I was terrified. I thought that he might have tried to do something to me. I kept looking back, but he was nowhere to be seen. I ended up taking the long way home just in case that night, and when I got in, I just started to cry because I thought something bad was going to happen to me when I got a message from another account because it was him. He said about how lovely it was meeting me and how it was the best date ever, how I was the prettiest girl that he'd ever kissed and that he would love to see me again, adding how he hoped that I had a lovely time too and that he showed that he was a gentleman, then adding that he was now on my road. I just hit on the floor for the rest of the day after that, and when I looked at his profile, I actually remembered where I'd seen him before at that moment. He used to message my old Facebook account years ago with weird messages and creepy edits saying how he liked me. This whole event happened within an hour and a half, but boy, did it feel a lot longer than that. So I was vacuuming my house at 9:30 p.m. with my music playing when I get a knock on my door. My boyfriend was at work and I was not expecting company, especially so late at night. So I turned my music down and realized that the door is actually not locked. Instantly, I'm terrified. I mean, I'm only 4'10", so I had to prop myself up to the wall to look through the peephole, and I carefully locked the door. But more pounding, and the man outside my door is no one that I recognize, and looks kind of disgruntled, dirty, and quite frightening. He was short and stocky and looked angry. He grew frustrated knowing that I'd just turned my music down. He heard me lock the door and started calling out, "Ma'am," more knocking, "Excuse me, ma'am." But how did he know that I was a woman? I looked around the room and see my blinds were open and realized that he must have been watching me vacuum. Thankfully, my neighbors right across from me opened their doors, and the husband asked, "Hey, excuse me, who are you and what are you doing?" Startled now, the creep fumbles and says, "Oh, good evening, sir. I was just going to offer my carpet cleaning services to her." The husband goes, "That's great, buddy. She doesn't want it. You need to leave, right now." And the creep left promptly. Afterwards, I called the police, my boyfriend, and closed up my blinds and texted the neighbors to thank them for scaring him away. I paid extra to live on the top floor as well, but it seems that this creep must have been watching me from below. This story takes place during my senior year of high school when I still lived at home with my mum. It was a Saturday, so I slept in as any teenager does, and my mum, she left for work early that morning, so I spent my day at home alone. I decided to do some cleaning around the house when I realized that we were out of paper towels, so I went down to the garage to get them. That's where we kept extra things. My mum lives in a 3-story townhouse where the main floor is actually on the second floor, and the first floor is just a small entryway at the bottom of the stairs and 2 doors. One of them is the front door and the other leads to the garage. So I walked down the stairs and opened the door to the garage, going to flip on the lights, but realizing that I didn't need to, because the garage door was wide open and letting in a lot of daylight. Now, maybe to some this would be no big deal, but my mum lives in a not great part of town and is adamant about closing the garage door when she leaves. I remember feeling weird too about it, since it was so unusual, but chalked it up to my mum just not realizing it, or maybe something had rolled under the door, so the automatic sensor kept it from closing completely, and she drove away without realizing. I looked over into the dark corner of the garage where the boxes were stacked and the paper towels were stored. For some reason, I couldn't get myself to walk over there and grab them. I do have a slight fear of the dark, so I figured that was what was causing my sudden hesitation. So I just kind of stood there in the doorway and pressed the garage door button on the wall and watched it close completely. I made sure nothing blocked it from closing, and I waited a good 10 seconds before leaving to make sure that it was really shut this time. I switched off the light, walked back inside, and locked the garage door. I took maybe 2 steps up the stairs before I heard boxes trembling and scuffling of feet, and the audible sound of someone hitting their hand against the garage door opener, and then the mechanical sound of the garage door opening. And at that, I noped it up the rest of the flight of stairs, then just stood at the top step for probably 20 minutes, just kind of shaking. It wasn't until my mum got home asking me why the garage door was open that I went back down there. And other than my mum's car now in the garage, It was completely empty, except for the boxes in the corner where we store extra things for the house. I looked and saw that the boxes were toppled over. I had to explain to my mum the situation, and I'm so glad that my gut told me not to go into that dark corner of my garage, and to whoever decided to creep in there, please never come back. So when I was 13, I had not long broken up with this girl who supposedly had a psycho family. One of this girl's family was a close friend who was supposedly obsessed with her. I was invited out with my friends after school one day, and this boy latched on. Everybody told me to come out and that he wanted to make amends and he understood why I did what I did, etc., etc. Being the pushover that I am, I went out and we hung out in the parks and smoked and drank and whatnot. As it started to get dark, I decided to go home, and I felt uneasy about being around him, and he started acting all weird, talking about fights that he'd been in, and bragging about bashing some guy's face in with his fist in school. And so, because I didn't feel safe whatsoever, I just left. Now, the next day, my best friend and all the other kids that were out that night came into school and told me that it got worse after I left. Apparently, after they had drunk some more, he started waving this huge kitchen knife around. It was telling everybody how he was going to stab me in the stomach for breaking that girl's heart. Now, let me point out too that I only know the details of this because I have a relative in the local police force. In the end, my dad made us move too because he actually knew where I lived. I continued getting death threats on social media though until about a year or two later when it was in the paper. It was spread around town that he had broken into somebody's house and stabbed a man to death and then slit his wrists in the man's bathtub. They found high amounts of cocaine and cannabis in his system, along with a lot of alcohol. The elderly neighbors phoned the police when they heard some commotion and they hadn't seen the man leave for work that day. And they found him barely conscious and he's now in a psych ward. This was also supposedly over this girl again. Anyway, I think that I dodged a big bullet there. I have a handful of little encounters that I just can't explain, starting from when I was around 7. So, the earliest one I can remember is waking up in the middle of the night and seeing a rapidly fading hand on my shoulder. I remember feeling something heavy on my shoulder, and when I turned around, I saw the faint image of a hand resting on my shoulder as though someone was actually standing behind me, even though I was laying on my back. I turned my bedside lamp on, and I sat up staring around my room for a long time before eventually just falling asleep with the light on. The next one was about a year or so later, I think. Maybe more, I can't be sure, but I was lying in bed trying to sleep, and I remember feeling something tugging at my blanket from the foot of my bed. It was hard enough, too, that I kept sitting up and turning my lamp on to see if anyone was there. I even looked under my bed at one point. After I'd sat up for about half an hour staring at the end of my bed, I laid back down, and as soon as I did, as I turned the light off, I felt the tug again. I woke my dad up, and he slept in my bed that night while I slept next to my mum, and he said that he slept fine. The next one, nothing physically happened, but for some reason I just couldn't shake the feeling like I felt like someone was in my room. The room just seemed small and dense and crowded, even though I was the only one in it. It bothered me enough too that I told my mum, and she smudged my room and sat with me for a while. The next was about a week after that. It was a warm night, so I had my window open, and I woke up and there were just a lot of flies in my room, so I got up and closed my window, and when I sat back on my bed, the window was a little bit open again. I stared at it in case it moved again, and it actually started to move open again on its own. It moved up another inch or so by itself, and at that point, I ran out of my room and slept next to my parents. After that one too, things started to pick up a little. I had a big plush wolf that my brother actually won at a fair at one point, and it sat in my room against the wall farthest from my bed, a good 6 feet or so away. I woke up one morning at dawn, and the wolf was now at the foot of my bed. When I was laying down too, I could just see its beady little eyes poking over the top of the quilt, and I still don't know how it moved across my room like that, but It scared me so bad that my mum gave it to Goodwill that afternoon because she just refused to have it in the house. Another time too, I was sleeping on the couch in the living room while my mum was busy with something. I slept there for 3 days, and every night I would feel someone walking past me. I pretended to be asleep, but I narrowly opened my eyes and could never see anyone, even though I'm sure that I could feel someone there. But one night, the video recorder kept turning on by itself too, and I'd turn it back off and it would turn back on again. But the last thing I encountered was another sleep one, and it was when I was about 19. I still remember the dream too, because I was walking home from my elementary school and was being followed by someone, but they were always just too far away to make out any features. I made it back to my house and nobody was home. In my dream, I laid down on the couch and then the whole house was just engulfed in flames, and the guy who followed me home was standing in the fire. I woke up really abruptly to this, and I saw the head and shoulders of an oldish man standing over my bed. It took maybe 15 seconds or so before it faded, but it was vivid enough that I actually said, "Who's there?" out loud. I know that it wasn't sleep paralysis too, because I could definitely move. Nothing ever happened after that, and I've moved out now. A few years after I moved out though, they pulled up the carpet in my brother's room and found what looked like the ruins of a wine cellar under a trapdoor in the floor. But it had a little box of curious things from the 50s and the 60s in it, and some scraps of comic strips like it was used as a cubby at some point. Anyway, I never found any more information on it, but I'll never forget those nights that I was living there. So this happened when I was in high school several decades ago. At the time, I had zero interest in anything paranormal. I was heavy into science and all things logical, really. And anyway, in the 11th grade, I switched high schools to one closer to home. On the second or third day there, a student walked up to me that I didn't know and introduced himself. I was new and he was cool to me, so we made friends right away. So we started hanging out, me and his other friend, who was also a nice guy. We were kids just doing normal teenager stuff, but one evening while hanging out at my friend's house and listening to some music, he told me that he knew that I was coming to their school. Intrigued, I asked how he knew that, and he said that their Ouija board told them that I was coming. I asked how long ago I told them that, and even though I don't remember his exact reply, I remember that it was longer than even I knew that I was going to change schools, which was odd. But naturally, I'm in complete disbelief about any of this Ouija board nonsense, and even told him that. So, him and his friend pulled it out and started using it in front of me. Now, understand that they're sitting on this bed using it, I'm on the other side of the room sitting down, and he asks me to ask it something. So, determined to show them just how silly this Ouija board nonsense was, I began asking it questions that these two would absolutely have no way of knowing. They were deeply specific things about my family, dates, names, places, etc. This was before the internet as well, and these were just normal teenagers like myself, so I know that they didn't know this information. Since I wasn't even close to it and they were the ones touching it, I thought that I would totally trip it up. But, to my astonishment, it actually answered every single question that I posed to it with 100% accuracy. Which, let me tell you, was absolutely impossible. My friends kept looking up at me when it would answer to gauge my reaction, and I remember getting goosebumps just all over my body. I couldn't believe that this was actually happening, but somehow there was something behind that device that knew just all that stuff about me. To this day, I still wonder about it, and what it was, how it knew. Especially how it knew that I would change schools before even I did. To this day, I still won't allow one in my house. I don't know what force is behind them, but I think it's for the best to just leave them alone. This happened about a week ago. I was going to a gothic fair in a place that I didn't really know well, but it was in my city, so I thought that I was going to be okay. Now, for context, yes, I'm a 20-year-old woman walking alone. Sounds like an easy target, I know, but this happened at 4 p.m. in the middle of summer, It was broad daylight, and even though it wasn't crowded, there were definitely people around. So I got out of the subway and I started checking my phone for directions, but I quickly put it away in my bag so I don't look distracted or get it taken from my hands and stuff. I had actually had a phone stolen that way before. I started walking while checking the street names and numbers when a couple, they must have been around 35 years old, approached me and asked for directions. I told them that I was lost too, and they said that they weren't from here either and asked where I lived. I'm not stupid, so I gave them some sort of a vague answer and then I left. But 2 minutes after that, they approached me again and told me where the fair that I was going to was located, and I said thanks and I started walking that way. As I walked, they followed me and tried to start a conversation. I tried to walk faster and leave them behind because I don't trust strangers, but they just kept going with me. At some point too, the conversation, it was only the man talking to me, shifted to jobs and occupations, and the man said, I do have a job, but most of the time it isn't enough, so I have to do what I do. Usually I'm not violent, but I have a gun to use with dumb people who scream or make a scene. And then said, now show me if you value more your life or material things. He obviously expected me to hand my bag over, and I know that this is going to sound so edgy, but I'm deeply depressed and my train of thought went straight to, I either hand over my hard worked for money that I was excited to spend in nice things today, or I finally die. I acted calm, although my heart was beating fast and I was sweating. I didn't scream, I didn't hand over my stuff either, and instead I just took my bottle of water and took a sip, and then I just kept walking, thinking that it wouldn't be all too bad to get shot and die there. And they just kind of stood there confused, and after a while they left. In the end too, I ended up going to the fair and I had a nice time. So I used to live in the southwest corner of Missouri in an old railroad town that had quite a few missing people here and there, mostly due to a high tweaker population. I lived in what we called a holler, at the bottom of the tops of two enormous hills. A creek also ran through the holler, but was mostly dry throughout the year. Despite it being dry though, living in what was basically a ravine makes the land and the hills damp and also misty, which meant that the woods surrounding our trailer were perpetually green year-round and also thick. You could walk in one direction for 10 minutes and get lost pretty easily. Generally speaking, we kids used the creek bed for a path, as there were flat rocks along it that were easier to navigate than the viney, lush forest floor. Now one day in the middle of summer, I decided to go for a walk in the woods. As usual, our red-nosed pit bull, Fatty, came along, and the sun would be setting soon, but I was home alone a lot of that time, so there was no one around to tell me not to go. I figured that I had enough time before sunset to walk a certain point and back. It was 7:30, and the sun set around 9 at that point in the summer. But the minute that I started trekking it throughout the creek bed, my pit bull started whining really weirdly. He didn't leave my side once, but was definitely reluctant to follow, stopping here and there to smell the air, looking behind us, and I figured that maybe there was an animal in the area, so I didn't worry too much. There was a point in the creek bed, though, that I had to duck under two fallen trees. It made a sort of bridge in the middle of the creek and acted as a turnaround point for most of my walks. My dog was still whining, and I began to wonder if there was a cougar or even a bear in the area, but for some reason I wanted to just keep walking. I ducked under the trees, shushed Fatty, and stopped to listen to the woods surrounding us. I heard nothing. I heard literally nothing. No wind, no snapping twigs, not even any birds, which was kind of weird. Even on calm days with no wind, those woods were usually teeming with sounds of life. And nothing was ever still, but all of a sudden, now it was. It also made my stomach feel like I was dropping down into a pit. Then I began to feel really weird. I can't really describe it, but it was kind of a gut feeling, when suddenly my body felt very queasy and oversensitive. And worse, I had the distinct feeling that now I was being watched. I have felt similar feelings when being watched by a bear at some point, and it's always really weird, but something just tells you to get the hell out of Dodge when there's a huge animal nearby. Humans are animals after all, and we also get those instincts. And every time that I'd experienced an animal that could potentially hurt me in the woods, I'd immediately turned around and gone home. My dog had always alerted me by barking or growling, but for some reason, not this time. Instead, Fatty was scared and trembling. Now, I'd seen this dog get hit by a truck before and get up like nothing had happened, and this time, he was terrified. All signs were pointing to leaving, right? But no, another weird thing happened. Call it an edgy teenager or anything you want, but I felt this strange pull into the woods. There was no sound, but I felt like something was calling me, luring me deeper into the woods. It was the worst part of that day, and also the creepiest thing that I'd ever felt. But I was also curious, so I wanted to know what the hell wanted me to wander further ahead. I walked forward, aware that my dog had firmly planted himself at the fallen trees. He was shaking all over and yelped at me as I walked away, but he didn't come with me. He also didn't leave, which I believe potentially saved my ass that day. But I left Fatty behind and eventually got to the part of the creek that I'd never been to. It was a clearing with a ring of trees surrounding it, with the creek stretching far ahead and going around an unseen corner. But the sun hadn't moved and it was still silent. I stood in place for maybe a minute, I think, and considered turning around. But the clearing was creepy and felt kind of devoid of everything. I can't really explain it well enough, but I felt like if I walked around that corner, which was about 100 feet away, that something terrible was about to happen. It felt like something was just waiting for me to walk into it, unsuspecting. In the end, I brushed it off as paranoia. I mean, I had plenty of sunlight left, and I could explore alone for once, and besides, if something was drawing me further in, then it's also possible that I might find something amazing. So I took a couple of more steps, and suddenly, I heard my dog yelping frantically behind me. Startled, I turned around quickly, my dog looking like a little white speck far back into the trees. He was pacing back and forth at his spot and barking like it was going to kill him if he didn't take off running. He kept lunging forward, but wouldn't move any distance forward. That was when I realized that something was just very wrong. I turned around again to look back at the clearing, and all of a sudden, it was pitch black outside. Like seconds ago, the sun wasn't even close to going down below the horizon, and all of a sudden, now the stars were out. No sun, no light. I stared hard at the trees around the corner, seeing nothing but elongated shadows. I heard a twig snap when all of a sudden my ears just started to ring, and panic flooded my entire body. I whipped around and shot back towards the fallen trees, sprinting towards my dog. He was snarling and barking like mad, and when I ducked under the trees, both of us sprinted back towards the house. The entire time, I honestly felt like death was on my heels, and Fatty never once ran ahead of me, staying right at my side the entire way back. When we eventually made it back home, I quickly checked the clock, and during the walk that usually took about 10 minutes, I would say, I had been gone for 3 hours. I had left my home at 7:30, and now it was 10:30, which meant that my parents were due home in an hour. The next day, I walked only part way back to where I could see the clearing. The very farthest that I could walk was about 2 miles, and so that meant that it took me 3 hours to walk there and back. To this day, I have never felt so prowled upon in the woods as well. These woods weren't part of a national park or anything, but if you walked about 10 miles or so, you could reach Mark Twain National Park. And people go missing there quite often, seeing as the woods can be impossible to navigate after dark, and it has large hollows in the middle of the woods that people go rolling into, and they get stuck as well. I don't know what wanted me in that woods that day. I didn't see what it was, and it didn't say anything, but I ignored every natural instinct that I had to run until it was almost too late. My dog being there may have just been the reason, too, that I didn't wander deeper into the woods of the Missouri and succumb to someone or something in that dark place. I've never told anyone in my walking life about this, and what do you guys think? Have any of you guys heard of the 411 cases involving Missouri woods and hollers and whatnot? Or do any of you guys have any similar experiences if you're from this area? Just down the road from where a few years ago I had previously lived, in southeast Australia, is the opening into about 100 acres of woodland and bush that I frequently went into when I was younger to do the usual things like riding and camping. Now, I was out driving at around 11:30 p.m. with my girlfriend, and as we were in the area, decided to show her the woodlands while we were in the area, as she loves everything to do with nature, and it was summer, so an extremely warm night. I left my car with the light shining into the trees as we weren't going too far in, and it was pitch black inside, and the two of us just kind of sat chatting anyway, having a smoke and generally relaxing. She was sitting on a sort of map of the area that had been put into some plastic, and I was keeping an eye on the trees as, for some reason, I had a feeling that something was just not quite right. I've heard a few people say that they felt that they were in danger, although nothing around them was off, and it was kind of like that feeling. Every sense was almost reaching out, and my adrenaline was up, but there wasn't really anything in my eyeline that seemed any different. After lighting another cigarette to calm my nerves, I scanned the tree line again and realized that it looked different to before. It was only after staring in the dark that I saw that there was moonlight now lighting up the grass where it couldn't before, as there was a black shape blocking it that before I thought was a tree. Now, the only way I can describe the next part is that all the sound just kind of ceased and everything, and I mean literally everything, went dead silent. And a few seconds later, this disgusting feeling of dread just fell over me, and I saw motion in the dark of the path as this thing crawled toward us on all fours. Now, I've seen nearly every animal in the outback here, and I can assure you that we don't have any large predators like in the US or Europe, but somehow I knew that this thing was a predator, and it wasn't hiding itself from us, but was just kind of slowly crawling towards us. I don't know if my girlfriend saw it or not, as I couldn't look away, but just as it reached the line where my car lights were able to illuminate, it reared up onto two legs and just sat there, staring at us. So I'm 6'4", but this thing was about another meter larger than me at least, with arms that were just far too long that reached down near the ground, and all I could make out was a sort of off-white, almost yellowish fur on it, and in the dim light could make out the silhouette of its head as like a dog or a wolf maybe. I wasn't able to move as it stared at me, but it was at this point that my girlfriend gasped, which seemed to break whatever was stopping me from thinking logically. I grabbed her by the arm and we sprinted to my car, slammed the doors and tore out of there as fast as I could, both of us too scared to speak until about a half an hour later. We've both discussed it many times, and the feeling that we had was what I imagine a rabbit sees when it catches a wolf or a fox looking at it. That this is something that would be able to end us with absolute ease if it chose to. Neither of us have been able to come up with any explanation for what it was, but it's definitely changed the way that I view the woods and the bush here, and when I go camping or hiking now, I think back to that and wonder what it was, and if I'll ever see anything like it again. So, it's been about a year since my last story, I suppose, and I visit this place every now and then to listen to other people's stories, but haven't had much interest in contributing any of my own. But the stories that I have shared were mainly for entertainment. What I mean is that I could recount the events with ease because they virtually meant nothing to me. Just interesting stories to tell, you know. However, what I'm about to share is not something many of my closest friends or even family know about. The events that happened to me were, well, traumatic. The effects have cemented in the way that I think, view people, and my ability to trust or lack thereof. I'm afraid to admit that this is not a story in which I showed immense courage or resilience or anything. Instead, I just kind of buried these memories deep until, well, recently. This is a pretty messed up encounter story that is about a truly sick man. The kind you hear about on TV or podcasts or something. The kind of evil man who managed to build something of himself despite his unnatural desires, only to use his wealth and resources to further manipulate and take advantage of kids. So, a little bit of background. I grew up in a very poor part of New England, a Hispanic-dominated area. The city is pretty small and has always been a conundrum to me, really. But the city is known for its drugs use and violence. It was once a prospering mill city, one where immigrants came to work and secure their own slice of the American dream. The city and much of its residents have since disintegrated like the stones that make up the massive factories that loom over the city. The conundrum I speak of is, while this city remains open to high criminal activity, the surrounding towns are just doing great. Less than 10 miles north, you enter New Hampshire, where things are generally quiet, and south you'll pass through multiple rich and thriving towns. And the man that I'll introduce later would come down from New Hampshire to prey on the poor kids from my community. So, I was maybe 13 years old, I think. It was definitely summertime because I remember the heat. It was a fun summer though. My friends and I were outside all the time, and while none of us had a car, we made the most of walking where we needed to go, and I was a bit younger than the guys that I was hanging out with at the time, so they were always able to kind of stay out later than me. It's funny how everything that happens while you're not there feels like you've missed out on the best stuff. Anyway, one day while we're all just kind of hanging around, a friend of mine mentions, "Hey, maybe we can get Ryan to come by and buy us some food." Always feeling left out, I acted as if I knew who Ryan was, the whole time thinking that he was a teenager, perhaps in his early 20s, I suppose. I let the conversation go on for a bit before I could not resist, and I asked, "Who's Ryan?" The response I got drove me crazy because it only furthered my frustration of not totally feeling like I was a part of the gang. "You don't know who Ryan is? We've been working for him for a few weeks now. He owns a junkyard and we go and strip cars, log spare parts, and just mess around, really. We get him to buy us stuff and he lets us drive his cars." I thought, how could this be? I felt so embarrassed and betrayed that all my friends apparently had a job and were going out to eat and drive cars, and I was just finding out about it. So, wanting to fit in, I urged them to get me a job too. My friend Eli, a leading figure in our group, pulls out his cell phone and gives this Ryan guy a call. The way Eli was talking to him made it seem like Eli was in control, like he was bullying Ryan or something. He spoke to him aggressively and told him that we were hungry and for him to come and pick us up and buy us some food. And Ryan agreed. Shortly after this, the man pulls up in his red pickup with a tow in the back and his company logo on the side of the truck. He was a white man, mid-40s, short and kind of chubby. He had a high-pitched voice that screeched out when he would laugh. And when he arrived, he immediately turned to Eli and started talking shit to him, making fun of him, letting out a bit of a laugh. It weirdly made me feel at ease too, because it just wasn't the way I expected an adult to act. It was kind of like he was one of us and you were in if you were cool with him. Eli introduced me to him and told him that I want to work. He examined me and asked if I knew anything about cars. I told him that I did, and he agreed that we'd talk about it over lunch. He told us all to jump into his truck and asked me to sit in the front seat so that we could talk. I remember that drive like it was yesterday. We were listening to the radio, and I could see that it was singing underneath his breath, so I purposely started singing the song out loud, acting as if I didn't know that he was also singing. He noticed and turned the music up, looked at me, and started singing loudly. We did this the whole ride until arriving at an Italian place, and the food was amazing. I had only ever been out to eat a handful of times at this stage, and none of them were with friends, ordering whatever we wanted and goofing off the whole time. It was a real treat and only really made me want to be in with Ryan even more. It was clear that he played favorites and those who he liked received more gifts. And at the end of lunch, he agreed to give me a job and made Eli agree to let me know the next time that we had to work. The next month or so felt like I was having the best summer of my life. Ryan owned a junkyard in New Hampshire and also had a car rental service. He was expanding his business, so there was a ton of construction going on. His office was in a construction trailer outside the yard. This is where you would find him if you needed anything. He would pick us up in the morning and bring us to the yard, and for 8 hours we would honestly just kind of mess around. We'd walk to the very end of the yard and hide out in cars, We would take naps and scavenge through the hundreds of cars hoping to find valuables, and occasionally we would actually have to work, but even then we would mess around a lot. And all the while, we were getting paid. Not a ton in retrospect, but more than any of us had ever received. But more than the pay, what we really wanted was our own car. He easily had 30 of them, not including the cars that he rented. Each car was in fair shape, and each day he would throw Eli a different set of keys, and it really made the rest of us jealous. You see, Ryan didn't really care if you had a license or not, and Eli didn't, and he drove a different car pretty much every day. I personally had my eye on a Mazda sedan. I wanted the car so bad when I approached Ryan that I nearly begged him for it. He agreed that we would talk about it at the end of the day, and I spent the whole day just kind of imagining my life with that car, how cool I would look, pulling up to places, getting girls' attention, and a car at the time was like entering a new world, and I just might have one at the end of the day. The end of the day came, and he threw Eli some keys and told him to bring everyone home except for me. This wasn't alarming to anyone because all I could think about the whole day was how he was going to give me that car. After everyone left and the sun was setting, Ryan asked me to talk in his trailer. He started with how kids are always coming and going, trying to take advantage of him, stealing from him, and explaining how ungrateful people are to his generosity. And I strangely felt like he was speaking about me, but kind of indirectly. He asked me a lot of questions about drug use. Are you on drugs? Have you ever taken any? How do I know that I can trust you? How do I know if you'll pay me back and just not ruin my car and never give me a dime? My response to all of it was no, I would thoroughly work off what I owed for the car, and he then asked if I had anything in my pockets. I said no and willingly turned them out, and then he said, "Do you really think that I'm that stupid? Like you would hide stuff in your pockets? I know that you're hiding things in your clothes." I had no warning bells ringing because a lot of what he was saying was true. We all stole from him, whatever we could, whenever we could get away with it. We all thought that we were in control and kind of using it. It's an amazing thing how someone can get you to do something and to do it on your own accord. I feel like it was your idea. No matter what I said, though, he just kept repeating, "I know you have something, I know you do." Ensuring him that I don't, I would move my shirt around and pull on my waistband. It wasn't taking. He just kept repeating that he doesn't make deals with thieves. And then I got the idea, painfully in retrospect, that I'll just take my stuff off, show this guy that I don't have anything. So, standing there with most of my stuff off at this point, I took off my pants and I stood there in triumph thinking, you see, I don't have anything. With only my boxers on, I started to kind of jokingly dance because I thought that I had won. I don't have anything after all. But then Ryan said, "Take off your boxers." I was really confused by this, and I was like, "What? I don't have anything. Why does this guy not believe me?" Ryan just sat behind his desk and told me again to take my boxers off, and I was frozen. And even though I hadn't said the words, I knew that I was alone at this point, far away from home, and confusion just took over my mind. I didn't have any thoughts really, just kind of frozen, and he leaned forward and said, "Are you going to make me go over there and take them off for you?" It's weird how I still did not think that I was being taken advantage of. Honestly, my brain still thought that this guy really thinks that I stole something. And I actually remember thinking to myself, what the fuck could I hide in my boxes? I said to him again that I don't have anything, and, well, he completely dropped the whole stealing bit. And then just said straight out, "I want to see your dick. Pull it out." At this point, I didn't know what to do. It really sucks that you don't have any options to freeze time, actually think about what's happening, and instead, you're forced to make a choice, as fast as you can choose the words while having a conversation. My brain went into survival mode though, and that mode was to not look at the situation for what it actually was. I did what he asked, choosing to believe that it wasn't a big deal. He just sat there and looked at me, and honestly, thank God that that's all that he did. I began to shake, and I grabbed my clothes, and he snapped out of whatever world that he was in and started moving things around on his desk, looking in drawers, and I couldn't meet his eyes because I was ashamed and confused. He eventually spoke and said something like, "Don't crash it," as he threw the keys to the Mazda. I caught the keys and left, trying really hard not to think about what had just happened. I didn't want to face it, and that's why when I got home, I just chose not to say anything. My father, who I am sure would have killed him, I was embarrassed to tell him. Knowing he would think, "Why would you do that? Why didn't you fight? I raised you to be tough. Why would you do that?" And so in the end, I just showed up like any other night, except this time, I had my own car. Now, I clearly did not think things through because I was like 14 and I just came home with a car. My parents were pissed and they told me to call one of my friends and have them pick the car up, and they also said that I couldn't work there anymore. To be honest though, I wasn't upset. The next day, I told Eli that I was quitting and asked if he could pick up my last pay. He tried to convince me not to quit, but I stuck to my parents being adamant on my quitting, and Eli would call me a few days later and tell me that Ryan wouldn't give me what he owed me. Instead, I had to get it myself. I never tried to get the money because I just couldn't face it. Fast forward a few months though, and I was with some of those guys, and my friend Joe said something. "Hey, guys, did Ryan ever ask you to show him your dick?" And to my surprise, everyone said yes, but they all said that they didn't do it. I lied to them all and made up some story where I freaked out and threatened him, and over the years I found out that all of the kids did it. There were 8 of us. One kid did it with his mum waiting outside in a car to pick him up, in fact. Not sure if Ryan knew that she was outside, but the kid just never said anything. We all just kind of buried it. We were tough guys, or wanted to be, and no one wanted to remember that. Fast forward again 7 or 8 years this time, and I was 22 or 23, and a newer friend who was struggling to get work tells me that he landed a job at a junkyard in New Hampshire. Except the guy who owns it asked him to get naked and show him his dick. And my mind nearly blew up. By then, I had grappled a bit with it and developed anger, and I freaked out, asked him to tell me everything, and he said that he's known to pick people up for work, and after a couple of days of working, he invited my friend Joe into his trailer and basically did something that he did to me. What actually really disappointed me, though, was that my friend, who was in his 20s, actually did it. And even now, I understand the craziness of the request and how he's able to get you to do it, but I so badly wish that Joe acted the way that I wish I did, knocking this guy's teeth down his throat. What's even crazier, though, is that while he was telling me, this girlfriend that we both had overheard and says, "Are you guys talking about creepy Ryan?" And again, my mind just blows up. She tells us that he's apparently gotten multiple people over the years and he can't be touched, that people have tried, but he does tow work for the city and PD of that town and has since made connections. Now, I don't know the details of these reports, whether or not investigations were underway, but people told the truth and he was still out there doing what he wanted. And while hearing that he was still out there was truly shocking, my thoughts on him ended with that drunk conversation. Fast forward another 3 or 4 years, and I was 26 or so. I was out after a night of bar hopping, and a couple and I decided to get chicken at a late night spot everyone goes to after the bars close. And while I was there, I was approached by a guy who recognized me. I didn't recognize him at first, but then realized that it was an old friend, Brandon. We were friends at that time, and we both worked for him. Last I heard, he had a bad heroin addiction, and the rumors were certainly true because I could barely recognize him. He was happy to see me, though, and asked if I could spare a few bucks or a cigarette, then asked if I could give him a ride to where he was staying. Brandon said that he was abandoned and needed to get back up with his friend in NH, and I really didn't want to, but he was insistent and wouldn't stop asking despite my body language, and what I assume was a distasteful look on my face as well, but in the end, I agreed. I needed to get my car, so I took his number down and told him that I would call him when I was outside. He didn't believe me and kept begging that I don't ditch him, and honestly, looking back, I kind of wish that I did. So while we were driving, I was contemplating how Brandon was going to kill me, trying to drive alert just in case he tried anything crazy. I was aggravated because I didn't want to do this, and realizing more and more that we were never really friends, that I barely knew him years ago, that he was pretty much a stranger. I didn't like where this was going. But on the road, he tells me to take a left, and I get a really weird familiar sense of where we were, and I ask, "Hey, where is your friend's place?" Brandon replies, "Did you ever meet Ryan?" And honestly, every time I heard that guy's name, my mind just blew up. I literally shouted out, "Wait, what? You're staying with Ryan? That guy's a fucking piece of shit pedophile who takes advantage of kids. What the fuck are you doing there? I assumed that guy was in prison already." Brandon just laughed and said, "Yeah, I work with him. He's weird, but you just need to smack him up a bit and he doesn't try that weird shit on you." I was pissed and kept trying to explain to Brandon how severe this guy was and that it wasn't a small issue. But Brandon just kept shrugging it off and said many people have paid him visits and put him in hospital a few times even, and something about him being kidnapped at one stage and having to pay money to families threatening to kill him. He also said that the cops have paid him multiple visits and there was a charge against him at one stage, but he paid his fees and may be on some registry, but he still has everything that he had before. None of it was satisfying to hear, and I wanted to hear that he was rotting in prison, or even dead. After hearing this, though, I just refused to drive him all the way there, and I dropped him off at the top of the street. I said good luck, and I just sped off out of there. I was so angry driving home that he was still out there and even walking around. Eventually, though, I got home and I just kind of passed out and slept in late. When I woke up, though, I had a missed call and also a voicemail. I listened and it was Ryan. I'm assuming that Brandon told him that I gave him a ride and perhaps the things that I said. He said that I needed to call him back so that we could talk, that Brandon was in bad health and that he needed to talk to me. I was shocked and honestly a little bit scared. Hearing his voice seriously gave me chills, but I paced around my apartment and eventually decided to call him back. But when I called back, I just completely lost it. I screamed at him, called him a pedophile, and told him that I was actually going to kill him. I reminded him of what he did, all while swearing and describing how I wanted him dead. He eventually hung up on me, and I immediately blocked the number and started mentally preparing myself. I honestly thought that I had just started a war and told myself that I needed to get ready for him to come, that this guy would try to kill me because I wanted to expose him. Luckily, no one ever came though, and my paranoia eventually drifted off. I would move a couple of years later and can say that I've not heard anything of that name again. I also pray that I never do. Please though, the people who listen to this, if you have kids, watch out for them, hey? There are real psychos out there, and even though you think that you're well put together, things can happen to you or the ones that you know real quickly. I was ashamed for a long time for not coming forward and doing all that I could to stop this prick. It was easiest to just kind of bury it deep and act as if it never happened. That, unfortunately, comes with consequences, and it does change you. These days, I really don't trust anyone, and I make up the worst intentions for people right from the get-go. I'll never forgive him, that's for sure, and could care less if he died a painful death. I'll admit that I've grown from it and have moved on, but it still does sting a little knowing that he never faced the punishment that he deserved. I was reading a story that reminded me of an event from over 20 years ago. In the second half of 1998, I'd taken a job as a security guard at a plant that made locks. Being a kid, I usually worked 1 of 3 shifts, 4 p.m. to 12 a.m., 7:30 p.m. to 3:30 a.m., 12 a.m. to 8 a.m. The 7:30 to 3:30 shift was for extra coverage, so there were always 2 of us there from 7:30 to midnight. It was a routine, boring job for the most part. We did our rounds, logged anything out of the ordinary, and watched a tiny monitor displaying the CCTV feed. And things went by in an almost painfully normal manner for 6 months. I worked, saved, bought a car, and planned to move. By late March of '99, I served my notice and prepared to head cross-country. A new hire was brought in to fill my spot, a soft-spoken man named Calvin. As part of his training, Calvin spent time working at all hours. At night, he was a shadow, working with myself and the other night guard, getting a feel for the plant's nocturnal routines. Most nights, he worked with myself and Amira, a female guard who was around my age. I was 18 at the time. Calvin, who was about a decade older than us, was quiet and polite, though something did seem to be missing. There's a spark that genuinely nice people seem to have, and he just didn't possess it. Whenever he went on rounds with me, he'd ask questions about the job and make small talk. I noticed that he was a little odd, laughing at odd times and changing his tone mid-sentence. At the time, I just kind of chalked it up to him being awkward. But that wouldn't last. So one night, near the end of his first week, he went on rounds with Amira. When they returned to the office, I knew something was wrong immediately. Normally talkative, she would barely say a word now. Not sure what had occurred, I waited until Calvin had gone to the restroom to ask. So, during their trip, everything had been normal until they reached the brass mill, a portion of the plant that shut down at 6 p.m. There were usually no employees there after that time and no lights. They were making their way to a checkpoint on a landing on top of a flight of stairs when the mood just shifted. She told me that she turned around, only to find that he was right on top of her. Startled, she backed against the grating at the end of the landing, and he leaned in towards her, his face nearly touching hers. He flirted in a low voice, and when she mentioned his wedding band, he said that it would all be over soon. From then on, I did the rounds, taking Calvin each time with me. The night ended without further incident, and I left a note for our supervisor detailing what had occurred. The next night came and went, though, with no Calvin. I did the rounds while Amira stayed in the locked office, and the same thing after that night, too. Then, on my second to last shift, I come in to find her freaking out because she found out why Calvin hadn't been at work. He had been arrested for murdering his wife. She had been dismembered and burned, parts of her body placed in a pond less than a mile from where we worked. That night and next, Amira called the jail to just make sure that they were still holding him. And based on the time frame, he had killed his wife months before he started the job. Close to 10 years ago, my best mate and I scored the deal of the century. Live in her parents' recently purchased and refurbished home for cheapest chips rent so that the property wasn't considered unoccupied and their insurance still covers it. They were planning on selling their house in the country and moving closer to town in a year, but when they spotted this place, it was perfect, so they snapped it up. They couldn't be bothered dealing with rando tenants for a year, so we were offered it. And we took it. It was a lovely old mid-Victorian style house with a hallway running the majority of the length on the left side, and 3 bedrooms and a bathroom coming off that hallway to the right. At the back of the house was an open-plan living room and kitchen, and a backyard. It was an inner Melbourneian suburb, so it was totally fenced in with 6-foot fence on 3 sides, and the front had a courtesy white picket fence. On the right side of the property, an outdoor gravel pathway was wedged beside the bedroom walls and the fence line. It began with a gate in the front yard and ran the length of the property to the backyard. This is important for later too. So, my mate obviously scored the master bedroom at the front, with lovely vertical opening bay windows facing in the front garden and the street. I had the next bedroom with a window facing the gravel path and the fence, and the third bedroom was our study. We lived here for close to 10 months, I think, pretty much in total bliss. Great house, great company, and even though the area was considered a little bit dicey, the location was just stellar. Now, one hot summer's night, we said our good nights, and I hit the hay and zonked out immediately. My housemate stayed up in bed to read for a bit, with just her bedside light on. She was doing that for just over an hour before she heard a weird kind of scratch on the front window of her bedroom. Initially, she put it down to an overhanging tree branch, till she realized that there was no overhanging tree branch there. She sat, kind of frozen in fear, blankly staring at her book for what felt like an eternity, till she heard the noise again and again. Slowly looking up now, she saw a dude wearing a hoodie trying to open her window, looking her dead in the eyes. As she screamed, jumped out of bed, and ran right into my room. I woke up super dazed as she was pulling my hand and kind of whisper yelling, you know the one, that someone was trying to break in. She had a tendency to be a little bit overdramatic sometimes, but I swear to you that I've never seen someone look so genuinely terrified. I went to grab my phone to call the cops, but we just went completely still, and we heard the distinct crunching sound of someone walking down the side path of the house. We both rolled off my bed onto the floor and went completely still. The crunching continued, getting closer to my bedroom window now. I don't know what it is about distinct sounds at night when it's otherwise quiet, but it sounded deafening. And then I realized why it was so loud. Because my window was wide open. I jumped up, slid the window down and slammed the lock shut just as he reached that window. He looked at me, but he didn't react at all. He just calmly tried to open the window, but when he realized that he couldn't, he continued down the pathway to the backyard. I was thoroughly shitting myself now, and my housemate was sobbing in the floor looking up at me like a bunny about to be torn apart by a fox. I sprinted to the back door to thankfully find it locked, and ran back to my room and immediately called the cops. I don't know what the cops knew that we didn't, but they must have broken a land speed record to arrive all of 3 minutes later, both lights and sirens off. We saw them go down the side path, guns drawn, straight to the backyard. There were some noises from the yard, then a knock at the door a moment later, and the police identified themselves. Turns out, the dude had vaulted the back fence, an impressive feat, and another patrol car was headed to the next street over to look for him. The two cops at our place asked if we were okay, then asked if they could come in and take a look around. The cops were honestly amazing, but they managed to calm us down whilst making sure the place was safe, and I was just really impressed with how they handled the situation. I offered them a cup of tea, which they politely declined as they took our statements, and they asked if there was anyone that we could stay with tonight. My housemate and I stayed at her boyfriend's place for a few nights after that, and when we stayed in the house, it was just never the same after that. We felt completely violated and ended up moving out a few weeks after that. We never found out if the dude was actually caught, but strangely enough, there was a random stabbing a few nights after the incident at the train station 2 streets over. If it was related or not, I don't know, but all I can think is that we were very lucky that it went the way that it did. Whenever I took the bus for school, I was pretty alone on the bus rides most of the time. I was always on one of those small buses. We did have other kids, but the highest amount of kids on the bus was probably around 5 or something, including me. I was the only one from my school on there, but all the other kids went to the same school. I should also mention too that I've had about 4 different bus drivers in my time, and the one that I'm about to talk about lost her husband about a year before and was out for a long time. Anyway, this takes place 4 or 5 years ago now. I was pretty young still. For morning rides, we dropped off the other kids and we were heading to my school, and we were the only ones on the road when the bus suddenly stops on the side of the road. I was really confused and I thought the bus had broken down. Being the shy kid that I was, I didn't say anything and I just kind of waited. My bus driver then randomly opened the door and I started to feel a bit uneasy for some reason. We weren't at my school yet, so why was she opening the door? And she was just staring out the door for like 2 minutes when I finally asked her, excuse me, are you okay? There's a man there, she said in such a low voice that it gave me chills. But when I looked, there was no man there or no person at all. she just kept staring for a couple of seconds when she finally closed the door and just continued driving down the road. She wasn't my bus driver after that year, and quite honestly, I kind of miss her. She was a very sweet lady, but that moment, I don't know what it was about it, but it still freaks me out. I sometimes think that the man that she was talking about was maybe her husband. I don't know. I don't know why she stopped the bus like that and opened the door for a stranger, but it was weird. I attended a pretty awful university in the UK. In fact, it was so awful that Vice even published an article written by a student that attended at the same time as me, titled "The 3 Years of Hell at the University of Wolverhampton." I lived in a student building in the middle of the city. Of the 3 student buildings available, it was the middle choice. But literally, it was situated in the middle of the 3, and also figuratively, it was the middle, not as fancy as the fancy one, but not as unbearable as the worst one. Most of my friends lived in the fancy building, and to get there I had to walk a small trek through a residential part of the city, but somehow my friends found a shortcut. You could actually cut through and climb up at the back of the garden behind this abandoned house, I think, to get there in less than half the time. And so I started using this shortcut all the time. Now, one morning, I walked around towards the garden and down to my shortcut and found 3 grown men just standing there. They all looked, for lack of a better word, thuggish and quite large. I uttered a small "oh" when I saw them, and they looked up at me. A pale 19-year-old gay country boy with a blonde mohawk. I think that I apologized for barging in on what I was pretty sure was a drug deal, and I turned to walk back the way that I came and take the long way around. As I walked away, one of them shouted to get my attention. I ignored them, and then I heard them coming after me, so I started to run pretty quickly. I was much younger, slimmer, and fitter back in those days, so I managed to outrun them pretty easily and sprinted all the way around the long route to my friend's building, where they let me in. I explained what had happened, and no one was surprised. I mean, this was Wolverhampton after all. A few minutes later, a friend of ours arrived. He lived at a non-university student building off campus and had to walk a different way to get to where we were. When he arrived, he asked me, "Kyle, what did you do, man?" I asked him why, and he said that an enormous guy had come up to him and asked if he'd seen a guy with a blonde mohawk, but my friend acted dumb, even though he immediately knew who had been talking about. My poor choice of hairstyle was fairly distinct. The worst part, though, the guy was carrying a brick in his hand. It still gives me shivers all these years later, but it doesn't end there. So, me and my friends went out for a day out to Birmingham, bright lights, big city, whatever, and we didn't get home until late. When we got back to their building and drank until way after midnight, I started to relax and forgot my horrible ordeal from earlier that morning. At some point, more than a little drunk, I decided to head home. I was now pretty sure that I would never take the shortcut again, so I just took the long way home instead. As I was walking through the residential area, a car stopped on the opposite side of the road, and there were 2 guys inside, and the car was filled with smoke and just stank of weed when they rolled down the window to speak to me. I didn't have headphones in or anything, and I was the only person on the street, so I couldn't just ignore them or pretend that I couldn't hear them. The driver said, "Nice hair, bud," and his friends began to laugh. "Wait, mate, do you know where we can get some food?" I don't know, in the city centre," I said. I kept walking, trying not to show them how unnerved I was. They were facing the wrong way to drive alongside me, so the driver put the car in reverse so that they could keep pace with me. "Do you know any places?" A few. There's a kebab place at the top of the road, I think." "Get in, you can show us, yeah?" "Listen, man, I'm drunk and I'm tired and I've got lectures in the morning, dude," I said, trying to sound casual even though I was just about ready to piss my pants. It really hadn't been a good day. "We're going to turn around and come back and pick you up. Wait there, yeah?" the driver said. As the car started towards the end of the road, which was a dead end, to turn around, I heard the passenger say, "It's him. I know it's him." The car was far enough away. I broke into a sprint and ran back towards my building. I stumbled down the stairs and twisted my ankle pretty badly, but eventually managed to limp the rest of the way and got through the front door, just as the car drove past. I really dread to think what could have happened that day. And for the rest of my time at that god-awful university, I prayed to never meet any of those guys again. Fortunately, I never did. When I was a junior in high school, I was quite an odd kid. I liked having colourful hair, piercings, and all that kind of stuff. And the school that I went to was near Atlanta, so there weren't many people like me. I tried to find friends that liked the same kind of music and other interests that I had, and I could normally kind of push off any weird energy that people put off, and just ignore it, because I just wanted some friends. Anyway, I was in gym one day hanging out with a group of weirdos, and there was a guy that I hadn't seen before. He was wearing a Guns N' Roses t-shirt and jeans that were like a size too small. His name was Ernest. We immediately clicked with each other in a kind of platonic way because we laughed at a lot of the same things. We started hanging out in the gym together every day, people watching and making fun of people playing basketball. And it wasn't too long until he started making fun of my appearance and making me feel absolutely terrible about myself. I actually had really bad acne, like super bad, in high school, and he joked saying that I had meth skin. First strike. Me being me, though, I kept hanging out with him, and eventually it led to hanging out after school as well. He would invite me over to his house, and we only stayed in his room. He refused to let me meet his family. His parents didn't really speak English, but I still wanted to meet them anyway. Plus, I always thought that it was a little bit weird that Ernest didn't know Spanish, but his siblings did, and when he would speak words, it sounded Russian. He pretty much only played It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia on TV and rambled about superheroes and would always come up with these strange scenarios where he was an evil villain and how much power he could have and all this sort of stuff. Anyway, fast forward a little bit and I get a job at a pizza place. Ernest gets the same job at this pizza place too. So, inevitably, we're always together. Like, always. He pretty much never let me out of his grasp, and it got to a point where he took me to school every day in his PT Cruiser, which I still get chills every time that I see one of those damn shoe-shaped ass cars. And it wasn't too long after this that we started skipping school a lot. I mean, we pretty much went to school about 2 or 3 times a week, maybe. This is where it starts to suck pretty bad too. So he started pressuring me to do sexual things with him. I don't really want to get into the details because it's pretty disturbing, but he manipulated the situation in such a way that I felt like we were in a relationship because I thought that I needed him. He really convinced me that we were a couple, but I was so repulsed by him that I never could fully accept that. He started telling our other friends that he had sex with me and that we were in a relationship too. I denied it all, and to this day I deny it. I've lied to therapists and I've lied to my friends, but right now, I'm admitting to all of that. At one point, though, he ended up living with me and my family in the same room as me. He had convinced my entire family that he was gay so he could live with me. He literally dressed up in pink and put a scarf around his neck and pranced around my aunt trying to win her over with his fake personality. I was so used to living in chaos that this was barely a problem for me. During all of this, he was such a rude piece of shit to me though. For instance, I remember asking him for a ride one day, I can't remember to where, but he said no, for no good reason. I started getting really pissed off because he couldn't actually give me a reason, and he just kept smirking at me. He did this type of thing frequently too. We were sitting in the living room one day and he silently got up and just drove off somewhere. Came back, walked to the living room doorway, stared at me for 15 seconds, and then walked into my room. I hear a bunch of rustling, so I storm in there thinking that he's up to something sketchy. And he's gotten completely dressed into his sleep pants with his hands in his pocket, and he just wouldn't take his hand out of his pocket. At this point, I'm kind of scared, so I force my hand into his pocket and I pull out a knife, and I don't remember how the night or the days continued after that, but that was the first thing that really creeped me out. Fast forward again though, and I'm at my best friend Kayla's birthday party and everyone's camping in the backyard. Ernest hated Kayla because she was way out for me, in his perspective anyway. But she got in the way of us, apparently, and I'm sweating typing this out because this is probably one of the scariest things that's ever happened to me. The sequence of events is a little bit blurry, but I do remember most of it. So I made it clear to Ernest at this point in time that we were not a thing and that he needed to let go of this fantasy. I had a crush on this boy named John, and we slept in the same tent together. Morning comes, and I hear Ernest outside asking people if they knew where I was. Someone said, "She's in the tent with John." I was scared immediately, and I knew something bad was about to happen. He begins screaming as loud as he can, cussing all of us out, and just pitching an absolute fit, and then he just storms off. He goes to his car and calls me and tells me to get in the car, now. Everyone there was freaked out, and Kayla advised me not to go into the car because she knew how scary Ernest was just as a person. I didn't want anyone to be uncomfortable, so I figured that if I went to the car it would ease everyone just a little bit, that he wasn't there. So I went. As soon as the car door closed, we sped off, fast, and I mean really fast. I looked over at him wide-eyed, and he screamed, crying with absolutely no expression in his face, tears streaming but completely emotionless. It was really weird. He says to me, "You were supposed to love me," over and over again, and he starts speeding faster and faster and said, "If I can't love you, then no one else can." I'm actively having a straight panic attack in this passenger seat. I can't hear because my ears are ringing and I can't see anything. Meanwhile, Kayla has already called my mum, and somehow my mum left the house fast enough to track us down in the PT Cruiser, and he parks at a church and my mum is watching us, and Ernest has a box cutter at his side. I get a call from my mum, and I can't really remember what she said, but I know it was something along the lines of, "I'm going to kill you, Ernest." He started coming to his senses after that, if you can even call it that, and drops me back off at Kayla's and tells me that he's going to end himself after he drops me off. Kayla and I are frantically trying to call his parents, but they can't speak English. In the end, though, he called the police on himself because he thought that he was going to harm himself or somebody else. He was gone for a couple of weeks after that, and when he came back, he was parked outside my school just waiting for me to come out. He runs up to me, and I noticed that he had on a plaid button-up shirt and it was tucked into his pants, which was just extremely odd to me. And I knew immediately, too, that this was a completely fake personality. He was speaking differently as well, proper almost, like a few weeks had turned him into a saint. It wasn't long after that that I had admitted myself into a mental institution because I just kept breaking down. Everyone in the group told me to get rid of him, and I'd not realized just how serious this all was until I saw everyone's reactions to the stories. There are so many other stories too of this psycho, but I really don't have the time to type all of them out. I will say that I did get rid of him, and I found new friends, and without them I really don't know how I would have gone. I haven't seen or spoken to him in about 3 years, and I'm hoping to keep it that way. Once when I was about 12 years old, I woke up in the middle of the night needing to take a leak. I walked across the hall to the little bathroom, hit the lights, and was about to reach for the toilet when I glanced up and saw a face in the mirror, and it wasn't mine. It was as if someone was on the other side, standing to the right, with their face right next to the glass, staring at me. I only saw it for the briefest moment, but it's forever seared into my mind. I screamed and ran out of there to find my dad, and of course, my dad investigated and calmed me down, or tried to. Eventually, we had a prayer session because I was so freaked out, and I must have gone back to sleep at some stage. Fast forward to my 30s, I'd forgotten all about the event. One night while visiting, my dad quietly brings it up, and he says, "Hey, do you remember that one time that you saw the face in the mirror?" It suddenly came back to me in a rush of memory, sending a chill down my spine. "Yeah, I remember that." "Well," he said, "I sometimes think about that night." He looked down at the floor with a serious expression. "Because I saw it too." He went on to describe exactly what I'd seen, and we still have no idea what it was. Apparently when he investigated, he saw it and had a freak out of his own. Apparently the prayer session was as much for his own nerves as mine. And I respect him for keeping that tidbit from me to my 30s, but I kind of wish that he never had told me. This happened within the last 24 hours. So I live in a large city in the US, and like many people, I've taken it on myself to try and get back in shape during the new year, so I've recently got into running and lifting 5 days a week. Yesterday was a run day for me, and I usually start at my apartment and cross over to this long park that runs the river close to my apartment. The park is filled with sports fields, tennis courts, and many runners along the pathway too. I've been going 2 or 3 times a week for just over a month now. So, I was on my run last night listening to a podcast, minding my own business, and decided to go a little further than I normally do. To this kind of longer stretch where the park sort of ends for like a half mile before it picks back up again. Kind of an area where they park equipment. Many people avoid this area due to it kind of being not waterfront and kind of ugly, but I decided to run to the end of this area before circling back home. As I'm running, I see a man, 200 or feet so ahead of me, kind of walking in my direction. Not unusual at all. I've passed like 40 people already. But this area is empty except him and I, as most people circle back. Still though, I ride my bike here to commute for work and have never gotten weird vibes. I'm also an average built man and feel pretty secure most places in my relatively safe neighborhood. So I keep running, listening to my podcast, when I notice the man's path is directly in line with me, as in, if I continue 150 more feet, I would dead set run into him. So I shift to the other side of the path, 10 or so feet, keep running, not paying attention. Looking back up now, and he's in my path again. Still no alarms because, well, maybe he shifted to get out of my way too, and we did that thing where you kind of walk into each other almost. So I shift back to the side that I started on, and this time I watch him and he shifts to my side. I'm thinking this guy must be messing with me. I'm 50 feet away now, and between there and 20 feet, I keep shifting more and more quickly, and he follows me exactly to the point that he's sidestepping instead of moving forward, waiting for me to reach him. At this point, I take his presence in. He's 6'3" at the shortest, in jeans and black hoodie with a hood up. Can't really make out his face due to a streetlight behind him casting a shadow, but I begin to realize, oh shit. I come to a stop and go to pull my headphones out and begin the sentence, "What the hell's up, man?" I get to the "what the hell" part when he raises both arms above his head and begins to scream at me. No legible words that I can hear over my podcast at least, and I do notice that he has something long and white or beige in his hands. And at this point, I begin to backtrack, keeping eyes on him. All of a sudden, he dashes towards me, running with his arms stretched out to grab me. I turn and hightail it the other way. It should be known too that I'm not in the best shape at this point. I've had numerous injuries requiring surgeries, and I've just done about 75% of my intended run for the night. But I can tell you that I've never run faster. He kept pace though and closed much of the distance, but when we started going slight uphill, I continued to make ground. We came to a fork in the path after about a minute of this. The two paths circled around a fenced-in area that contained a construction vehicle or mowers, etc., and I made it look like I was going one way and, at the very last moment, dashed the other way. The paths kind of made a circle, so I was able to get far enough ahead to where he couldn't see me via the fence and bushes, and when I felt like it was my chance, I dove into a bush, clawed my way under the fence, and crawled through the space and out the other side of the fence. He kept looking for me in the bushes, prowling back and forth, and finally saw me on the other side of the enclosure. And at this point, I was already on the phone with the police trying to get help as gulped down breaths of air were continuing. I was also warning other runners, and he eventually just followed my pace opposite side of the fence. He kept ducking into darker areas around the enclosure, and eventually I just lost sight of him. I began getting worried again and kept wandering around, warning people while I was waiting on the cops. After about 15 minutes of not seeing him, I just pieced the hell out of there as the cops said that they were close. The jog home was horrible, and any time a runner passed me, I would have a mini panic attack. I was kind of in shock, I think, and running off adrenaline the remainder of the night. I'm not really sure what happened or what was going on. It felt like it was something from a movie. Today I checked the Citizen app and Twitter to see if anything had happened, and I'm not sure if it's related. It most likely isn't, but 5 hours after I called the cops, they pulled the body of a man out of the river a mile or two downriver from where the attempted attack initially occurred. This is something that I share with new people that I meet sometimes, but obviously no one believes me. My family moved to a new house in 2011. I was 17 or 18 years old at the time. It's one of the first houses built in town, and it's very old. We found newspapers, in fact, dating back to events of Russian Revolution. And yes, I live in Russia. I must say that the house itself has different extensions built much later, and basically, the oldest wooden part of the house is right in the middle. In the part of the house that we own, or rather I should say apartment, we've only one wooden room on the first floor. When we moved in, I decided to choose that oldest said room, and I remember feeling like I just wasn't welcome there from the very first day. Quite honestly too, I really didn't put much thought into it at first, but it very quickly got very spooky. So, I remember seeing objects move on their own, a rope crawling on its own underneath my bed while I sat on it, footsteps at night, weird buzzing sounds that I once recorded on a camera, and once I witnessed a sheet of paper stealthily crawl from the top surface of the desk to drawers as I was sitting in it. It was evening and the desk lamp was on, but it didn't spook me too much, but it kind of made me indignant, like, what the hell? Is this for real? I grabbed that sheet of paper from whatever force was holding it, and I just kind of chuckled in disbelief. But each day it just got a little more terrifying, and the two worst events that I remember go as follows. So it's midnight, and I'm in bed, just trying to fall asleep, and something's bothering me, and I feel eyes on me, but my own eyes are closed. I decided to open them, and I shit you not that there's a floating face of a man right above my bed. Thick eyebrows, angry expression, just a head staring at me and no body. We locked eyes for a minute in silence, and I was too afraid to move. Eventually, though, I forced myself to rush out of the room, and that night, I slept with my mum like I was 5 years old again. And the second one, I was actually having a dream, and I can't recall all the details, but all I remember is it was about a kid. A kid around 8 years old, I think. Skinny, light blue top, and dark blue shorts. I remember drawing it at the time too, because the dream just felt really surreal, and anyway, I suddenly woke up, and I thought to myself, it must be around 3 a.m, and I decided to check my phone to see if I was right, and the moment that I flinched, I heard loud and clear someone running away from my bed towards the hall. Luckily, eventually I moved to the second floor, but it was probably the scariest year of my life. It seems like whatever it was, it kind of deliberately avoids newer parts of the house and for some reason sticks with the old. I don't know, but nobody lives in that room anymore, and it's just a bit of a guest room now, so I guess that whatever's in there might be happy now. About 3 years ago, I went camping with my girlfriend, now ex, as she had always expressed interest but never had been. The spot that we went to is in the Huron National Forest and is my go-to trail or camp spot, as it's hidden deep in the forest and the access to the trails is close and easy for ATVs. My family has not been going to this spot for about 6 years now, and my friends had introduced me about 10 or so years. But we went for a weekend trip, and I'm glad that we didn't go any longer. When we got there, everything was going well, except we did notice a group of people that were hanging out next to our campsite, but they were just kind of stargazing and ended up leaving at some point. Then around midnight is when the weird stuff started to occur. At first it sounded like someone was laughing at us, but the laugh never ended and got very high-pitched and sounded as it just kind of kept going. After a while, we both kind of got a little bit scared and went into the tent to try and sleep, and that was when the laugh of the noise moved up higher, and then started to circle the campsite. After a while of that happening, it just all of a sudden stopped, and then started again at around 3 a.m. When it started again, the fire was going out, so I went and stoked the fire with my shotgun in hand and turned on the flashlight to see if maybe I could see any coyotes or something around the campsite, but when I did, I didn't see anything or hear any movements below. This all went on until 6 a.m. and then stopped, and that was finally when we were able to get some rest. After we woke up, we checked around the campsite and didn't see anything out of the ordinary, so we just kind of packed up. Once we were packed up and good to go, I go to start my vehicle and it's just completely dead. That really freaked me out, as I'm always paranoid about leaving things plugged in that kill the battery, and I made sure everything was closed properly and unplugged. Yet, somehow, the battery just still died. I was able to get a jump from a AAA, and the phone call was hard to explain, and the lady who took the call didn't believe me, but at the end we both just laughed at it. But after that happened, I told my friend who had shown me the campsite and also has a cabin in the same forest, roughly 25 miles away from that campsite, about what happened, and he got freaked out. He told me about 2 incidences which he has had, one at the campsite and one at this cabin. At the campsite, he stated that one night after we had all returned from trail riding and went to bed, he stayed up to hang out by the fire and have a few drinks. While he was hanging out, he was just looking off into the distance, and when he did, he saw a pair of eyes up in the trees looking directly at him. He described them as kind of bioluminescent eyes, and he flashed his high-powered flashlight at them, but when he did, there was nothing there, and as soon as the flashlight turned off, they were there again, looking right back at him. So he just packed up and went right to bed that night. He didn't tell us because he didn't want to scare us, plus he wasn't sure if we would believe him. At the cabin, though, he was hanging out with his brother, and they were both just chilling by the fire outside when they both saw a pair of eyes looking at them from a trail that leads into the woods. They stated that at the height the eyes were looking at them, whatever it was, had to have been at least 7 feet tall, if not taller. They started shooting at it with their rifles, 2 30-30s, and the eyes disappeared, but once they were done, they reappeared and were closer this time. At that point, they both freaked out and went back into the cabin, and they didn't leave until daylight. We have no idea what this could have been, but all of us have felt very scared when these events were happening. After we all talked about it, one of the brothers thinks that it's a Wendigo. I really don't know what to believe about that, and I don't know what it could be, but I haven't felt that scared since that night. This is something that I didn't realize the severity of until I was much older. So, my mum had left me and my brother home alone one day. It was midday. My brother was 12, maybe 13 or so, I think. So, I must have been around 9 years old. I was watching him play Xbox in our living room. He had his headset on, talking to his friends, when there was a knock from the door in our carport. I run and answer the door without looking, and it's a grown man that I've never seen before. We're separated by the screen door, which at the time was actually unlocked. He asks, "Hey kid, are your parents home?" And horror just immediately washes over me. First of all, he's knocking from the carport, which is strange in and of itself. A stranger would knock on our front door, right? Plus, our carport is empty. We only had one car and my mother had taken it. I have a feeling that this man knows that my parents aren't home. I'm afraid. I really don't know why, but I was immediately scared. My brother in the other room comes to mind, and while I've never had a father figure, my brother has always been the one who has made me feel safe. He was the strongest person in the world to me, someone who could protect me in any situation. How most people would regard their father, I think. Anyway, I feel as though I can barely speak, and I'm wide-eyed, and I manage to stutter out eventually. No, but my big brother's here. Without even a moment's pause, this man reaches for the screen door and starts to open it. And, like an act of God or divine intervention of some sort, an arm reaches out from behind me over my shoulder and grabs the door. My brother pushes past me, holding the door, forcing the man back with his presence. The man tells my brother that he was looking to buy some crappy old swing set that was in our front yard at the time. And eventually, my brother closes the door and just goes back to his headset and continues playing. I sit down as well, and I just continue watching him, and I don't believe we ever told our mum for some reason. Luckily, I never encountered this person again, and it pretty much fades from my memory. But as I got older, it did become one of the scariest things that's ever happened to me. Creepy, and not so much because of what happened, but what could have. It was just really unnerving how absolutely oblivious we were to the whole situation. I like to think that the man was planning to lock me in a room, rob the place and leave, but boy, people can be really evil sometimes. So, who knows? This happened to me a couple of years ago when my now husband and I were living in a townhouse in a pretty decent area. My husband was working third shift as a corrections officer at our local corrections facility, and I was working as a waitress or a bartender. It was an unusually warm night for mid-March, so I took advantage and decided to take my husband's 80-pound Alaskan Malamute, Siberian Husky mix, on a quick walk around the neighborhood near our complex. We get to the end of the street that leads into the complex that we live in, and across the street is a Marathon gas station. I notice as the dog, Luke, stops to relieve himself, and there's a guy across the street at the gas station with a case of beer in his hands. I have my phone out, texting a friend, and looked back up to notice the guy was near the stop sign, also relieving himself on the sign. I felt really awkward and instantly put my phone away, and I led Luke down the street on our path. At this point, I think this guy noticed us too, and he crossed the street to where Luke and I had just been. I hear him walking a few feet behind me and just keep my head down, staring at my phone with Luke glued to my hip. After about 10 seconds, I hear this guy's steps getting closer. Luke realizes too that there's someone behind us, and he stops in his tracks. Mind you, he is a big dog compared to my 5'2" self, but I can handle him pretty easily, and he's very well trained by my husband. But I noticed his ears were perked up and his tail was straight up. I was glad that he was aware of the surroundings, but I still wanted to keep moving and away from this guy. I don't know, I just got a weird feeling. This guy finally catches up though, so I tighten my grip on Luke's leash and pull him closer to me and step into the grass to allow this guy to pass us and keep Luke out of his way. But does this guy keep going and pass us? No. When I thought that he was about to pass us, I started out a small apology because Luke was pulling on his leash, a little to investigate this guy, and most people did get intimidated by him just by his size. Like I said, he's a pretty big dog in my opinion. But the guy stops and just kind of stares at me for a minute, long enough for me to smell the cigarettes and the booze rolling off of him and to notice that he's probably in his mid to late 20s, dark hair, scruffy looking, and just kind of really dirty. He smiles though, and then finally seems to notice Luke trying to get to him and asks, "Cute dog, what's his name?" Instead of making up a name, I just said Luke. He then proceeds to ask me if he can pet my dog, and before I can even give him an answer, he leans down to start petting Luke's head, and Luke did not like that one bit. Luke jumped at him as a warning, and the guy backed up, kind of chuckling. I apologized and mentioned that he was very protective, and made up a lie that he was trained as my dad's former canine unit. My dad is a software developer, by the way. But instantly, I saw this guy's face change. I don't know what to call it, but he looked a little bit put off by that. He asked me what my name was, and I gave him a fake one. He then asked if I lived around here, and I said that I was visiting a friend of mine for the weekend. He then made a sudden step towards me, and I'm not lying when I say that I have never heard my husband's dog growl in the 5 years that I've been with him, but the sound that came from my dog sounded like something straight out of a horror film. Luke's hair was spiking on his spine now, and he was throwing himself up on his back legs and kicking his front legs at this guy. He had put himself completely between myself and the guy and was now snapping at him. This freaked the dude out so much that he stumbled backward, nearly dropping his beer. He quickly said, "Well, have a nice night, cutie," and then just stumbled off down the road. When I say my heart was pounding, it was deafening, and I grabbed Luke's leash so hard and sprinted between the buildings until I got back to my townhouse and locked all the doors and collapsed by the front door. Luke was in my face the whole time, kissing me and whining. This dog is the sweetest and most gentle creature that I've ever met, and hearing him growl and seeing him react the way that he did made me realize that I needed to get out of that situation, and fast. Back in the 80s, my parents bought a camping trailer, and every summer, my family, mum, dad, and 2 brothers, we would all go camping. Often a few of my cousins and aunt would also tag along. Sometimes it would be a weekend trip, and other times we would stay for a week at a time. Most camping trips were up in NH. It was so much fun, and for most of my childhood, nothing really crazy happened at all. But one morning, I woke up and noticed that my cousin or best friend was sleeping in the same bunk as me. I didn't think much about it, but as I pushed her to let her know that I was getting up, she said, "Are you really awake this time?" I said, "Yeah," to her strange question, and went to the front of the camper to get a drink. My mum and aunt were sitting outside the camper having coffee, and when I went out to say good morning, they said, "Come talk to us." I walked outside and could tell that my mum looked upset, like she'd been crying. My aunt was a bit shaky as she asked, "Do you remember what happened last night?" I shook my head no and listened as my aunt told me about the extremely strange night, which I do not recall whatsoever. My aunt explained that at about 2 a.m. she woke up to the door to the camper being wide open. She quickly checked the bunks and noticed that I was nowhere to be found. She woke up my mum and dad, and then my mum and dad got flashlights and started frantically searching for me outside around the immediate area. My aunt stayed behind because there were still 4 kids sleeping in the camper, and after a scary 10-minute search, my dad finally spotted me. I walked out of the camper and into the trees about 30 feet away. It was far enough that I could not be seen unless he walked into the trees a bit, and I was just standing out there in the dark, with my eyes completely open, but not responding to him at all. I had no shoes, no flashlight, and was wearing just shorts and a t-shirt. He said that he grabbed my hand and started walking me back to the camp, and he remembers asking me, "Hey, what's going on? Why in the world would you come out here on your own like that?" Then I finally spoke up and said, "I need to wait here, Dad. Let's just stay here." My mum remembers that I then started crying as she and my dad let me go back to the camper. Whenever I think back to this story, I get a strange feeling too. But thank God that my aunt woke up when she did. It's important to note too that I've never been known to sleepwalk before or after that night since then. It truly was an isolated incident which could have had a very different ending had I not been so lucky. My mum was so upset too that she decided to get rid of that trailer, and we didn't do much camping after that night. So I used to be naively helpful to all sorts of strangers, and even often picked up hitchhikers, solo and in groups, and get them where they needed to go. When I was 19, I moved to Huntington, a college town in West Virginia, and I worked at a popular bar at the time. My shifts would start around 9 p.m. and end at about 2 a.m. I didn't really know anybody in this town, or state even, and I'd been there on my own for only a month or so at this stage. So on one of these nights, one of the customers had taken an interest in conversing with me while I was working my shift. Me, being a good employee, conversed pleasantly back. He was in his 30s or 40s, buzzed white hair with a group of other guys, all of them tattooed with leather jackets. Nothing against leather or tattoos, I have and wear both in fact, just giving a visual detail. Now, he'd been there going back and forth between them at their table and me at the bar, pretty much talking to me non-stop for a good couple of hours. Around 1:30 a.m. he mentions that he doesn't know where his friends went. I look up, oblivious, and see the whole bar had virtually cleared out. He was right though, not one of his buddies was in sight. He says that they must have all gotten drunk and just forgot about him, leaving him there. The man is clearly bummed and quite concerned because, as he tells me, he lives almost an hour away from here and has no way of getting home now, and it's the middle of winter, so it's snowing pretty hard. He spends the next few minutes on the phone calling different friends that were at the bar with him, but no one is answering. He's pretty clearly screwed, and I can't leave him in the bar. I can't in good conscience leave the man out in the snow either. So, fuck. Now I've got to drive this stranger home in a place that I'm unfamiliar with, in conditions that I've never really driven in before, no snow in my home state. I tell him don't worry though, and when I finish clearing the bar and closing up, I'll take him home. And I do. We get in the car and he gives me directions as we go. We're talking casually like we had been for quite some time, just some superficial conversation, nothing even hinting at sexual or flirty. I'm not a flirty person at the best of times, so I'm positive that there was no misunderstanding here either. Keep in mind too, it's like 2 a.m, no one knows where I am, or that I'm with this rando, and it's snowing heavily now. And as we're chatting, I suddenly feel this hand on the back of my neck. It was such an unpleasant feeling. It was truly such an unpleasant feeling. I remember his fingers swirling in the little hairs at the bottom of my hairline, which were too short to make into sort of a ponytail. I scrunched my neck though and just calmly said, "I have a knife," as I kept looking forward driving. The swirling ceased, but the hand lingered on my skin. Again calmly but more firmly I said, "I have a knife." He removed his hand and we kept driving. I figured whatever that was is handled and we get back to our conversation. Minutes later, though, I feel his hand fully against the back of my neck again, his fingers wrapped gently around its curve. I scrunched my neck again and said, "Seriously, I have a knife." He removed his hand once more, and then, in a very hurt tone, he said, "Are you really scared of me?" After that, he kept his hands to himself, and it was a long 1-hour drive. But I did get him home, and after that I took off. I'm 29 now, and it wasn't until many years later did it occur to me the whole thing was probably a setup that he and his friends had planned. They probably left him stranded so that the chick that he's been talking to all night will have to take him home, opening the door for sex, consensual, or maybe not. I guess the moral of the story here is don't let people you don't know into your car. Oh, and also, always carry a knife. This happened at a large shopping centre in Adelaide, South Australia, a couple of months ago. But for some context too, it was around 7 p.m. on a late trading night, already completely dark outside. So, I was shopping with my partner and she went into a clothing store, both to make some returns and also try on some replacement clothes. I knew that it was going to take a little bit of time and I'm not overly interested in women's clothing, so I stood outside in the very busy centre and was responding to some work emails on my phone, paying very little attention to all of the people walking past. After about 5 minutes, I was approached by a fairly young-looking gentleman, early to mid-20s at most, I'm 23 myself, with a very strong European accent, possibly French, who said to me something along the lines of, "You were with a girl, yes? She was looking for you. She came up to me, I think, because we are wearing similar shirts and thought you were me." Thinking back at it, other than buttons on our shirts, they were not really similar at all. But he told me that he was trying to find me and made it seem like something was wrong, and insisted that he could show me where she went. I looked into the store and couldn't see my partner, It was a fairly small clothing store inside the center. You could see all of it from outside, in fact. I found out later, too, that she was just in a changing room. But I was extremely confused at the time. My partner knows that I would just be aimlessly pacing in circles outside as I do when I'm reading emails and would never walk off looking for me, not to mention that she could have just texted or called. Although confused, he was moving away fast enough that I didn't have time to ask many questions, and not being able to see my partner convinced me to at least follow where he was going. There had to have been hundreds of people around, so I wasn't very worried for my own well-being. And as I followed the gentleman, I was leaving a good 2 or so meters between us, walking behind. I don't remember feeling overly unsafe or concerned about being near him, just extremely confused and kind of unsure, I suppose. He could see that and kept repeating something along the lines of, "This isn't a joke. Please believe me. I want to help. Come with me. She went this way. I saw where she went." We'd only been walking for about 10 seconds at this point, but covering a fair bit of distance from the store that I was originally at. I said something like, "Where was she going? What did she say to you?" And he told me, "Sorry, my English isn't very good. She's this way." We kept walking like this for another 10 seconds before we reached the doors to the building. We were on a side of the center that has doors leading to both a car park and a large loading dock for one of the supermarkets. Although busy in the center, there was almost no one around the doors going in or out. And he walked straight outside and said something along the lines of, "She was sitting just on this bench. I don't know where she went." Other than a small bit of light under the cover where a bench is, it was completely dark as soon as you walked any further away. I walked up to the point where the automatic doors opened, but no further, and looked, 1 foot outside, 1 foot inside. And he said something like, "She must have walked this way. Come, I'll help you find her." And started to walk left, which only leads to a dark and secluded loading dock, not visible from the doors. You could tell the urgency that he was trying to convey to follow him now, though, and I was already very confused and unsure up until that point. But as soon as it happened, I knew that whatever he wanted me to follow him down there for wasn't going to be good. It was one of those moments where you piece it all together finally, and realized how many warning signs you somewhat noticed but ignored, and I instantly felt like I was in danger. I remember saying, "All good, thank you, I'll call her," and just turning straight around and walking back inside. I turned around after a few seconds and couldn't see him outside anymore. Although it felt like a long time, all of this must have transpired in about, maybe 45 seconds from when he first started talking to me. And it was at this point that I texted my partner, who let me know that she was still at the same store that I last saw her at. At the time, I said to her that I think I may have almost been abducted. A bit over the top, I know, especially for a fairly large 20-year-old bloke like I am. I'm assuming, though, that if I'd gone down there, I was probably going to get robbed. I'm glad, though, that I'll hopefully never know. I went straight to center security, though, and I did report it. They took some details of where and when it happened, but didn't seem overly concerned. But anyway, be careful out there, guys, because you just never know who may cross your path one day. This story took place in Texas back in the fall of 1994. I was traveling from a small town outside of Dallas called Grapevine and was heading to my duty station. And I would never take this route again after what happened this night along the I-20. So I was traveling alone and had left at around 7 p.m. on my road trip across Texas. If you've ever been to Texas, then you know that you can drive for hours on end and still be in Texas. And this story would change my life forever. So I decided to stop at a rest stop along the highway to stretch my legs and take a piss. I noticed a woman in a late 70s model Ford parked in the lot when I got out. I went and did my business, had a smoke, and before I left I noticed the woman still sitting in her car. So I walked over and knocked on the window, which did startle her, and asked if she was okay or needed help. She smiled and said that her tire was flat and that her battery had died while she was waiting here. I asked if she had a spare tire, and she said no. I asked if anyone was coming to get her, and she said that her daughter was supposed to, but it's been several hours of just her waiting there. I asked where she was going, and she told me the location, so I offered to give her a ride if she wanted. She actually started crying and said that this would be wonderful. So we start heading to the location and we're making small talk. I told her that I was in the Air Force and heading to Lubbock. She said that that was wonderful and hoped that I really enjoyed it. I did notice, though, that she kept looking in the mirror, so I asked if she was okay with me giving her a ride. She smiled and said that everything was fine. She was just happy that somebody had stopped. We finally get to her house in a small suburb just outside of town. She thanks me for a ride and hands me a scrap of paper with a home number on it. And she asks that I call her when I get to my destination so she can know that I made it safely. I thanked her and said that I would, but I'd wait until the morning since I knew that it was going to be late when I arrived. I arrived at Reese AFB late that night and stayed at the on-base hotel. I got checked in and took a shower, and eventually I just went to bed. The next morning I got up and I got dressed for the day and went to find my unit HQ. I didn't even think about the night before because I had so much to do, checking squared away and whatnot, and it wouldn't be for another 2 weeks before I came across that scrap of paper with the number. I kind of felt bad that I hadn't kept my promise to call, so I decided to stop what I was doing and just give her a call. I called the number and a young woman answered the phone, so I asked for Sandy. The woman on the line said, "Who?" So I apologized and said maybe it was Sandra. She asked who this was, and I gave her my name and explained that I had given her a ride a couple of weeks back. She said that I must be confused, and I read the number off of the paper in my hand just in case I dialed the wrong number. She said no, I had the correct number, but I couldn't give her mother a ride home because she had passed away in the early 80s. She was apparently driving home and began having car troubles, so she stopped at a rest stop just outside of town. When she didn't make it home, her father became concerned, and it was at that time that there was a knock on their door, and 2 state troopers and local police officers were at the door. She said that a trooper saw the vehicle stopped at the rest stop and stopped to check it out. What he found and what she told me gave me chills. Her mother had been brutally sexually assaulted, and her head was completely bashed in. Someone had slid her tires and disconnected her battery. And the worst part was that she didn't die right away, as there was bloody handprints on the window, steering wheel, and shifter, because she was trying to leave. The trooper said that they didn't have any suspects, but there were times that certain motorcycle clubs would pass through at night. I described the car and what her mother looked like and what she was wearing as best as I could recall. She definitely didn't look old enough to have a daughter my age, but her daughter just started crying and asked that I not call back. A few days later, though, I received word to report to the squadron commander, so I headed over to our building. When I arrived, my captain called me into his office and began asking me questions about where I lived and when did I drive in and what route I took. I immediately knew that something was wrong, and we then went into a briefing room where my CO and Texas Ranger and a state trooper were seated. I introduced myself and I took a seat. They began by asking the same questions my captain had previously asked and why I had called the number and spoke with the woman. I explained everything as clearly and in detail as possible. They then finished taking notes and the ranger asked who needed a smoke. So my CO excused himself and the captain and the 2 officers and myself stepped out back to the smoking area. And this was when the ranger informed me that he was the actual trooper who had found the car back in the early 80s, and that the only reason he came out today was because of the details that I mentioned in my phone call to the daughter. The trooper said that they do get calls about a stranded woman every so often, but when they get there, they never find anything. So, in closing, I guess you need to be careful who you decide to help because not everyone is what they seem. I'd like to state too that the reason specific timeframes are not given is due to the personal nature of some of these events. But I can assure you that everything I've told you is true. So, this happened years and years ago, and I was young, but I've asked my grandma about this incident recently. My grandma is a big road rager and likes to cuss and flip off and pull around people all the time. It's gotten better in her later years, but this was in 2014, I think. My grandma didn't tell my grandpa and I this story until it actually happened. So before we get into that though, here's some background about how I knew the mum and the kids. The mum was really sweet, and I was in her son's class in elementary, and I walked past her all the time on the way to the buses while she was waiting for my classmate. I also had daycare with all three of the kids, and I can't say that I met her boyfriend or ever saw him since I was young and I was in my own world playing with friends, but once in a while, just walking past her, she asked if I knew where my classmate was since he was running late, and I stood next to her and played with the youngest while she waited until I almost missed the bus. Anyway, back to the incident. So, my grandma is a big road rager, and on her way back from work, mostly because of rush hour, she was going around a roundabout, about the only one in our town and pretty new, and a car behind her kept honking and riding on her bumper. She finally got sick of it because she was focused on trying to get around this new roundabout while having someone on her bumper, and honked her horn for a few seconds while at a stop and flipped the car off. She watches this guy in the mirror as he gets out of the car and cracks his knuckles while speed walking up to her. He's cussing her out, and she recognized the look on his face from past incidences with not too nice men. She was on her own though, and her car required her to manually lock the doors and trunk and roll up her window. She basically said, "Screw this," and sped around the stopped cars in front of her, which was really dangerous because of just how narrow it was, and just got off the roundabout. A month later though, they're watching the news while I'm in my room, and my grandparents start talking. It was a small house and I could hear them at least muttering. My grandpa yells for me, so I get up and I go back to the room. "Hey, don't you know little Johnny from school?" my grandpa asked, and I nodded, feeling confused and wondering if something happened to him. My grandpa plays the news story and he says, "Do you know his mum?" And the news told the whole story of how the man strangled her to death and posted the pictures on 4chan and the caption that, "If you don't believe me, watch the Washington News Channel at about so-and-so hours. Her son will be home then." It was the oldest son that discovered her nude and dead, and I had a few interactions with him before because of daycare and whatnot, and honestly, my entire heart just hurts thinking about it. My grandma sat up when they showed the boyfriend's face, and she realized it. That was the man in the car behind her. And I mean, he even looked recognizable to me as well, probably because it's just a small town, and I may have seen him at some stage. But she told us the whole story, and even just thinking about it sent shivers up my spine. He could have been slowly breaking just then, and that's why he raged out like he did. I'm just really happy that my grandma got out of that roundabout when she did. I'm not saying that he would have killed her or anything like that, just that he was already a woman beater and dangerous, so who's to say that he wouldn't have at least hurt her. I did talk to all three boys at one point or another that year when I would find their Instagrams. I don't think that I talked to the oldest though, but I tried to get in contact with just no luck. My classmate really didn't want to talk about it, but I tried my best to console him out of doing stuff. I don't want to put in too much detail about the kids, just for respect for them. But the youngest ran a whole account for his mum and would post just about the same picture every time that he was missing her, and I think he even wrote a book about it, although he was only 8 at the time. I have no idea where they are 5 years later, but I don't think they're in PO anymore. But let me finish by saying this. The mum, she was really sweet, and her boys were good kids. None of them deserved it, and I hope that that guy rots in hell. So I was about 16 years old, and at that time, very interested in ghosts, paranormal things, and stuff like that. My mum is, I wouldn't say a medium or anything, but highly esoteric and can see things in and around other humans. For example, she can feel bad energies and also describe dead loved ones of her customers standing beside her perfectly. And if you want to hear stories of my mum, just let me know. But her being so sensitive of those things did wake my interest even more. So I went online and researched on ways to communicate with spirits and energies and whatnot, and found out a way to do so. I invited my sister and 2 of our neighbors' kids to help and watch. I didn't want to do that alone because of obvious reasons. But we waited for my mother to leave because she prohibited specifically to ever communicate with the other world. But we wrote letters and numbers and also yes and no on a paper, cropped them out and arranged them in a circle. We basically crafted a Ouija board. We lowered the shutters in my room. Yes, we did that in my room, stupid I know, and lit candles and placed them in different places in my room. Me and my sister placed our hands on an upside-down drinking glass, and the neighbor's kids watched from the bed. The first few times they laughed and chuckled when we said phrases like, "Is someone here who wants to talk with us?" or "If you want to communicate, please do that." But after a few minutes, a few of the candles started to flicker, and I didn't think too much about it because, candles do flicker. But after some more time, some of them really started to freak me out. They started to look like someone trying to blow them out, in fact. You know, like when you want to blow out candles but don't use enough air, so you just blow the flame in one direction? They looked a lot like that. And then the glass started moving. I looked at my sister and she looked at me, simultaneously asking if the other one was pushing it. We both got really freaked out, so we took our hands off of the glass, and that freaking thing moved all by itself. I got a panic attack and we all screamed and ran to my door to get out. We had actually closed it before we got in. In hindsight, it was a very stupid idea. But I pressed the handle of my door down, but it just didn't move, not an inch. My sister and the neighbor kid started to help pressing it down, and we leaned on it with all of our body weight, all combined, but it just didn't move an inch. And then the candles started to go out, and we just screamed, and eventually it opened, and we ran into the kitchen in a corner, and we just huddled together and cried. After that, we eventually calmed down, and things kind of went back to normal. From that day on, I never slept well in that room too, because I just felt watched all the time, and my writing desk chair started moving on its own as well. I placed it under the desk, and the next morning it stood a good meter away from it. My mum also noticed that my room just didn't feel right, like something lurks inside of it, and asked me if I did something stupid. Eventually I told her, and she was furious, saying that I could have brought much more evil in our apartment than a spirit that amuses itself by disturbing us. She said a ritual in my room, saying a few phrases and putting a protective circle around it and smoking it out with sage and whatnot, and after that, I was never disturbed by it again. Nevertheless, though, I won't be doing that again. I was in the kitchen the night before last, washing up some plates from dinner, when I glanced out the window in front of the sink and I saw someone standing at the far end of my yard. From what I could tell, it looked like a man of average build with a scruffy appearance. He was essentially behind my neighbor's tool shed, which is right on the border of my property, and so I thought that he might be somebody that they knew. It was dark though, and he was quite a distance away, so I couldn't really see what he was doing. His back was mostly turned to me as well, but by his movement, it looked like he was patting the ground with a shovel, as if he'd just buried something and was covering it up with dirt. This definitely raised my suspicions a bit, and so I called my neighbors to ask if they were aware that there was someone behind their shed. They said that they were not, and the husband went outside to investigate. I saw my neighbor open his door, and the man saw or heard it and bolted off into the woods. I went outside to meet my neighbor and see if there was evidence of what the man had been doing, so we both arrive at the same spot, and I tell the neighbor that the man fled, and the neighbor says that he saw him running away. We look down at the ground, and there is indeed fresh dirt where someone was digging. The neighbor gets the shovel, which the man dropped when he ran off, and starts digging it back up, nervously because we were both expecting something gruesome, no doubt. However, what we dug up has left us with more questions than answers. It was a plastic bag with something softball-sized and heavy inside. We dump out the contents, and it's a rock painted red and a small smiley face button on it, the kind you pin on your shirt. And why would somebody be out trespassing on someone's property in order to bury a painted rock and a button? And yes, it's definitely paint on the rock, not blood. It's not a murder weapon as far as we can tell. But still, the neighbors and I reported it to local law enforcement, and they came and they took a statement. They took the rock and the button too, just in case it turns out to be connected with the crime. The whole ordeal has me a bit on edge, to be honest, but why else would someone bury something like that in the dark? The police combed the woods last night too, and they did come across something which makes this whole thing even more unnerving. They found a spot about a mile behind our homes in the woods where it appears that someone may have been living. I live in a pretty small town in a more rural area, and a lot of people here hunt deer and turkeys and the like. The spot that they discovered apparently had been an old lean-to type shelter that had been used at one point for hunting, but probably had been abandoned for a while when whoever found it and decided to live there. In the spot there were some old blankets, a recently used fire pit someone had made, and a few other things like food and wrappers and plastic plates and a small cooking pot. There was also something, though, that freaked my neighbour and I out quite a bit. The guy had a portable kerosene heater unit, and it was the exact portable kerosene heater that went missing from my neighbour's shed almost a year ago. So at this point, we believe this guy has been living there for quite some time. However, no one in the area has reported to have seen anyone like him around, or had any other incidences so far, but police are still in the process of talking to the other neighbours in the area. It does appear that he's left the spot at this point, but there's no being certain that he won't return. In the meantime, I'm staying at my sister's in a neighbouring town, and my neighbours are staying with their adult children. My neighbour and I are going with the police escort back to our homes to set up security cameras and the like later today as well. I really don't want to go anywhere near there tonight, but it might be the only hope that we have of catching this guy and putting everyone's minds at ease. The police are taking this matter pretty seriously as well, because many years ago we had a case of a homeless man in the woods who attempted to abduct a young woman. So between that and being a small town, this sort of thing really rattles us a lot. They're trying to track down the film used for the camera, or where it came from rather, but they suspect that it may be an older camera and film, and if the man was homeless, it's likely that he just found it. As for the cause of death for the kitten that they found, they're running tests as we speak, but the vet's initial thought is that it looks like it was poisoned. This doesn't necessarily mean that it was killed intentionally. It could have just accidentally eaten something that someone set out as bait for rodents and whatnot, and the man could have just found it that way. Who knows? But it definitely hadn't been dead long when the man had it, because rigor mortis had not yet set in at the time. Meanwhile, too, the whole neighbourhood is aware and have been alerted by authorities to be wary and keep their eyes peeled for anything or anyone suspicious. The police do believe that they may actually have a lead as well. A man fitting the general description of our guy is actually pretty familiar to the local gas station convenience store clerk, and as soon as the clerk heard about the incidences, he called the police to tell them about the guy. I also paid the clerk a visit this afternoon on my way back to my sister's house, after installing cameras at my neighbour's and my own residence, and I spoke with him personally. It seems the man would often come into the store to use their can and bottle return, and the clerk believed that that's how the guy was making his living, by picking up bottles and cans out of people's trash and recycling and then returning them for change. The clerk says that the man told him his name was Robert and went by the nickname Robbie. The clerk believes that Robbie does have mental health problems by the way that he acts and some of the things that he says as well. It appears he suffers from paranoid delusions maybe. The clerk said that usually he only ever spoke in short sentences when spoken to and never made eye contact. However, the clerk overheard the man rambling and mumbling to himself while returning cans one day, repeating something over and over about cleaning the dirty water where all the people keep bleeding. Aside from that rather highly unnerving detail, the clerk said that Robbie seemed pretty much harmless. But here's something that definitely puts a bit of a twist into the story, and may put your minds a little at ease, though not much, about what happened to the kitten. So, the store clerk said that maybe 2 or 3 weeks prior to my initial encounter, the man Robbie had come to the store with some bags of cans and bottles. He also had a kitten with him. It fits the description of the one that we found. The kitten seemed healthy, but a little too skinny, and the man said that he'd found it in the woods and thought that it was a stray. He asked the clerk to look after the kitten for a few minutes while he returned cans, and afterwards he purchased a small bag of dry cat food and a hot dog and cola for himself with the change. The clerk says the man seemed to really care for the kitten and even said, "He's my friend." And when the clerk asked him the cat's name, the man said that he was still thinking of one, but he thought that he might call him Frankie. Then he said something else that was definitely unnerving. Little babies, like Frankie, like kittens. Though it is possible that he meant that kittens are like little babies and not that babies like kittens. I don't know. It's worded creepily either way. So now the police and myself are thinking this quite probably is a homeless, mentally ill man, and the kitten was in fact his pet. The tests have come back that the kitten had rat poison in his system, so we think someone in the area left rodent poison out in some food to bait raccoons. We have a serious raccoon problem here. They often get into the trash and make huge messes. The kitten probably wandered off in search of food and found the poison bait, ate it, and died unfortunately. The man probably thought that it was me and or my neighbor who had poisoned the cat, for whatever reason. Maybe the location he discovered it deceased was near us, or maybe he thought that it was on purpose because he had previously buried things in our yard, which we don't have any explanation for the first items yet. But I assure you that we are not the type of people to leave poison out for innocent animals to find. We have pets of our own, in fact. However, we know that a lot of people do bait and poison the raccoons here. Either way, I think it's possible this guy might not have been doing anything truly malicious the first time when he buried the rock in the pin. But the second time, it's possible that he was angry and did mean to threaten us, because he thinks that we killed his only friend and beloved pet. But that's just speculation, and nothing is set in stone at this time. I'll close by saying this, though. Even though this is still a very serious and frightening situation, and he is still considered highly dangerous, mostly to myself and my neighbors, because he may try to do more to take revenge for what he thinks that we did, I'm also incredibly heartbroken for this man if that indeed was his pet kitten. I honestly cannot blame him for his actions if he truly is mentally ill and mostly harmless as well. If that is indeed the case as well, I do hope that they find him and get him somewhere where he can get some help. Police are still questioning local shop owners and other citizens in the area for further information. They're also searching missing persons databases to see if anyone has reported anyone fitting Robbie's description as missing within recent years, to see if they can identify him and figure out possible current whereabouts. And until then, I'll continue to stay with my sister and my neighbors with their family for as long as I can, just to be out of harm's way. The newly installed security cameras have night vision and motion sensors as well, and they're active and recording. And so, I'll keep you guys posted. So I was very young when this happened, maybe 3 or 4 years old, so I'm guessing around 97 or 98. I know your mind can implant false memories, so I don't know if it actually happened or not, but I do remember it pretty vividly. So we were living in Germany, and I shared a room with my brother who's 4 years older than I am. The head of my bed was right below the only window in the room, and one night he jumped out of his bed and ran across the room to where I was to look out the window. And this is where things seemed weird, because it was like he knew that something was out there and he needed to see it, but there was no way that he could have seen or heard anything down there at all. I got up to see what the fuss was about, and down on the street below was a man stood completely still facing the road which stretched away from where we were. He was tall and broad, and he wore a suit, a long brown overcoat, and a fedora-type hat which made him look like someone from the 50s. But he also had no head. His hat just seemed to float. He turned and walked away from us down the street about 20 yards, stopped and turned to face the road again. 20 seconds later, he walks another 20 yards, and once again he stops and turns to the road. He did this 4 or 5 times over before he disappeared into the darkness as well. He never turned in our direction or in any other, apart from straight down the street and to the road. There were no cars or other people coming down the street when he was on it, and the atmosphere around him just seemed ghostly still, if that's the right way to say it. But the fact that my brother seemed to know that he was there is what weirds me out the most, as much as the fact that he seemed to have no head. Weirdly too, I don't remember feeling scared or intimidated. I felt more excited to see this headless man. It's one of the earliest memories that I have, and it's stuck with me ever since as well. I've never spoken to my brother about this, nor have I told anyone, but I'm wondering, has anyone else had a similar experience, or could this just all be in my head? I'm skeptical for the most part about the paranormal, so I just really don't know what to make of it. This story and the background surrounding it is going to sound mildly insane, to put it simply, but I ask that you please try to keep an open mind. Growing up, I've always been more spiritually in tune than what could be perceived as normal. As I've gotten older, that hasn't really changed. I can go into so many stories about this too, such as dreams that I've had come true, or cases of sleep paralysis in which I've seen and felt things, an encounter with what I believe to be a demon, and so on and so forth. But for this, I'm going to start off with my earliest and most prominent memory of living in a haunted house for a year and a half. If anyone's interested, I'll tell my other stories too, but for now, to the haunted house. So, I was 12 at the time. My family had moved into a house built in the 1930s, set up in a neighborhood of matching and equally old houses in a long straight street. It was a fairly dark neighborhood with tall trees, and truth be told, it was almost a cliche horror setting. But being a sheltered Catholic girl, I didn't think anything of it. I was excited to live in this new house and make new friends, and the first day in the house was relatively normal. The movers would arrive the next day with all of our respective furniture, so for that day we had our mattresses, some plates, utensils and food, and I wasn't really bothered by the house at first, or maybe I was just too blinded by my excitement to really notice things. I don't know. But this all changed when night came. I went to my empty room where my mattress was, as well as a few personal items laid out, and started to make my bed. The layout of the room was fairly simple. My bed is in the right-hand corner of the room with the doorway right across from it. My closet was on the wall that my bed was pressed to, so I could see its trim and outline from my bed, but not inside of it, if that makes sense. The closet also had a door, and for whatever reason, the closet bothered me, even the first day. I can't really explain it, but I just didn't bother putting my clothes away as I was too uncomfortable with it. But weirdly, I also couldn't shut the closet door. I just didn't want to go near it, even if it meant giving myself comfort by not having it open. Like I said, I just can't explain it, and it gave me bad vibes, but being 12, I just kind of shrugged it off as standard anxiety. You know, oh my goodness, closets are scary, monsters are under the bed sort of stuff. I figured the fear would just go away eventually. When bedtime neared, though, I realized that I had no lamps in my room, with the only light being from the overhead fan. The thought of being in the room in total darkness definitely left me with a bad and terrible feeling, so I decided that I would sleep with my bed door open and the hallway light on as well. I didn't want my parents to assume that I was being babyish, so I justified it in case I woke up and needed to go to the bathroom, get water, etc. I didn't know the layout of the house, and I didn't want to fumble in the darkness to turn my light switch on. My parents understood, so great. At the time, I had a golden retriever who was the light of my life. She was my childhood dog who always slept in my room, usually on my floor or bed. And when I was ready for bed, I took a treat and I brought her in with me. I tried to bring her to my mattress with me, encouraging her with words and food, but as soon as she entered my room, she just whirled around and left. I tried to bring her in my room with me several times, but always to the same result. My mum said that the dog was probably just anxious due to the move, and in the end I accepted that. So I just tried to sleep alone that night. But I couldn't sleep though. I laid in my bed, bundled in my blankets. Coming from a conservative Catholic family, my brain never once jumped to the idea of ghosts or spooky things. I had no idea what I was feeling, but one thing was just crystal clear. Though I was alone, I truly didn't feel like I was. I glanced periodically towards my closet, noting how it felt as if something was peering around the corner at me. I didn't see anything, but it felt as if something was there and watching me. I could only stare back before trying to fall asleep, and sleeping in that room was just impossible. After we received our furniture, though, I immediately set up my lamp on my desk on the end of the room that I would use as a nightlight. I refused to sleep in my room in darkness. Bear in mind, though, that I had outgrown sleeping with a nightlight by 6, so being 12 years old and insisting my light be on for me to sleep warranted eye rolls from my parents. They thought that I was being ridiculous, especially since I had no explanation as to why. How could I explain what I was feeling? I couldn't, because I didn't even understand it. But in the end, they didn't argue with me, and they just let me do it. By night, I'd turn my lamp on, burrow myself into my blanket, and just try to ignore that terrible feeling of something watching me. I didn't put any clothes in my closet, and I kept it in my dresser, even if it didn't make sense for dresses, jackets, and so on. I put a Harry Potter poster on the door to make it friendlier, as if a protective barrier to provide comfort. And I remember one night, I was laying on my side, just staring at the wall. I was curled up and bundled in my blankets in my safe burrito form, only my face peeking out so that I could breathe. And for whatever reason, something compelled me to look up, so I did. And in a slow, almost leisurely movement, I saw the shadow of what looked to be a person move across the wall. I didn't process it fully at the time. I tried to justify it in the moment as being the fan's shadow, but as an adult, I look back and I honestly shudder recalling the distinct features of a nose, a chin, and even a hunched back. Another night, curled in my bed, I thought that I saw movement at the end of it. A shadow, really ducking downwards, and I don't know what compelled me to do this, honestly. Maybe 12-year-old me was brave or an idiot, but I pulled myself out of my burrito form and moved across my bed to peer down at the end of it, as if I would see someone hunched there, or my dog, or anything. When I did, I saw nothing, of course. But the shadow was just so distinct and so dark, and I knew something had to have been there. I curled back into my blankets and I tried to sleep. One other night though, this time not in my room, I went to my parents' bedroom to retrieve some cough medicine from their cabinet when I heard something so distinct that it gave me pause. There was a tap from inside the walls, and this took me off guard, so I turned to look to the wall where it was coming from. The tapping persisted, quiet and slow at first, but gradually began to build in sound. This may sound ridiculous, but I'm willing to put my hand on a Bible and swear on my soul, but I swear to you that I saw the walls move, as if something was pressing against it. It slithered up the wall and into the ceiling as if trying to break out, and as if the wall were made of softer substance. I began to sob and I ran downstairs. My dad was away on a business trip and my mum was asleep on the couch. She had taken some medication because we were both sick, so she was passed out cold. I tried to shake her awake, begging her to wake up, telling her that I believed someone was upstairs, but she just wouldn't budge. I ran upstairs back to her room, and the horror persisted. I don't know what compelled me to do it, but I ran into my parents' bed, burrowed under the covers, and I could have run, but being in my room was no comfort, and I was afraid of every other room in the house, so I stayed under the covers until the tapping stopped, and then I dragged my dog into the room with me and shut the door. And that night, she just cried and whined the whole night, sometimes pawing at my door, but I was too afraid of being alone, and I cried myself to sleep that night. Something lived in that house, and I don't know what it was or if there was more than one thing. But when I reflect on living in that place, I also reflect on how every night was just a hellish nightmare, and how every sleepover at a friend's house away from it was a breath of fresh air. Moving from that house gave me great relief, but we moved into a new home for a while that was beautiful and bright, and I slept like I'd never slept before that first night, safely and with relief. And my dog even slept in my room with me willingly that night too. But that old house, I'll never, ever forget it, and its other occupants. To preface this, I'm a 30-year-old wife, mother, and Marine Corps veteran. I practice and help instruct Taekwondo and Krav Maga, and honestly, never in a million years did I expect something like this would ever happen to me. But last night, it did, and I hope that this is the right place to get this off my chest. So last night, I went to Walmart's to do some grocery shopping. On my way into the store, I noticed a shady-looking beat-up grey sedan circling around the parking lot and not parking. I found it odd, but brushed it off and went into the store. After I finished shopping, I came out of the store and noticed the same car still circling. It was odd for sure, but not enough to make me put up my guard or anything. I unloaded my groceries in the car, took the cart back to the cart corral, and when I entered my car, I got a really strong urge to immediately lock my doors, even before I started my car. And And almost instantly after I did this, that same sedan whipped up, partially blocked me in so that the only way that I could get out was to reverse. And it was a middle-aged man, and his window was rolled down, and he was yelling at me. What made me nervous, though, is that both of his hands were in his pockets. I couldn't be sure if he was just weird and cold, or if maybe he had something in those pockets. So I didn't want to take my eyes off of his hands, which made it hard for me to back up. So I rolled down my window an inch and asked him what he needed. Stupid, I know. But he said that he needed help and that he couldn't hear me well, so could I open my door? I asked him what he needed help with, and he started yelling at me to just open my effing door. At that point, I put my car in reverse and chanced to glance at my backup camera, during which time he had gotten out of his car and was now at my door, trying to yank at the handle, still yelling at me to open my door. I tore out of there so fast that I'm surprised I wasn't actually stopped by the cops. I found a crowded, well-lit parking lot and instantly called the police, who thankfully took me seriously and went to take a look, but by that time, the man was long gone. I know nothing happened, and perhaps I shouldn't still be shaken up over it, but that encounter just really shook me, and I just wanted to share this, so thanks for listening. So, before I get into this story, I know the generic answer to these stories is sleep paralysis, and although I do have that issue sometimes, this is definitely different. So when I'm on my way to sleep and I finally find a comfortable position to lay, I usually can only sleep if I'm faced towards the middle of the bed. This thing will come up and I can feel my bed react to something climbing onto it because it sinks down a bit. It then proceeds to just kind of lean over me and breathe as close to my face as possible, and I can literally feel it. When I don't react to that, open my eyes for instance, I can feel it get off the bed from behind me and get back onto the other side so that we're face to face. I know this because I can feel the bed react again to it getting on the other side and now feel the breathing right in front of my face instead of over me. Plus, you know when someone gets really close to your face and you can feel the heat coming off of their face? I can feel that too, and lastly, with still no reaction from me, it gets off the bed again, but I know it's still there just from that feeling that you get from someone staring at you. Now, like I said, I know that there's a lot of people who would think that, of course, this is just sleep paralysis. The whole story is pretty generic to exactly that for the most part. But this is why I don't think that that's what it is, because I can move. I'm not immobile, and it doesn't feel like anything is holding me down. I know that I can move because I'm so used to sleep paralysis that I know how to check for it, as this is how I usually transition to a lucid dream. That's a whole different story. Also, the way that I sleep, I have one hand under me, usually under my pillow, so I just open and close my hand a few times to confirm that I can actually move. This works for me in my head because if there is something there, I can move a little without it knowing. I then move my legs up to get into a fetal position just to make sure that my feet are not hanging off the end of the bed. Too many stories regarding that. But now that I know that I can move, this is where I start to get nervous because now I have to actively try to keep my eyes closed since I've confirmed that I'm actually awake, and it seems to be right in front of my face at this point. I can literally feel the sweat coming out of my pores and my entire upper body because I'm just so nervous. What I've done the last few times when I know it's not on the bed anymore and I'm drenched in sweat to the point that I need to move off of the sweat spot, I just say screw it and I jump up from the bed and yell as if that's going to do anything, but when I do though, of course, there's always nothing there. I'm 31 years old and this isn't new to me. I have a theory that it might be related to a lady that sometimes haunts my dreams. Since I was in pre-K, that's another story for another time again. It also has crossed my mind that it could be my dad. That's actually worse than the first option to me. Again, another story for another time. But anyway, what do you guys think this is? And can you shed any light on the situation? It was an October night at about 9 p.m. and I had spent a long day working as a hostess at a restaurant. One of my friends had asked me to help them out with getting a lot of liquor for a party that was being thrown. because I didn't really have time to get it all in one shopping trip, I went to 3 different liquor stores in a matter of 3 days, one each day. I ended up spending $180 on the liquor altogether. They said that they would pay me after I got it because they had no idea how much all of it would cost and that they would even add a tip, which I was fine with. At the first liquor store that I went to, I hauled out the rest of the order to my car, and this liquor store is in a very suburban area, so I felt completely safe and I'd been there countless times. As I'm putting the liquor into my trunk of my used cop car, I see out of the corner of my eye 2 men looking around and walking towards me. I act like I don't see them and mind my business, but keep my peripheral gaze on them because I never fully let my guard down. "Hey, could you give me a ride home?" one of the men asked in a black hoodie. I said, "I'm actually very busy tonight and I have stuff that I gotta do when I get home." Trying to be as nice as I can, I add, "There's a light rail just over there though, and it's also where buses circulate." He came back at me with, "Well, I don't really know where I'm going." So I told him, "Yeah, there's some maps over there by the light rail to show you its path." He just looks at me with his friend, and then they pull up bandanas over their faces, only revealing their eyes, and he pulls up his shirt, which reveals a gun in his waistband. I'm so stunned that I can't respond. All that's going through my head is, oh my goodness, my parents are going to kill me for getting this car stolen. Eventually his friend says, "I don't think she thinks we're serious, man. Put the gun to her head." He put the gun to my head, and this wave of shock hit my body, and it just doesn't feel real. A couple of seconds pass, and my brain sort of starts functioning again, and I hand over my keys. As they're trying to figure out how to get into my car, I just kind of stand there frozen, not able to comprehend that my car is being stolen by these men for 10 seconds. They take a good 30 seconds to figure out how to turn the car on and learn the controls, and while that's happening, I'm just standing still as a rock because I'm thinking that they're about to shoot me if I started to run, but then my mind tells me to run because they could take me with them and hold me hostage or God knows what. I was holding my purse, which had my whole life in it, and I know it wasn't a good idea to do this, but it was so convenient. It had all my medications, money, and everyday things that I need while I'm doing stuff. I was trying my best to keep it out of sight in the back of me. All of these thoughts are rushing through my head for the next 20 seconds when, all of a sudden, another man runs out of the store as the car is driving away and he hops into the back of it. While I watch them drive away quickly, I slowly walk towards the liquor store, and as soon as they're out of my sight, I start running to tell the liquor store employees about the incident while my body was shaking. I tell the store manager, lock the door, my car was just stolen at gunpoint. This man then has the audacity to ask me, what if we have customers? The employee, freaking out, runs towards the door to lock it, yelling, "Oh my goodness, what? This never happens here, this is crazy. What happened exactly?" I try to tell her while my body was shaking, my voice was shaking, and I start tearing up because of the shock. As I'm telling her this, she picks up the phone and she tells me to call the police right away. The police come in less than a minute, and I give them my statement. The man that I told the story to says, "Yeah, this sort of thing happens a lot, unfortunately, and it's very rare that we find whoever's done it. It's hard to determine what will happen to your car as well. We'll just have to wait and see." Which makes me feel so much better about everything. I tried calling my mum, father, and brother. No one picked up as I cried. I laughed a little bit because, of course, this type of thing would only happen to me. Although he had work early in the morning, I called my boyfriend because I didn't want to ride home in a police car. I needed to be with someone that I knew and could talk to about this with. When he picked up, he'd been asleep and got annoyed with me at first, but then I explained the gist of what had happened so I'd be able to explain and go more in depth in person. In the end, he didn't actually come in time, so I got driven home by the cops and he met me at my house. Shortly after we got to my house, my parents got home and were in shock hearing about what had happened. We all sat around and talked about it until my boyfriend had to go home to get a proper amount of sleep. The next day, I decided that I had to drop my class that I wasn't doing well in to begin with because there was no way that I was bouncing back after that. I just needed some time to recuperate. I told my friend about all the liquor that was stolen, and by that I mean all $180 worth of liquor was stolen. And they told me that they felt so bad that they put me through that, and I just told them, "Look, it's not your fault, but I just spent $180 of my own money for you guys, and as long as you pay me back for it, I'll be fine." There was a good amount of people that were chipping into this party, and some of them didn't even want to give me money because they believed it wasn't their fault that I was dumb enough to get my car stolen, so why even give me money for liquor that I didn't have? Eventually, they scraped up the money though, and they paid me back a couple of days later. 5 days later, they found my car ditched on the side of the road in the city. I had my car thoroughly cleaned after the incident, and I picked it up. And when I got my car back, I realized pretty quickly that these men had stolen everything, even my expensive textbooks that I'd left in my car for school that I was going to return. I pushed down all my emotions for so long that a week later, I kind of had an emotional breakdown, and I still am not the same after this whole event. So, this may not be that bad compared to many others, but a man has followed me around the store 5 times now, and for background, I can only really go to the store late at night around 9 or 10 due to my job. I know it isn't safe, but I always carry a taser or pepper spray on me for things just like this. I'm also only 5 feet tall and pretty petite. He's probably at least 6 feet tall and over double my size. So, it started sometime last year. A man walked up to me while I was in self-checkout and started asking me typical questions, like asking if I had a boyfriend, telling me that he noticed me walking around and he needed to tell me that I was pretty, things like that. I lied and said that I had a boyfriend just for my own safety, and took the compliment, and I didn't think anything weird of it. Until it happened again and again. Every time he used the exact same script in the exact same order and always finds me in a very closed-off space. The first 3 times, he never even had anything in his hands to buy. The second time that I was sitting on the floor of the makeup aisle, totally vulnerable, he said the same thing as the first time, and I politely told him that I still do have a boyfriend, but thank you. And that was that. I just thought of it as kind of coincidence. The third time it happened, though, I was in the very corner of the store by the vegetables with nobody near me. He says the exact same thing as the first 2 times, so I finally had to tell him, "You've come up to me 3 times now. Every single time you've talked to me, I've told you no. I need you to leave me alone. Do not come up to me again." The 4th time it happened, we passed each other and he realized it was me, so he circled around and followed me into the medicine aisle and pretended to look at the bottles. Every time I took a step to the side, he would too. And at that point, as soon as I saw him, I called up a friend so I would have somebody that could hear what was happening and try to scare him off. I turned the corner and I could hear him calling out for me, so I started walking faster. Believe it or not, I ended up running into a police officer in uniform, and even though he was busy and I felt bad for interrupting, I asked him for help. The officer walked me to the self-checkout when the man actually had the nerve to pick the counter right next to me. The officer walked me out to my car, and I could see the guy was watching me in the parking lot. But the last interaction happened just a couple of minutes ago. So I was looking for something for dinner and walked out of the frozen food across to the makeup, and guess who walked past me at the same time? We crossed paths, and I kept walking and checking over my shoulder. He was still watching me, and I freaked out a bit, and I hid in the makeup aisle and poked my head out, and sure enough, he was looking up and down the aisles to see where I went. I texted my mum and a friend because I didn't know what to do. But when I saw him turn, I went to find a manager, but I could hear his keys following behind me. The manager walked me to the checkout, and once again, he picked the counter next to mine. The manager walked me out, and he trailed behind me, and again watched me get into my car. I did a couple of circles to make sure nobody was following me and drove home. But I've got to ask you guys, am I being stupid and just overreacting? It's happened 5 times now, and after the 3rd time it happened, I reported him to a different manager, and he told me that if he's ever in the store again, he'll be removed and banned, but that particular manager wasn't there tonight. So, where do I go from here? The officer that helped me even told me that, unfortunately, he couldn't do more than just walk me out. I know I shouldn't go so late, but it's the only time that I can, so I don't know what to do. So this is a bit of a weird one. Years ago, I worked in a supermarket in a small town. It was a pretty hellish place to work, so many of the employees banded together and were really friendly with each other. One of my co-workers, Ben, wasn't the kind of guy that I would usually be friends with, but he was pretty funny in a kind of quirky, offbeat kind of way, and he helped make the day go faster, so it was good. He and I were still friendly with each other, and when I left for an office job, he hugged me goodbye on my last day. Cut to several years later, one of mine and Ben's mutual friends posted an article on Facebook and said, "I can't believe I used to be friends with this piece of shit." I read the article and my stomach just turned cold. It was a news story about how Ben had gone to prison for aggressively murdering his infant son and then tried to cover up what he had done. I was pretty disturbed and couldn't believe that I had once been friendly with someone who could do such a thing. Even more years passed and I moved to a different county and a different job.